Okay. If we could get everybody to take their seats, we'll get kicked off again. So I'm Bill Barty. I'm the third member of Blackbird Ventures. So we thank everybody for coming out today. The next speaker is going to be Matt Berry. Matt is also one of the sponsors. He is the CEO and founder of Freelancer. So what we'll do is we'll have Matt come up here and we'll run the same format as we have earlier. So welcome, Matt Berry.
Thanks, Bill. So I wonder if you've noticed something in common between all the great startups you've seen so far at this conference. Maybe it's a bit too early for you to kind of really notice it, but there's something that they've all got as a common thread that I think makes them absolutely fantastic world-class companies, and actually I think a lot better than a lot of the companies that get funded in Silicon Valley. You see, we've got a pretty woeful funding climate and environment in Australia. With the exception of great guys like the guys at Blackbird, the venture capital industry in Australia is somewhat dead, right? And I don't really see much chance in that actually being resurrected either. And it's kind of funny. I read the news yesterday. It was a great article by Rose, who's just down the corner there, about Paul Bassett, who's one of the founders of Seek, who basically has a fund called SquarePeg. And he's just announced yesterday that his new fund for $100 million is targeting Israeli and US startups. So we kind of had a funny little joke that even the venture capitalists are leaving Australia. But the government's turning off the grants, programs, and so forth. So what do Australian founders have to do? They have to basically figure out how to raise money from, I think, the best source possible. And the best source possible is by finding a great product or service to actually sell to customers, right? And raising funds that way. And so you'll see all throughout today, I think with the exception of maybe one of the companies, maybe two, they're all bootstrapped, right? And as a result of that, these founders are absolutely world-class founders. I mean, Collis, for example, is a pretty humble sort of guy, but let me tell you, he's a world-class CEO, right? He started something from scratch. He came in, disrupted a market, and he's an absolute world leader in what he does, right? And you'll see that all the way through today. So I think it's absolutely amazing. So I thought I'd kind of entitle this talk World Domination on a Shoestring Budget, and I'll kind of go through kind of Freelancer in the early days and kind of what we did and some of the challenges and so forth, and hopefully there's maybe a few lessons. And if not in the Q&A, you can ask questions, and I'll be happy to talk about anything. So it all started back about 2007, 2008, and I previously ran a company called Sensory Networks, and it developed one of the most sophisticated technologies I think known to man. It was a chip that ran high speed on network traffic, doing high-speed pattern matching. And today, that technology runs at 180 gigabit per second. So this is like ridiculously fast, powerful chip. Bill Barty actually was the chairman of the company. We run the business for 6 years, and we were just literally, Bill and myself and everyone else in the company were just banging their heads against the walls because there was multiple problems in that particular business. There was market failure. There was a whole range of things that were being too early to market and so forth. And we also had very, very painful venture capitalists that just were absolutely ridiculous. But I left that business after about 6 years, and after that, I was kind of looking for something to do next. And I was kind of sitting at home, in my underpants, thinking about what can I do, what sort of business can I actually start. And I was a little bit, bitter about the world. And in the meantime, I was kind of working on a few little web projects on the side for a few people. And one in particular, I was helping my mum build a online directory. So my mum sells wholesale arts, crafts, textiles across Australia to 10,000 customers, 10,000 products. And I kind of thought, well, I'll set up a web directory for her, and in that web directory, I'll put all the stores that she kind of sells to. And maybe the theory behind that is that people who have stores that aren't in the directory that maybe she doesn't sell to might want to be in the directory, and as a result, she'll get some more customers. So I was kind of working on that, and I kind of needed to fill in a spreadsheet. And this spreadsheet was basically a list of all these store information. So the name of the store, the email address, the phone number, and so on. And I kind of wanted to have 1,000 entries in this spreadsheet, right? And I thought, what I'll do is I'll pay a little brother or sister of a friend of mine $2 per entry. I'll give them $2,000, and they'll fill in this spreadsheet, and that'll be fantastic. I'll use that to kind of get the content going on the directory. And I was looking for someone who'd do the job. And I remember when I was a kid, I would have jumped for a chance to make $2,000 working from home on a computer in my own time, right? But I found it absolutely impossible. I mean, this is not the sort of job you can post on Seek. This is not the sort of job that you can go to a local employment agency for or anything like that. It's like a small job. It's project work. What are you going to do? So I, after a long time, about 4 months of actually being really, really frustrated, and I'd find people and they'd say, "Yeah, I'll do work for a little bit," and then they had soccer practice, and they had exams, and they had whatever. Basically, in frustration, I went to the internet and I typed into Google, I think something like cheap data entry or data entry online or something like that, and I found this site. And this site was Get a Freelancer, right? And it looks absolutely terrible. I mean, this has been designed with paint left over from the USS Midway. Compare and contrast this site to Envato's sites. I mean, this is complete opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And I kind of looked at it and I thought, is this a real site? I'm not sure what it is. It's kind of like grey. And so I posted a job and I said, I want some data entry done. And I actually forgot that I posted it. And I went off and I had lunch and I came back and about 3 hours later I had 74 emails in my inbox. And there's all these people saying, I want to do the job for you. I'll do it for $2,000, $1,000, $500, $400, $300, $200, $100. And I thought, there's no way. Like 4 months I've been spending trying to find someone to get this job done. And there's no way that I've suddenly got 74 people that want to do it. And I can pay a lot less than I thought I'd have to pay. I thought this is absolutely mind-blowing to me. So I then thought to myself, wow, this is just amazing. I'm an entrepreneur at home by myself, sitting in my underpants, right, thinking, I can now start an empire, right? I can hire an army of people, right, at home on a credit card, low cost, and just get all this stuff done and go out there and build a big business, right? I thought this is just absolutely amazing. And I thought to myself, hang on a tick, eBay for jobs, surely this is like going to be a big product category that's big category that's missing in the technology industry. I thought, why hasn't eBay done it? Why isn't there a big global marketplace for services? We have global marketplaces for products, first-hand goods, Amazon, second-hand goods, eBay, but why isn't there a global marketplace for services? So I thought to myself, I need to get into this space, right? I thought this is going to be huge, right? I didn't know how big, but I thought this is one of those, if you look for an opportunity out there in the world that you want to start a business, you want to find one where the market can potentially be the size of Texas, and this is one of those markets. So I went out there and I started writing my own website called bititout.com, right? So I did this myself, and what I was doing is I was hiring freelancers off Get a Freelancer to copy Get a Freelancer, because I can program, but I can't design graphics or anything like that. So I was like cloning the site with its own freelancers, like Parasite. And I think today that, I don't know, my team actually laughs when I write code now, but I actually think there's some features in this website that are actually groundbreaking that still don't exist in the industry today, but they keep ridiculing me when I say that. Anyway, so this is bititout.com. So I'm going along, and I kind of get my site up and running. I kind of did a survey of the space, and at the time there were like hundreds of these companies that were trying to do the same thing. I mean, every second project on Get a Freelancer is copy Get a Freelancer, right? So I was like, okay, so what am I going to do? So okay, I basically built a site, got it working a little bit to try and figure out how the mechanics work behind it. And I thought to myself, okay, so I need to go and raise some money to get this going. How much money do I need to raise? So I basically wrote myself a little mini business plan, and I did some workings on a spreadsheet. And one thing that I do a lot, and maybe it's good advice for some of you guys, is I always kind of think to myself, how do I make $1 million with this business? What's the price point? How many units do I have to sell? How fast will the customer buy? And so on. And it gives you a rough feeling, is this actually going to make sense or not? Or is this something that's completely ridiculous? It's not going to work out. So I did that, and I kind of thought, okay, I need to raise a bunch of money, etc. And I looked out there, and I thought, wow. And I was really tired from my last business. I was just like, Bill had like ear radiation from the number of phone calls he had to do with the board to try and get them to kind of behave as adults, not children. And, I was just like, I thought that first $1 million in revenue that you need to get when you get going is just the hardest $1 million you'll ever make, right? And I didn't have a lot of time. I'm a pretty impatient sort of guy. I kind of want to do things now. And I thought to myself, maybe starting something from scratch is kind of going to take too long to get that $1 million in revenue. Maybe I should go out there and maybe try and buy rather than build and try and get there a little bit more aggressively into the market. So I did a bit of a survey, and I looked out in there, and I kind of saw there's sites all around the world in this sort of space. And, there's a couple in Silicon Valley that had some funding, but they hadn't really set the world on fire. And so I asked about, basically every company that didn't have any venture backing in the space, I basically asked, do you want to sell to me? And about 4 or 5 of them said yes. They gave me the information. This company, ironically, Get a Freelancer, said, we're actually in due diligence now to sell the business, and we have 4 companies that want to buy us. And it turns out there are actually 6 that wanted to buy them. And they were actually big listed companies, big internet companies and so forth. And I said to the guy, and then I spoke to this guy. He was the guy who was actually selling Get a Freelancer. And I said to him, he's a funny guy. He's a Swedish entrepreneur who lives on a fish farm in Vanuatu, right? Running Get a Freelancer. And he had no staff. He was living the 4-hour work week dream, catching, well, not catching fish, but I think it's like tilapias or whatever, some sort of fish that he kind of breeds. And he ran all these websites. And he had hundreds of these domain names with stuff running on them. And he actually had a very successful website in Sweden called Gnetagalten, which I think, I don't know, there's any Swedish people in the audience, I probably pronounced that badly. I think something to do with pigs, but it's an eBay for Sweden, and it's actually got a fair bit of attraction. So he's a great sort of, one-man band sort of entrepreneur. And he kind of said to me, well, here's the materials, and I kind of like Get a Freelancer because it actually had more traffic than anyone in the entire space. the site looked horrible and it wasn't being monetized properly, and the traffic was all hitting the site and then disappearing. And it turns out he had a really effective strategy in SEO, search engine optimization. And that's exactly, ironically, how I found the site. Is I typed, data entry online into Google, and I found the site, and that was his secret sauce. Was he found out how to rank really highly in Google. So I said, "Do you want to sell the business?" And he said, "Sure." And he asked me the price, and I thought, "Wow, I can actually buy this business for cheaper than the amount of money I thought I was actually going to go raise to start a business from scratch. It was a couple $1 million. So I thought, I have to move quickly. So I locked in an option agreement to buy the business. And I said to Magnus, "Listen, give me 45 days to get you the money. Either I'll get the money in 45 days and you get the price you want, or I'll tell you what, if I can't get the money together, I'll help you sell it to the next guy for twice the price," right? And that's kind of a win-win for him. So I locked in an option. I ran around town. I was trying to raise money, and that was absolutely grueling experience because I just walked out of my last business. I had a fight with every single venture capitalist in town. So this is basically 2000. Every venture capitalist from the early 2000s basically invested in my company, and we're all fighting with each other. It was just completely nuts. So it was really, really tough to raise funds. And so I had to think outside the box, right? So I called the Commonwealth Bank business hotline because I saw it on a bus ad. And it said 11% interest or something, right? I thought, shit, I can pay that back in like a day, right? And this young guy's on the phone. He's like, "Yeah, this is amazing. I've heard of get a freelancer, yeah, lend you the money, no problem at all." And then about 3 hours later, the manager calls back and goes, "We will never, ever lend you money. If you want to open like a news agency or a shoe store, we'll give you the money, but we won't do it," right? So I went to Macquarie Bank. I went to Investec. I mean, the great thing about Macquarie Bank and Investec is they will always do a deal. It may be a shit sandwich, but they will always do a deal. So I had term sheets from all these sort of guys, crazy people. Some venture capitalists would still talk to me. I got a few term sheets from them, and so forth. And eventually, I thought, well, I'm kind of a one-man band here. I'm not really a founding team of one is basically impossible. And my reputation was kind of damaged from the Sensory days, which ironically, Sensory sold last year to Intel, right? So it actually came good after 13 years. But at the time, it was like, wow. Everyone was like, for 2 years, every time I walk into a meeting, it's like, what happened at Sensory? And I was like, oh shit. Okay, so I thought, okay, I need to get some credibility around me. And one of the things you can do to build credibility around you when you're a really small team is you can get people around you, maybe on the board of directors or on the advisory board. So what I did was I went to a guy called Simon Clausen, and he ran a company called PC Tools, and he just sold it. Now, for those of you who don't know what PC Tools is, they produce Spyware Doctor. You probably played with Spyware Doctor. It was like antivirus back in the early 2000s. And we were looking to put his software on our chip back at Sensory, and so I knew him for about eight years. And I kind of said to him, "Look, do you want to go on the board? Because you just sold your business to Symantec, and I thought you've got some credibility in the consumer internet space, and that might be helpful." And it didn't actually register in my head that he'd made a lot of money from that sale of the business. I just thought, go on the board. So I went around to all these VCs and whatever like that, and it became pretty apparent that every time I had a meeting with venture capitalists, they were more interested in Simon becoming a limited partner in their fund than they were in the USS Midway painted get a fence of website in Vanuatu, like Swedish website. What the hell is this, right? And so eventually Simon got the shits and said, "Look, I'll give you the money. I'm fed up with this." I'm like, "What? Really?" And so, okay. And that was absolutely fantastic. And he's an amazing investor out there. He's really, I mean, if you've got a great business, you would be absolutely killing it if you managed to get him to be an investor in your business. But so he gave me the money. We signed the deal. I was absolutely burnt out by this stage. This is me actually signing the actual option agreement. And we got going. And I ran into this guy out the front of my house, and he used to go to my underage dance parties at Gas and Home and so forth years ago. He'd just grown up now. He'd just come back from Uzbekistan. And I said, "I'm starting this business. Do you want to join?" He goes, "Yeah, sure thing, man. Just pay me $20 an hour. I'm in." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I was out the back of my house with the cats. That's my desk, still messy. And yeah, that's Rufus with the Ajax. And he was doing customer support, and I was doing programming. And that was the office. And then the business came with no staff, but it did come with one freelancer who was working for them. And that's the girl Melody, who's the second from the left, the small girl. And she was doing customer support for 500,000 people by herself. And she is really good, but there was 500,000 people that she was doing customer service for, right? And so I was like, okay, hire all your friends, right? I said, "Rufus, jump on a plane, go to the Philippines, and just hire all of Melody's friends." So that's her boyfriend on the left, and that's her other friend on the right. And that was the beginning customer service team. And then Rufus kind of went around and kind of hired all their friends. And then we thought, this is not going to work. So we hired a BPO over in Cebu. And it was run by a British guy. And we kind of got up to about 20 people. And that wasn't really working for us because they were just interested in putting bums on seats. And it turns out Melody and all her friends, they're really smart and they're really good. Like, she's got a degree in law. And all her friends were like Masters of Fine Arts, Masters of Visual Arts, law degrees and so on. So we had 6 guys, Melody and her friends, that were outperforming 20 people, right? So I said to Melody, well, maybe I'll put you in charge and maybe shut down the other office. And that's what I did. So she started running her office in the Philippines. So the first thing I did was I changed the horrible grey Craigslist-looking site. I would love to buy Craigslist. There's a multi-billion-dollar private equity opportunity. But anyway, and I just changed the graphics to this. This is a friend of mine, Joel Wasserman in New York, who designed this. And it was just a quick thing he kind of hacked together. And I reskinned the site. And there were a few Ukrainian contractors that were had been fiddling around with the site beforehand that Magnus had. And they're like, no, don't change the grey and the black and white. It hurts our eyes, this color thing. And I'm imagining them in Eastern Europe in some big grey concrete building. This is like Colossus' arch enemy, right? Colossus is the colourful wow, everything was amazing. And these guys are like, no, black and white. And so anyway, we reskinned the site and they said, no. And one of the first things I did was put up a dashboard. And this is the most important thing you should do as a business is you kind of build a little dashboard. And I used to use GNU Plot, right, which is just a free open source package. And I just plot hourly, daily, monthly, yearly, kind of all the key stats. And one of the key stats I'm tracking, one of my favorite key stats to track is obviously revenue. And we turned this on. And the second we turned this on, the Ukrainians like, no. And we turned it on and revenue doubled instantly forever, right? It was absolutely amazing, right? And so at the time, the business we bought was doing about $1 million in revenue, right? So we went from $1 million in revenue to $2 million in revenue when we flicked the switch on this, right? And I thought, okay, we need to do a new logo because that logo actually that was before, it's like this man on a cross, whatever, and we got a cease and desist letter from another company that kind of had a man on a cross as a logo. I won't tell you which one. And so basically, I got a cease and desist letter, I kid you not. So we had to do a new logo, and so I thought, what better way to get a logo but to crowdsource it on the website? So I said, okay, let's have a contest on the site, and we'll kind of get a logo designed, and we put some prize money up, and I put too much prize money because we got 15,000 entries. And I started looking through them. I made the mistake looking through them. I got about 7,000 entries, and I'm like, where was my place? And I completely had a brain spasm, and I lost my place and had to start all over again looking at these logos. And that was great, but then I was trying to negotiate at the same time for the Freelancer.com domain name. And this is one of the really pivotal moments in the business early on was, we would get a freelancer, and I thought, that's great, you tell someone on the street, what do you do? I work with Get a Freelancer. Okay, you get a freelancer. And Simon Clausen said, why don't you go by the domain name Freelancer.com, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. And I emailed the guy that had it, and he goes, I want $750,000. And I'm like, ooh, okay. And Simon goes, I think maybe you should buy it. And I'm like, ooh, I don't know. That's like a lot of money. And we bootstrapped our business. I mean, I got a little bit of money from Simon to buy and get a freelancer, but there was no money ever raised in this business until the IPO for actually running and executing and operating the business. So I thought, that's a lot of money. And Simon goes, well, that's fine, but imagine what happens if the competitor gets the name. You'll be Get a Freelancer, and they're Freelancer. And I thought, shit, I'll be subordinated, and I don't like to be subordinated. So I was like, okay. So I said to the guy, 20 grand, and he said, get fucked. I said, 22 grand? And he said, go away. And it was kind of a running joke that for a few months, I was emailing him going, 24 grand. It's like, do not email me ever again. You're an idiot, right? 26 grand. And it went on and on and on and on. And eventually, after a very, very long period of time, he goes, listen, give me a call. You're absolutely pedantic and you're kind of funny at the same time. And so I had a chat with him, and I actually negotiated to buy this, and this is like a Sunrise Conference special. I'm telling you the price, because I kept it very secret. I paid $325,000 for this domain name, and I kept it secret because it would have been the top 5 domain sales globally for that year, right? And we bought it, and we changed the name, and let me tell you, it was absolutely fantastic because all of a sudden the SEO went through the roof, right? Someone meets someone on the street and says, oh, have you heard about freelancing online? You can hire people, it's fantastic. And they go, what's the name of the company? I won't mention the competitors' names, but they're all kind of weird, googly sort of names. And people go home and go, what's the name of that business? I can't remember this. I type in Freelancer into Google, and we were 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, front page of Google, right? And so traffic started taking off, things started moving. The competitors actually had to change their definition of what they call freelancers to contractors, right? And I don't know about you, but my mum thinks that contractors build bridges, right? So they changed the name to contractors. Otherwise, every time they talk about freelancers, people remember freelancer.com and so on. So this was a huge thing that really was getting us going. I hope that phone answers soon. So the office basically got kind of full. The cats were kind of filling it up, and they were not very impressed with us working there. So we had to go and get our own office. So we moved to an office in King's Cross, and this fitted about 10 people. That's the early stuff. Actually, I think Gary's just down here. There he is. Wave, Gary. He's poking his head out from underneath the monitor. We were getting going. We're in an office about 10 people, and that was kind of fun. It was above basically a nightclub that doubled as a strip club on some nights. And so about 6:30, if you really wanted to, about 6:30 on Friday night, Gary remembers this, even if you wanted to keep working, you couldn't keep working because the music would start going boom, 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 and the whole place would be vibrating. And this is across the road from Hugo's as well, so the whole street was full of people, and like you'd be there working, and you'd hear like this voice from the downstairs going, because they'd be practicing before like the nightclub would actually open. It'd be like, remember, gentlemen, don't touch the ladies, not even their shoes. So anyway, we put up a sign. That was all great. This is what the website looked like. We had a lot of trouble hiring a graphic designer. I mean, if you guys are experts in graphic design, let me tell you, you're an amazing resource that is so scarce today for startups. It's just impossible to hire good designers. So, the site still looked pretty crappy, but that's where we were. We had a pretty limited bus advertising budget. The site gradually started improving, looking a little bit better. We moved to King Street Wharf. It's amazing. We moved into that office, thought, wow, this is great. We can fit 10 people in an office. It'll last us forever. 4 months later, it's like, we're full. Okay, so we moved to King Street Wharf. That was the office. We thought we'd made it. There was like a little balcony on the water. We thought, this is fantastic. This is the sort of staff at the time. We're kind of working away. That was great. Our bus advertising budget got a little bit bigger. We did taxis and all sorts of crazy things. And then this happened. We kind of I woke up one morning. I had the worst photo possible on the front cover of this magazine. Has the clicker stopped working? And they made fun of me for it.
Are you ready? You ready to
and
win
this started happening.
Well,
we started to use our site to promote our site. So we kind of posted contests to download our logo, print it out, and promote it in your local area. And we started getting all these entries from around the world from people who were on the site earning livelihoods and feeding their families. And it was absolutely amazing. There's a team in Bangladesh that got 3,000 people under a 2,500 square foot sign, 3,000 t-shirts, 3,000 bandanas, 3,000 flags, marched them into a stadium with the women marching in the front because we emancipate women from working in Bangladesh, and taught them how to use my website on laptops. Right? And that was one entry in a competition just using our platform to promote our platform. It's the largest tower in Nepal. That's entirely illegal. Pakistan, you name it. But it was just the community on the site is amazing, right? We're very much an aspirational brand in the developing world, and people use the site to basically feed themselves, ensure a better standard of living for themselves, and work in technical areas that are not available for them. So these are school kids in India. We saw our logo cut out of cane fields in the Philippines, Slovakia. Crazy sort of stuff. Anyway, we'll move on from that. Then we won a Webby Award. We've won 4 Webby Awards now. This is like the Grammys or the Emmys of the internet, right? So you go to New York, you're out there. It's all you meet all the stars, Ashton Kutcher, whatever. You're on the red carpet and so forth. Now I had to do a speech, so I crowdsourced the speech. I put $1,000 in. I got 2,500 speeches. I got a lot of shit for wearing that jacket on the red carpet, but we won. We won the employment category, and we also won the People's Choice, and that was pretty amazing. By this stage, Melody had got the office in the Philippines. It's quite big, so this is the staff there. It's kind of fun. They have this is like the ultimate culture in this office. They run so many parties there. Every week it's like dress as a hippie week, or it's like dress as a businessman week, or whatever, and they're constantly having parties, which is fantastic. That was the office at the time. She really managed to expand it. We, again, had to expand the office in Sydney because we ran out of space, so we moved to Jones Bay Wharf. Again, we had a bigger balcony this time. We've got all sorts of crazy things in the office, like 3D printers. It's a lot of fun. If any of you want a job, let me know. And we've got some amazing staff. Nikki's here. She's not very shy. She's running around taking photos, I think, today. We've got crazy engineers. And we won a few more awards, and that was kind of good. And then we started buying some of the competitors, and we bought this site called Scriptlance. Had about 360,000 people on it. And the thing that was really good about buying Scriptlance was and this is also a little secret I'm telling you today, is that Get a Freelancer started as a project on Scriptlance to copy Scriptlance for $400. So we bought the original site that Get a Freelancer was made on, right? And then we bought another site called Rent-A-Coder, which is vWorker at the time, and it had 2.5 million. And in fact, we bought 13 businesses along the way. So we bought basically all the competitors in the space, apart from 2 which merged together. We launched in Latin America. This guy's an absolute legend, Sebastian. This is a funny story. So there's also all sorts of little tricks you pull when you're a startup to kind of get publicity. And one of the things we would do, we'd launch everywhere around the world. I think Coles was talking about launching, and because the press like to talk about launching. So every country I go to, I would launch. Right? Even if I was just on a holiday, I'd go there and schedule some press. We're launching in this country, and we'd just flick up the country flag and add a currency and change the language and so on. And I got asked to go speak in Argentina, and I thought, well, I'll just launch in Argentina, right? That's fantastic. I thought, oh, I don't speak Spanish. This might be a problem. And so I'd previously been to Chile, and I met this guy. He's part of the Rat Pack Latin American CEO Club. There's a bunch of really fun tech CEOs who go out and do excessive drinking. And I said to him, look, do you want to just pretend like you're the country manager or the regional manager for Latin America while I'm doing this launch in Argentina? And it'll be all good. It will just last a few hours, and that's fine. And he goes, yeah, no problem. It'd be cool. In fact, all the Rat Pack CEOs wanted to be the country manager. It was quite funny. They're like, no, let me do it. It's like, oh, that'd be a bit embarrassing. So we did this launch, and it's all great. And Sebastian goes on stage. And it was huge. It was like 1,500 people, the press. It was TV. There was whatever. And in fact, the press engagements went for another 2 weeks after the actual conference. And at this point, they're like, Sebastian, aren't you the CEO? Or aren't you working at this other company? And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, yeah. And he goes, well, I'm kind of stuck doing this job now, aren't I? And I go, well, do you want the job? And he goes, actually, I'd love to do the job. And it's like, okay, great. So he became our regional director for Latin America. In fact, it's his 2nd year anniversary as of last week. And he goes, oh, Matt, in the last 2 years, I've got you 792 press hits, including TV, radio, whatever. And this guy is a one-man PR machine. He's absolutely fantastic. We opened office in Vancouver. That's the team there. They're fantastic. Opened office in London. They're also great. The site started getting better because I couldn't find a graphic designer in Australia, so I posted a contest on Freelancer to find the best person to redesign the homepage. And we hired this guy out of Argentina. In fact, he was so good, and I was so desperate to hire him, I actually got him a 457 visa. He's now my art director in Sydney. He brought all his wife and kids over, which is great. So we started looking a bit more professional. The freelancers kept on sending amazing photos of them working on this. This is Machu Picchu, Indonesia, Philippines. I mean, it's amazing things, won some more awards. We've had some parties along the way that have been kind of fun. All sorts of crazy things have been happening. We almost burnt the office down twice during hackathon. We ran a hackathon every quarter. And it gets a bit crazy where they have fire. We're big enough now. We have 2 basketball teams and a band in-house. And it's good also. One of the great things is actually being of a certain size now, we can actually help the community. And one of the things we do sponsor, because the federal and the state government won't do it, is give money to the National Computer Science Summer School, which is an amazing program run by James Curran. Freelancer. And then we started doing other crazy competitions like scavenger hunts, where people all around the world would compete to go on these crazy scavenger hunts and do things. And this was actually, have you seen the Jean-Claude Van Damme video, where he's kind of doing the splits on the 2 semi-trailers? I think it's like a Volvo ad. This is kind of funny. So we got the freelancers to kind of recreate the ad with the Jean-Claude. There's no occupational health and safety standards with our competitions, unfortunately. We had them doing all sorts of crazy things. We said, get the logo, you form a team with people around the world, get your logo, get it to the North Pole, get it to Antarctica, get it to South Pole, get it on board the International Space Station. They were arguing with all the astronauts on the Twitter page for the ISS. It's like, please print our logo out. It's like, we're on the International Space Station. We can't endorse any company. But so it's basically Operation Mayhem. We launch once a year. It's really, really fun. Get a little bit tight in a second. Okay. Anyway, so that was all kind of fun. But and you know, we're going along, everything's powering along, and kind of then this happened, and we kind of thought to ourselves, well, what do we do? We can continue running the business as we are, keeping it private. We had term sheets from a bunch of venture capitalists. We could have sold the business if we wanted to. We could have partially sold the business if we wanted to, and we kind of mulled it over. And then we decided to list on the Australian Securities Exchange and keep it in Australia, because at least one company has to do that. And I actually think the future of investing in this country in technology is actually all going to be through crowdsourcing. It's either going to be crowdsourcing at the early stage with reforms that will hopefully come in at the very early stage, and then crowdsourcing at the later stage through the stock market. And we do that really well with resources, and I've written about this extensively, so I won't go into it in detail. But so we decided to list on the ASX, and I think it was a great decision. Bron started work. He's down there as well, here. And his first day, he joined the company. He's my VP Finance. I said, "Oh, we're going to IPO the company. By the way, you're in charge." And he's like, "What?" So it's like, okay, Bron's wanted to take a challenge on. So we went out and wrote a prospectus. And it's actually a lot easier than raising money from venture capital, because all you basically do is write a document that says, this is what I plan to do with the money, and you've got to be very careful to check it. You're not there negotiating a telephone directory thick of preferred stock over a 6-month period. It's actually, you say, this is what I want the money for, this is what I raise it for, you go out there and get it. And that's the last due diligence committee we had was in that room, where we kind of have to sign off on everything and make sure that all the dots are dotted and so forth, all the I's are dotted. So we went out there, and it was actually quite successful. We had this kind of Twitter was kind of launching at the same time, so I had their bird at the front of the I think it was the New York Stock Exchange, and we were trying to get a big bird out the front of the ASX. And in fact, Elmer, who runs the stock exchange, we really wanted to do this, but the building owner wouldn't let us do it. So the best we could do was put a neon sign in the actual window. And then we launched, and it was kind of my Justin Bieber moment for about 5 minutes, where I was ringing the bell. And it was kind of crazy because we went out with an issue price of 50 cents, and I was kind of looking at the screen trying to figure out where the share price was, because I was trying to find something number close to 50 cents, and I couldn't find it. All I could see was 2.50. And in actual fact, the stock, it was the third biggest opening ever on the Australian Securities Exchange. It went from 50 cents to $2.60 on the day, and the market capitalization hit over 1.1 billion. And in fact, they told me to ring the bell hard, because the last guy was an old Japanese guy who kind of they couldn't actually hear the bell being rung. So they said, just give it a good ring. And I actually broke the bell. So I ripped it off, and that was a great photo on the front cover of the AFR. And in fact, Elmer's a good guy. He actually framed the donga, or whatever you call it, and he wrote me a little note that says, this is what new technology does to old technology. And so that hangs in our foyer, so that's pretty fun. But I mean, today we're pretty much in every country on the planet. This shows sort of trade flows. The pink's where the employers are, the blue are where the jobs are actually being performed. There's also the crazy things we see here. The third biggest employer now are the Indians on our site. The Indians are hiring out-of-work Americans. The Latin Americans are hiring the out-of-work Spanish. The Brazilians are hiring the out-of-work Portuguese. All the trade flows are going backwards. So it's kind of interesting to see. We bought Warrior Forum. There's a bunch of guys wearing Warrior Forum shirts. They're probably down here today. This is an amazing resource. This is the world's biggest internet marketing community. This is 800,000 of the top guys in the world who really know how to launch products, sell online. So if you've got a problem with your business, which is how do I sell online? How do I launch a product? How do I go out there? And what's the growth strategies I take? This is where this is like ground zero. It's absolutely fantastic business. And there's a bunch of huge stuff coming out with this. But if you're a startup and you want to figure out how to sell online, this is the place to do it. It has literally changed my life since we bought it. And you can learn from these amazing people. The site's now looking great because we've got our I'm finishing up, Bill, it's okay. It's looking great because we've got that designer from Argentina across. The quality of the work on the site is absolutely amazing, right? You can post a job for $60 and get a 3D rendering of a room and get contest work like this. We launched Free Market a couple of weeks ago, which is amazing. We're opening new offices in Manila, new offices in Sydney, and basically that's where we are today. So thank you very much.
Great job. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're running a bit behind time here, but we still got time for a few questions for Matt. We thought we'd definitely be at the bar instead of in the lounge room. So I asked a few people if there was a couple of questions they asked, and he gave me I got just a few here. Anyways, one of the things you said, Matt, was that you you have this amazing dashboard of key stats.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're starting out in business, if you have a new company, what are the key stats that you would start to monitor from day one?
Well, I mean, the most important stat to me is revenue. But if you don't have revenue, you can look at things like traffic. You can look at sign-ups. You can look at hits within the page. I mean, we do actually some pretty sophisticated stuff. Willix Halim, who's my VP of Growth, he's actually pioneering a technique where we actually can tell within a page what people are doing. So if someone fills in one input field in a form and then clicks to another input field. We actually know the tracking through the actual page, so we know when people drop off when filling out a form, what particular element it is, etc. But the most important thing I think is just measure everything. Because with those insights, you can make changes. You can see whether the changes you've made are good or bad. Right? The worst thing you can do is just redesign your website, because you do some things that are good, some things that are bad, and some cancel each other out. So you try and isolate the changes, measure everything, and literally we've got about 4,000 graphs now on our dashboard.
And what do you think? You have a big success with Freelancer now. Sensory was not so successful. So what's the big difference or the big insight between a successful and a not successful company? I mean, if you had to say, what's the big difference?
You can have fantastic technology and a world-class team, and if you screw the business model up, you're stuffed. Right. I mean, we had really sophisticated technology. I mean, we had integrated circuits, hardware, you name it. It's just the way we sold it was completely screwed up. We sold it OEM into a box as opposed to selling the boxes themselves. While Freelancer, it's just a marketplace. The great thing about software is the marginal cost of software is zero, right? And the best thing about a marketplace is there's only one copy of the software. So you only have to update it once if you want to change something.
And was the capital intensity of the businesses different?
Oh, yeah. You know this. You're the chairman of the last one. Every time I come, every day I go to work at Sensory, there's a smell. I'm like, what is this smell? It's like money burning. Right. It's just, you got inventory. If you order too much inventory, it's like depreciating on the shelf. If you got too little, you can't sell. Per license of a software tool is $100,000 per engineer. It was just nuts. I mean, with Freelancer, it's completely different. It's obviously just a consumer website.
So one of the things, one of the questions here that we're getting is, Australia is a small part of the global market. Why did you list Freelancer on the ASX and not in the US?
Well, I mean, I've been writing it for years. How I thought, the ASX is really the future for financing in this country, and it was actually just suggested to me when I talked to an advisor about something else. Why don't you list it in Australia? And I kind of thought, well, I've talked about it a lot, but I've never actually really thought about it deeply in terms of doing it now. And so I went out there and I kind of saw, Xero kind of paved the way. They listed. They were only about a year and a half ahead of us in revenue, had similar sort of growth rates at the time. And I thought, wow, their market cap was about $2 billion. I thought they could kind of show that there's latent demand in the market, in the general public, to invest in technology companies. And I hope all of you actually go and invest in technology companies on the ASX, because I really think this is really the future of how your industry is going to get financed. But we thought, well, they seem to have gone pretty well, and I thought that there's not very many companies on the index here that are tech, and so we'd kind of be a big fish in a little pond, and I think it worked out really well.
Okay, and we're gonna do a couple of more questions, but what do you think was in terms of one of the things that I think all startups face is they face this challenge of hiring great teams. So what do you do? I mean, how do you hire people?
You absolutely have to hire the best people you can possibly afford. I mean, always hire an A+ team, an A-grade team. If you hire A-grade people, they will solve difficult problems for you without having you have to be involved. They'll hire other A-grade people. If you hire Bs and start hiring Bs, they'll hire Cs, right? And there's a mantra in a cardinal rule in venture capital is venture capitalists will always fund an A-grade team with a B-grade idea, but never a B-grade team with an A-grade idea. And you always say, in the class we teach together, I wonder if these guys actually can know the answer. If you had to compromise on product, market, or team, which one would you compromise on? Yell it out. Product, because a good team in a massive market will keep iterating until they get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, last question: what's the biggest challenge for Freelancer now, and where do you go from here?
Well, it's basically how to reach every small business on the planet, right? And how do you do that cost effectively? And this is kind of an analogous problem to what Google has at the moment, where they have to get people onto AdWords in their small business as well. So it's a tough segment of the market to reach. We're constantly innovating and trying new things. Running a growth team in a technology company today is like running a quant group in a hedge fund, right? The guys you should have in your team are sort of math, stats, comp sci, physics, those sort of guys. You come up with a strategy. The problem is if other people start implementing the strategy, you get crowding and it all fails. So SEO used to work, used to be fantastic. Now it's all failing, right? And also Google's changing the rules to make Google more money, right? Facebook advertising used to work. Now everyone's on it. It's all failing. So you've got to constantly innovate and go out there and figure out how to capture market.
Yeah, so I lied. I have one more question of my own personally, and that is, one of the things you said in the talk was that there is not enough emphasis on design, or that you cannot find great designers. So what would you say to people when they're starting a business about great UI and great UX? How important is that?
Oh, it's the difference between Airbnb being $1 billion company and a competitor of Airbnb being nowhere, right? I mean, like, understanding behavioral economics and human psychology and tying that into the elements of design on how people actually use sites, that's where the greatest innovation on a day-by-day basis happens in our company. We do 20 or 30 A/B tests a day, where we test changing little things on the
A
website.
day, 20 a day.
Yeah, every day, and we expect most of them to fail. And if you kind of can grind out a few percent from each of them, that's fantastic, especially if it's in your core funnel.
Yeah.
So we just sit there and we just kind of test different things, and it's really just how the humans actually use the site. How can we make the site easy to use, the UX better, the flow better, etc. Because that's the fastest way you'll grow revenue, right? Is by fixing your site and making it easy to use, as opposed to going and spending money getting people who have never thought about your site before.
Well, Matt, congratulations on all your
Thanks, Bill.
success.
Okay.
Really appreciate
Thanks,
it.
guys.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, so our next speaker is a terrific guy. It's Evan Thornley. Evan was the co-founder of LookSmart. He's been the CEO of Better Place. He's done a number of different startups. He has been a politician. He's been at McKinsey. I think he's a big fan of the Western Bulldogs. Is that right? Yeah, there you go, Western Bulldogs. He also calls himself a serial offender or co-founder. So let's welcome Evan Thornley to the stage, please.
Thanks, Bill, and thanks very much, everyone. I started LookSmart in 1995, and you wouldn't have put 700 people in a room to talk about tech startups. I think in 1997, the Fin Review said, and I quote, "The internet will come to be seen as the CB radio of the 90s." I think they and their ultimate owners, Fairfax, have discovered the error in that. It's fantastic to be in such a big room full of people that want to change the world. And Bill and the whole Blackbird team, this is just an incredible event, so congratulations. It's also a real honour to follow guys like Matt and, just so many amazing entrepreneurs. And I feel like, when I started out, the venture guys in Silicon Valley always wanted to hire, quote, industry veterans, which I took to mean second-rate people that have been around too long. And I think I'm now an industry veteran, so that's quite terrifying. But in the 20 years that I've been doing startups, I think I'm batting 8 for 11, which is reasonably good odds across the spectrum from high-tech businesses to social enterprises to community-based organisations. So rather than tell you one particular war story, I wanted to just distill something I've learnt from the 8 that worked and the 3 that didn't, and see if that's helpful to you. The first thing I've learnt, though, and maybe this is not true for everyone, but it's certainly how I roll. I said serial co-founder. I'm not a great believer in the heroic founder model. I'm not saying it doesn't work. There are clearly some heroic founders. But most of the entrepreneurs that I talk to and come and ask for advice, and they seem to have a half-decent idea, and I say to them, so who are your co-founders? Where's your team? And if they don't have one, my usual response is go back and get yourself some co-founders and then come and talk to me. Because, it's rare that one individual has the breadth and depth of skills. If your idea's any good and your leadership's any good, there ought to be a number of other people that are willing to turn their lives upside down and join you. So, if there are no co-founders and you can't find anyone you know or care about who wants to be part of this thing, then I think the market is trying to tell you something. So I would start right there. I just want to quickly give you a reprise on some of the startups I've been involved in, so you can ask any questions you want to get some context. LookSmart is not well known now, but I guess in its time was, I think we're the first Australian high-tech company to list on NASDAQ, so that was an important breakthrough, I think. I'm sorry to say it hasn't been followed all that frequently. I think our market cap peaked at about $14 billion. We also joint listed on the ASX. We returned our venture capital investors over 100 times their money, so I'm happy to say they returned my calls. And we did a company-making deal with Microsoft about 4 years in that probably was the single most powerful thing for the business. They wanted to buy the company. The problem was they wanted to buy it for less than I wanted to sell it for. And then I realised that actually what they wanted was only one part of the company, and the reason for the difference in valuation was they were valuing that one part of the company and I was valuing the rest. So I offered to license them that part of the company, and thankfully they said yes. So instead of selling for 150 when I wanted 280, we licensed them our core database and got 30 million cash up front and another 50 million over 5 years for zero equity, zero dilution. all pure revenue, all to the top line, and all 100% margin revenue. So, you know, that's, I think, a lesson in itself. GetUp is a different story. I was one of the founding team and donors and supporters. Many of you are probably aware of GetUp and are members of it. We just wanted to see Australian politics get a little bit more interesting and allow people who cared about stuff to have a voice. And now there's 700,000 members of GetUp, which I think is about 8 times the combined membership of all political parties in this country. So strike one for the good guys. Good Start is probably the thing I'm most proud of being involved in, and in many ways the one that I had the least involvement with. I mainly just came up with the idea and then helped put the initial consortium together, and a guy called Michael Trail, who some of you know from Social Ventures, then really led the transaction. But it's a wonderful story. So, you know, Eddie Grove spent $3 billion of other people's money doing a roll-up of childcare centres and built the biggest childcare network in the world, but it delivered crap quality care to the kids. I'd helped co-found a public policy think tank called Per Capita that was focused on human capital economics and particularly early childhood development as the single most important driver of social outcomes, when I saw the biggest asset in the space was bankrupt, when Eddie went broke. And so it occurred to me that no one was going to buy this thing in the middle of the global financial crisis, so maybe it was time that the good guys did. So we put a consortium together of 4 charities: the Brotherhood of St Lawrence in Melbourne, Social Ventures Australia, Benevolent Society and Mission Australia. And then we raised a pile of philanthropic capital, and then we got some bank debt, and so we bought for 120 odd million what Eddie had spent $3 billion putting together, and we returned it to the hands of the charities to actually run for the good of the kids. And now it's been rebranded Good Start. It's the 3rd biggest social venture in the world. And it turns out that doing good actually works from a business point of view, because the economics of childcare are principally driven by occupancy levels, just like airlines and hotels. So Eddie had it at 72% occupancy, which meant it was gasping for air. Once you actually take it over and focus on quality of care for the kids, you know, you're Bambi, and parents want to send their kids there, and your occupancy goes to 76 or 77, and the business prints cash, which you can then reinvest in more quality. So, thank you. I'm really proud of having been involved in that, though. Again, the credit for all of that work goes to Michael and Robin Crawford and now Julia Davidson and the team that run Good Start. And then the last one that I haven't mentioned here among the 11 that, you know, was our most noble failure, which some of you be aware of and some not, was a company called Better Place, which was the hottest startup company in the world about 4 years ago. It wasn't my idea. I joined to run the Australian arm. The business was actually founded out of Israel. And we had the modest mission of ending the world's addiction to oil and building an entire soup-to-nuts infrastructure system to enable electric cars to get to mass adoption. You wouldn't buy a petrol car if there weren't petrol stations anywhere. You won't buy an electric car unless you can keep it charged. And that turns out to be a complex process. So a brilliant entrepreneur called Shai Agassi developed a complete system that would make that work. And we can debate it if you want. I was convinced and am convinced that that entire system made sense, that the entire business model was brilliant, and it should have worked. It actually should have worked. It wasn't easy to execute, but we could have got it done. And for a range of reasons, which I'll touch on at the end of my talk, that business failed, not because it was a bad idea, not because the technology didn't work, not because the value proposition didn't make sense to customers, and not because, as most people said when it did fail, it was before its time. It failed because of the psychological failings of the principles. And I guess that's part of my discussion today, and I'll come back to it at the end. You know, being a successful entrepreneur and leader requires many things, but the most important thing it requires is some self-knowledge. And after the Better Place experience, I decided that I was only going to work with people I liked and trusted, because life's too short to do anything else. And a precondition for trusting someone is that they know themselves, and they have some insight into their own character and their own behaviour and their own motivations. And my experience of life and of business is, if you're dealing with someone who doesn't have that level of self-knowledge, whether as a business partner or a spouse or even a friend, sooner or later you're going to pay the price for their lack of self-knowledge. And that's just an important thought I wanted to leave you with today because I'd love to announce the thing we never got to announce. Here in Australia, Better Place had a signed deal with Shell for $50 million to finance and host our battery switch stations on their prime service station locations. I think if we'd announced that deal, it would have been the shot that was heard around the world. Big oil goes into zero emissions electric cars. We had GE ready to roll to take thousands of cars into corporate fleets through their custom fleet subsidiary. It's got 120,000 cars under management. And we put together the consortium with Bosch and Continental and Futurus and the rest of the auto supply chain and did the outsourced development of the electric Commodore for Holden so that that could get built without anyone in Detroit knowing about it, so they couldn't stop it until it was too late. There's still 9 of those things driving around, and let me tell you, that car is a low-flying aircraft. It is unbelievable. Mike Devereaux, the CEO of Holden, said it was the best car he'd ever driven. Not the best electric car, the best car. So we had all of that ready to roll here in Australia when the roof fell in our global head office as a result of the psychological failings of the principals in that part of the organisation. So that's a sad lesson, but an important one for me, and one I'd like to share with you in advance so you don't find yourself in the same situation. So that's a little bit about some of the organisations that I've been involved with, always as a co-founder. Sometimes as the leading co-founder, sometimes somebody else's idea, sometimes somebody else like Mike Trail doing the leadership work. I don't really care what role I play. What I care about is being part of a team that has that mission. I gave a TED talk a while back, you can get it online, where I tried to distill what I'd learned from startups into one simple model, and I called it the beautiful organisation, built around the golden rectangle, the ratio between the sides being equivalent to the ratio in the Fibonacci series for the mathematically inclined among you. And so I wanted to reprise a little bit of that today, but you can see it online. It's a TED talk, it's 18 minutes. Because I think it's still the key things that I've learned. So let me take you through each part of that. But let me say, the long sides of the rectangle is the quality of the idea or ideas and the calibre of the team. And, Matt talked quite a bit about the latter. But the short sides is what holds it together. Culture and values are the DNA of your organisation. The great joy for me about being a multiple founder of organisations is you get to set the culture and values. You get to establish the DNA of the organisation. You don't get to do that when you join an existing organisation, and a lot of times you don't like the culture and it's not productive. And the final one, which is least talked about and least recognised, and which very few of you in this room have probably thought much about, is governance. And the longer I go on in life and business and organisations, the more convinced I am that governance is absolutely crucial to get right, and one of the single biggest causes of unexpected failure in organisations. So I'll talk quickly about that. So a good idea. I mean, it's kind of a statement of the obvious, but so many of us get a mediocre idea and just can't wait to get out there and implement it. When if we were truly honest with ourselves, we pitch the idea to people, we hear some objections. If we're honest and we're listening, it's not a perfect idea or suite of ideas. It has holes. And, we're so gung-ho about wanting to do it, and the business is such a projection of our personal identity and sense of mission that we go ahead and do it anyway and barrel ourselves into a brick wall, or do something that turns out okay but not great, not insanely great. And proud as I am of LookSmart, for example, and certainly proud to crack the code on getting Australian companies onto the NASDAQ, as well as on the ASX, to Matt's point, it was a mediocre idea, to be honest. And I think that if we'd thought harder earlier, we could have had a better way of thinking about that massive business opportunity called internet search and internet search marketing, and built a bigger and more durable company. Some of the other things, Good Start, on the other hand, was a simple idea. Why don't we put childcare back in the hands of community organisations that care about kids? And actually the economics of that will be better. So it was a simple idea, but an incredibly profoundly good one. And as a result of that, the idea sold itself, and everybody came on board. The government came on board to help us outbid the private equity guys. All the professional firms did pro bono work up front to try and help us win the deal and only get paid on success. $25 million of philanthropic capital backed this deal and ultimately got a good return back into their DGR funds as a result. A really, really well thought out idea, whether it takes 1 minute or 2 years. Shai Agassi spent 2 years putting the whole suite of ideas together that became Better Place. And as I say, despite the fact that Better Place is no longer with us, I will argue to my dying day that it wasn't because the calibre of the ideas was not strong. It was the single best business idea I've ever seen, and potentially the single most transformative environmental project. It failed for other reasons, but he had done the hard work of really thinking through almost every element of how this would work with almost every constituency to make it work. A really good idea understands the economics of the business. I'm an old McKinsey guy. You've got to understand the difference between a big number and a small number. You've got to work out how you're fundamentally doing things that are transformatively different in the underlying economics. A good idea, and I think this is really powerful, has to have a social license. That's why Good Start was so powerful, because everybody wanted us to win. Everybody wanted Bambi to take over childcare, not Michael Milken, whom I'll talk about in a minute. But then you've got to question everything and be intellectually honest with yourself, and particularly if your initial idea wasn't such a great idea, which ours at LookSmart wasn't, at least we had the wit to morph and morph and morph and morph and stay agile. So we went from trying to build a directory and finding out that people did keyword search more than category directories, to then building a portal and then finding out that everybody else went public and had tons of money to build their portal brands and we didn't because we were stuck under Reader's Digest. And so then we turned ourselves into a white label company that built portals for everyone else. And then we realised that banner advertising was not going to be a viable long-term revenue source because it wasn't delivering value to customers. So we and a company called GoTo.com really invented together the search listings model, which now completely dominates search and is the basis of Google's revenue model. They had the wit to invent a link topology ranking algorithm that changed the nature of search. And so on and so forth. So you have to keep morphing. If your initial idea isn't good, then at least have the honesty to recognise that and turn it into one that is, which was partly Matt's point. I'd rather have a great team who can see when they've got it wrong and change it than not. Secondly, team, I just can't say enough about this, and again, I just heard Matt saying some of the same things. I'll just talk about a few things. I hire firstly for commitment. You've got to wade through blood together. This is hard. Millionaires one day, broke the next, and you go through that cycle so many times. So unless people are all in, it's just never going to work. I try and, no matter how much I want someone on the team, I try and tell them everything that's going to go wrong or could go wrong and make sure that they're up for the risk. Some people are great people, but they don't have a risk tolerance, or they're not at the right stage in their life where they should be taking those risks as rational human beings. And I would always rather help them find that out now than trying to con them into thinking that we're not risky or they're in a better place than they are to take risk, and then, have it all end in tears. I'm a huge believer in every employee is a shareholder of the company. On a good day, and we certainly found this at the peak with LookSmart, most of our team were earning more money from their ownership of the company than they were from their wages. So we all thought like shareholders, not like employees, and that's the way you want it to be. But again, different people are in different situations. Whenever I'm hiring people now, my standard opening on what are you going to pay me is, well, you tell me how much you need to live on and I'll tell you how many stock options you get. It's pretty simple. I don't want people trying to live on less than they need and causing stress for themselves or their families, but by the same token, if they can take the minimum that they need to be comfortable financially rather than the maximum they could get in the labour market and are willing to take the rest in upside, that's always the best option. I believe in forward recruiting. It's an interesting idea I haven't heard discussed anywhere else, but we did it at Better Place really well. We hired 42 people. It's the single best team I've ever had the privilege of being part of. And with all due respect to my dear friends, the Bassett brothers at Seek, who are old and good friends, we didn't pay a single dollar for recruiting that incredible team of 42 people. And the reason we didn't was every time somebody who I rated called me up and said, oh, look, I know this person who's thinking about doing something else and they really would love to work with Better Place, and we had 18,000 unsolicited resumes, so this was a common thing. If they came from a trusted source and someone I really respected, I would interview this person regardless. My team used to get frustrated how much time I'd spend interviewing candidates for jobs we didn't have. And, some people got hired within 3 weeks. I think the record was 3.5 years. But we filled every single position from that network with forward recruiting. And it had a number of huge benefits. Firstly, we got the people we wanted, even if it took a while till we had the right job for them. Secondly, they got to work with the company they wanted to work for, which was cool. Thirdly, as you know, in any startup, by the time you've realised you need to fill some new role, it's already 6 weeks too late and you're dying. And you can't afford to wait 3 months or 4 months to get that role filled. And then if you hire badly because you just kind of have to take the best person you can find because you really need to fill it, that's always a mistake. So we filled roles immediately. You basically called them up and said, "We've got a job for you now. Are you willing to come across?" And almost always they'd say yes. So I really like that. Another couple of thoughts. This, I think, was one of, unfortunately, the great failings in the global head office at Better Place. Shai Agassi, who's a brilliant entrepreneur and had 3 successful startups before, had his kind of core team who'd been great people, terrific people, very clever, very talented, very committed, who'd built 3 very successful little enterprise software startups that they'd sold for hundreds of millions. But we were now trying to put $2 billion worth of metal in the ground, and that's a completely different skill set. And so while Shai was loyal to his team, he ultimately was not loyal to the mission because he wasn't able to find a different way of wanting to stick with that loyal team but actually do what we needed to do. And, I'm a big believer in loyalty. And, certainly through the 7 years I was involved at LookSmart, we had a bunch of people who were involved who played different roles at different times. If the business is growing super fast, often the business grows faster than the individuals themselves can grow, which is unusual. Normally it's the other way around in the labour market. So you never get rid of your loyal core founding team, but you sit down and you have a chat and say, look, the organisation's growing faster than you can, that's not your fault. You're a core part of the team, you've got a ton of stock options up front, that doesn't change. You own a big chunk of this company because you took the risk and you did the hard work. But I think the best role for you now is this role. And we're going to need to bring in somebody else to play this role. And 95% of the time, people who are loyal to the mission and to the organisation and to you personally actually agree, and it's often a relief to them. So you should always reward loyalty, but not at the expense of the mission. The last 2 points I can't make strongly enough. I feel very passionate about this issue. Don't hire in your own likeness. The Better Place team here in Australia, as I say, is the single best team I've worked with, and it was just because of this incredible diversity of expertise. We all respected each other's expertise, and that's what made the executive table so effective. And we had the opposite happen in global head office, where we had a bunch of 30-something enterprise software guys. That didn't work. I think when we went public on the NASDAQ, I was the only company in Silicon Valley that had a majority of women on the senior management team, at least for a period of time. The Australian labour market and the world labour market just consistently and amazingly undervalues women in so many roles, and particularly in our industry. Just call me opportunistic. I just thought I could get better people with less competition because we were willing to understand the skills and capabilities that many of these women had. And so there's a great arbitrage there. We would give them more responsibility and a greater share of the rewards than they were likely to get anywhere else. And that was still often relatively cheap to what we would have had to pay for someone less good of a different gender. So I'm not advocating that inequality should stay, but I'm just saying there's an opportunity for forward-thinking people. Culture and values, just lots of ideas here about what type of organisation I want to work in and I find people want to work in. And most of the times we've run internal surveys, we have a high 80s or low 90s level of satisfaction among our team. So I think these cultural values work. My first is choose your own boss. Anyone who's at the bottom of the totem pole, they should choose who they want to work for, not the other way around. And if there's someone in a leadership role who nobody wants to work for, then the market is trying to tell us something. 2 heads are better than 1. I just don't believe in this sort of command and control stuff, not from the CEO, not from anyone else. Looking at all sides of a problem usually gets a better result. So I don't believe in it. It's not about a democracy. It's about a meritocracy. Best idea wins. A number of these are ideas I picked up when I spent 5 years at McKinsey & Company, which is a wonderful firm. And another central idea for them was not that you have a right to dissent about what the leadership wants, you have an obligation to. If you think we're doing something wrong, either business-wise or let alone, say, ethically, then you stick your hand up and say so. And rather than being punished for saying so, you should be rewarded. And I've always tried to live by that as a leader. We only work with people we like and trust. I've tried working with people I don't like and trust, and apart from the fact that I really hate it and don't enjoy it, and it sucks all my emotional energy into bad shit rather than being creative and being a good leader, it just never works. So let me give you the tip. If you're trying to deal with someone, customer, investor, colleague, and you don't like and trust them, just save yourself the grief and find a way to move on. Because not only will you not enjoy it, but it won't work. Second last one, shoot one, educate 1,000. I think I once said never underestimate the importance of symbolic violence. I protect culture with a passion. We once hired a sort of number 2 person in HR. We had about 600 people at LookSmart at this stage. And about 3 weeks in, I'm starting to hear around the campfire that this person is gossiping. I mean, someone in HR, of all things, gossiping about other people. And I just pulled him aside and I said, look, I didn't hire you and I don't really know you, but I'm hearing this stuff and I just want to tell you, I will not have this cancer in my organisation, so please stop or you won't be here. And like 3 days later, it happened again, and I frog marched them out of the building and sent them their stuff later. And that was perhaps a little harsh, but it was deliberate. I was sending a message. We don't do that here. Not now, not ever. We don't do unethical here. We just don't. You know, it always comes back to bite you. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Governance really matters. It's so important as a CEO that you have a great board. It's lonely at the top. You need people that can question you and push you and support you as well. So many people put so little time into that. It sort of gets randomly assembled or somebody else sort of puts the board together. Take charge of getting a great board that supports you, that is diverse, that will challenge you. And always understand, at the end of the day, you'll forgive me because I spent too many years in politics, be able to conduct the mental exercise when the shit hits the fan, who's got the numbers in the room. Because sooner or later, there will be a fight. And it matters who's got votes in the boardroom. So when you're signing that first venture deal and they're taking this number of board seats and this and that, just don't ignore it. We went through a couple of real shenanigans at LookSmart, and I always took care about this. I had a great board, but we kind of had a big falling out at one point, and 3 of them ultimately left, and then I got an even better board. But it was always important to me. And I would say the number 1 reason I see startups fail is that they run out of runway financially. The number 2 reason is failures at the governance level. Fights between founders and venture people, fights between venture people and other venture people. It's just constant. And every entrepreneur comes to me with a crisis at a governance level, thinks they're the first person who's ever had a crisis in the governance. It's just, don't ignore it. It's one of the short sides of the golden rectangle. And the contrast is a great board is unbelievably supportive and helpful. Okay. I think you can distill startup leadership down to one line, which I have here. At the end of the day, being an entrepreneur is about convincing everyone that everyone else is in. You know, the person who hosts the party is in the power position. That's why it's so exhausting. It's so emotionally exhausting. Because you're sort of hand-waving a bit that everyone else is in, but if you say it convincingly enough, everyone believes that everyone else is in, and then they are in, and then you weren't lying. Okay? And, you know, that is so much of the skill of the leader. And a lot of that is about having a vivid enough imagination and a vivid enough vision of what it is that you're building that you can see it and you can communicate it and others can see it and want to be part of it. And then they see that everyone else wants to be part of it and suddenly it's all happening. So, you know, your early customers have to believe that it's going to happen, that they're not wasting their time. Obviously, the investors have to believe that everyone else is in and they're not going to put their money in. But start at the start. You've got to convince a bunch of people to disrupt their lives and join you. You've got to get suppliers. You know, when we started at LookSmart, we were a customer of a little thing called the Pacific National Bank, I think it was. I think Martin's in the audience. You'll remind me, Martin. Speaking of co-founders, Martin Hoss can be on later today from Redbubble, one of my co-founders at LookSmart. We were the smallest customer at this bank when we started, and then when our initial investor, Reader's Digest, pulled out and we were broke, we were managing these guys day to day to please pay this bill, please don't pay this check. Honest, trust me, we'll get you the money. And they looked after us. And after we went public 3 years later, we had a big party with 1,300 people, had a $1 billion market cap, and the little bank manager comes up to me and says, Evan, you're our biggest customer. You just deposit 120 million in my bank. Just tell me what I can do to keep your business, because we'll do anything we can. And I said, John, you've done it already, man. You were there with us in the hard times. We don't forget our friends. But, you have to paint that vision for, I was always going to, agencies, law firms, everyone saying, can't really afford to pay you now, but if it works, we'll look after you. Now, you've got to honour that when you do it, and you try and honour it, most importantly, by being successful. But, it's kind of how you get things done. Then you've got to convince the media, and you've got to convince often even government that everybody else is in, and they're the last. Governments won't do anything on either side of politics unless it's absolutely zero risk, right? Because one bad front page on the Daily Telegraph or the Herald Sun, and life's not worth living for those guys. So, a good example of that actually, when I cooked up the idea for the Good Start Consortium to buy ABC Childcare, I was in my brief political career, I was in the Premier's office in Victoria. And I knew that if I even mentioned it, that somebody would shut it down. Like, don't you dare do that. That's like super high risk. So I just kind of went quietly about it and got Tralee up here, and we put this thing together. And after I'd left politics, I got a call from Brumby's spin doctor, a good bloke called George Svigos, and he said, mate, paper's running a story tomorrow saying you cooked up this Good Start idea when you were in the Premier's office. And they want to know whether the Premier was aware of it. And I said, well, George, you and I both know that I did, and that the Premier knew nothing about it. But since it's all worked out great, I think you should say that I had the full support of the Premier, is 100% behind us, and I won't contradict you. And he said, yeah. No, good, mate, good, that's good, yeah. So I'm a kind of conflict-averse person, and that's a failing that I have as a leader, and part of my last part of this speech. But I do try and live by the motto that my father taught me, which is I don't start blues, but I do finish them. It's hard to get through this game without ending up in a fight with someone. Not your fault, usually, hopefully, but it happens, and that's part of the best war stories come from those. Actually, I'll come back to crooks I have now. War is the continuation of politics by other means. Startups is the continuation of war by other means. Our friends at Reader's Digest, I kind of stole the entire new media budget of the person that ran new media at Reader's Digest, and it was all then given to us to run LookSmart because the chairman sort of backed us in. So that person did everything they could to stop us. And they thought the smartest way to stop us was to get our initial user interface market research tested before it was really ready, and then it would fail in testing, and then they could say, oh, look, it didn't work. So we worked incredibly hard and got this absolutely beautiful interface, but it was slow as buggery, and this is 1996, right? And so we didn't, it was going to test lousy. It was beautiful, but it was too slow. We knew we could fix up performance, but we'd run out of time. So we went to the test facilities, and our Reader's Digest people didn't really know what they were doing, and one of our tech guys comes in with a pizza box under his arm, a little Sun server, sneaks out the back, whacks it on the LAN. Market research starts, people are playing with the site, it's running like a rocket. Absolutely beautiful. This thing tests off the charts, we get through to the next round of funding. The rest is history. Reader's Digest ended up making 10 times their money despite the way they stuffed us around, so it all ended well. I give a lot of lectures about ethics in business, and you may argue that wasn't my finest moment, but I guess I had a context there of somebody who was trying to do the wrong thing, and we were going to not take it. So we did what we had to do, and we improved the performance of the site. When we started GetUp, most of the political establishment on all sides just thought it was irrelevant. There was only one person who was really smart about it, actually, was Erica Betts, of all people. Erica, as he's lovingly known. The day we announced GetUp, Betts put the tax office, the ACCC, ASIC, and 4 government agencies on trying to stop us, the Electoral Commission. So we fought all of them and won. Conrad Black, dear Conrad. We were negotiating our Microsoft deal at the same time as we were negotiating venture money with Conrad. We decided not to tell him that we had this huge Microsoft deal because we knew that he wouldn't fund in case waiting for the deal to come. And they strung us out and we were running out of money, and suddenly the deal was getting worse and worse and worse and we were getting screwed. But then we closed the Microsoft deal the day before we were due to close Conrad's rotten deal. So then we called him up and said, look, terribly sorry, a few things have changed. We just banked 30 million from Microsoft for nothing. We kind of don't need your 12. And they didn't take that very well. And so they signed the contract and wired us the money. So we wired them the money back. I guarantee we were the only company in the history of Silicon Valley to wire the money back. And went through 4 levels of the US courts and won every round. So sometimes you've just got to fight. The last time we had a real problem on our board, I won't go into all the details, and it was partly my fault, but we ended up with a shit fight on the board. And so 3 independent directors, we're a public company, 3 independent directors resigned like on Friday. This is post-crash, by the way. This is not a happy public market to have 3 independent directors resign. And so it was kind of lawyers, guns and money all weekend. My lawyer was well connected with the Dems, so we got the deputy press secretary from the White House out on a freebie to come and help us. So we had the best spin doctors in the country, and we're sitting down all weekend trying to work out how we're going to tell the market that we just lost 3 independent directors, which is kind of clumsy. And about halfway through Saturday, I looked at them all and all the lawyers and all the spin doctors, and I said, I got this really crazy idea. What if we tell the truth? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, it kind of happened like this. You see, we had a fight about this, and we won and they lost and they've left. And like there's no accounting problems and everything's kind of okay, but you know, this sort of stuff happens. It's the human race. These things happen. And by the way, we'll pre-announce that our earnings this quarter are going to beat guidance. So ultimately, we agreed that telling the truth was a good idea, and we went out there and I, you know, the market, 3 independent directors resigning. But we pre-announced earnings was going up, and lo and behold, we then got on a call with the analysts afterwards, and they're like, why should I believe what you've said? And I said, what, you think I'd make this up? It's not a very flattering story to me, it's just the truth, okay? Anyway, the stock ended up going up rather than down. So do what you have to do to win those fights, because you're going to have them. I'm nearly out of time for this, but so crooks I have known. If you are unethical, sooner or later it will catch up with you. Uncle Conrad ended up going to jail for a whole bunch of other reasons. Eddie, I don't think has ever gone to jail, but I mean, will be fighting it for the rest of his life. Michael Milken, you remember the movies Wall Street? That was Michael Milken. He's now reformed, he's rehabilitated, he's doing stuff in childcare, and he wanted to buy ABC Learning and looked like being the lead bidder with his shop out of the US. So the Special Operations Branch managed to get a front page headline in the Daily Telegraph that said, and I quote, "Don't sell Australia's children to convicted criminal Michael Milken." And I'm happy to report that their bid didn't proceed after that. This is a beauty. I remember going to a meeting with another NASDAQ-listed startup called Homestore.com. We were trying to cut a distribution deal. You know, you take some of our stuff, we'll take some of yours. And they start saying, yeah, actually, we can book that as revenue, right? Like it's like kind of barter deal, but it's not really, and no one needs to know. And I'm sort of like, we don't really do that. Like our revenue is really revenue. And they're like, but come on, man, we're valued on earnings. The stock will go up. It's a win-win. And we're just sort of like gently backing out of the room. 3 months later, these guys are in jail. So, you know, when your gut tells you something's wrong, something is wrong. Henry Blodgett, this is my favourite story. Henry was the big internet analyst at Merrill Lynch. We got along pretty well. He'd given us some good ratings, and then suddenly we got slammed. Blodgett just out of nowhere issues this thing slamming us. And I'm like, man, what do we do to deserve that? Then there was that whole Wall Street thing that Elliot Spitzer, before he was found with the wrong people in the wrong bedrooms, was prosecuting, and I'm reading through the transcripts of some of the stuff about Blodgett, who got busted. And there in black and white is the trail between him and Ted Meisel, who's a great bloke actually, but the CEO of GoTo.com, one of our closest competitors, where these clowns were promising that if GoTo gave Merrill Lynch the lead of their book for their secondary offering, Merrill Lynch's research would come out and slam LookSmart. So, yeah. I don't think this bloke is a crook, but this is just a fun story. I'm nearly finished. When we were fighting with Uncle Conrad, it was Clinton era, so all the neocons and all the conservatives were sort of off trying to get corporate jobs somewhere waiting for the next Bush presidency. So Richard Pearl, who had negotiated the SALT II weapons treaty with the Soviets, a reasonably serious guy, was actually running the venture arm for Uncle Conrad, which is kind of weird. So we go to meet with his offsider, Phil. I can't remember his last name. All I remember is we called him Spooky Phil. And we're trying to, they're going to give us $12 million. We're making small talk in a cafe in Maryland somewhere. And, what did you do before this? I was in so-and-so, New Mexico. And we're like, what did you do there? That's classified. Okay. Anyway, we ended up going through 4 rounds of the US courts with Richard Pearl. I don't recommend doing that with an Undersecretary of Defence as a general rule. Finally, great golfers I have known. That was fun. 2 things I learnt playing 18 holes with the Chief. 3 things, actually. The first one is we jumped in the car together. He's driving. We swing down around the first hole at Stanford Golf Course. He nearly hits a tree. And I'm thinking, what do I say to this guy? I turned to him. I said, you don't do a lot of your own driving, do you, Mr. President? But I did pick up 2 things in the course of that, and as a mate of mine said, mate, you got more time with him than John Howard did. The first thing was, and this is actually profound, and it leads to my conclusion. He said, son, in my business, it's very important to take criticism seriously, but none of it personally. And I think that that's an important lesson in life. And the other thing he said was, in my line of work, I can manage my own time. So I always get to Chelsea's things at school and the ballet rehearsals and everything, and then I work all the rest of the time. And as entrepreneurs, you can manage your own time, and that is one of the joys of it. You will work twice as hard, but actually you can stay true to the people that you care about. And if this bloke can do it, then you certainly can. I won't talk about the trophy cabinet too much. It was fun. I did want to make one final point, though. Be careful what you wish for.
Make it quick.
I will. Because I didn't get to the point we were going to get to, but you're going to ask me that question.
Yeah.
We'll do that. After we went public and we had a $1 squillion valuation and I was number 6 on the risk list and all that sort of stuff, got a visit from my private bankers at Goldman, and they said, a lot of our clients like to talk to the security people after this sort of thing. And I'm like, okay. This ex-CIA guy comes over and sits me down and says, let me tell you about the 12 children of internet CEOs who've been kidnapped in the last 12 months. I'm like, this is not a happy story. That's kind of what happens, apparently. It's mainly a business. Hopefully, usually no one gets hurt. And then they looked at the house we were living in and said, you're moving, we can't defend you here. And we moved up into a quiet place up in Marin County, the wealthiest hippie commune on earth. So be careful what you wish for. All that glitters isn't gold. And even when you're successful, the things that really matter can be more at risk than they were before. So that's a lesson. What we're going to talk about, and Bill's going to ask me about, is this part. Because I actually think this is the message I want to leave you with, which is that all the other stuff is not going to matter much if you don't have the self-knowledge to understand why you are doing what you're doing and how that impacts your behaviour and your leadership with other people. So I've thrown it to you, Bill, so you can ask me.
Well, thanks very much. Awesome. Great job. So I'm so glad that you're here today, Evan, because he's done a whole lot of things, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and I'm sure we could talk all day. We are running a little bit behind on schedule, so we'll just do a few questions. But one of the things I was interested in is, look, you've built all kinds of teams. I mean, you've built high-powered teams to run businesses, high-powered teams in politics, high-powered teams in profits and non-profit businesses. What's the difference, or what's the similarity?
I try to make them all values-based. I don't think there is much of a difference.
Right.
If people don't have a shared set of values about how you treat other people, about how you conduct yourself as an organisation in the world, then that will create massive internal tension in the organisation.
Yep.
And it's just not fun.
Yeah.
So, I think that the distinction between business and sort of community and political is overrated. They're all trying to change the world. They might have different business models, but building strong, united teams with strong values is a constant across all of them.
Yeah, and I want to ask you one other question about DNA and culture, because I think I agree with you. I think it's very underrated. So can you just take just a couple of minutes and talk a little bit more about DNA and culture? Why is it important to set that DNA and that culture early on? And how do you keep it up as the organization scales? And how do you scale yourself?
Yeah. Look, it just seems to be the case. I call it DNA because those norms, cultural norms of an organisation are usually set in the first 18 months.
Yep. And
they almost never change, at least not for the better. They can get worse, but they rarely get better. The more stable and confident an organisation is, the more people want to play internal politics because they can.
Right.
Because they're not threatening the future of the business, which is why, government and large corporates are just all consumed with internal politics because they don't actually have to worry about survival. So if you don't at least start out with a great set of values, you're in deep trouble. I think the longer I go on, the more I feel that the principal role of the leader is to set and enforce those values. And of course, the best way to do that is to live by those values.
Yep.
I hope I've never asked anyone on my team to do anything I wouldn't do.
Yep.
Or wouldn't ask myself to do or have already done. I used to say my family's my first priority, my business is my second priority, I don't have a third priority. And I felt that was the right set of priorities for everybody else on the team.
Right.
I think there is a danger that as the organisation grows and that you as a leader get stale, that it atrophies and that other behaviours start becoming dominant. And succession planning is everything. And it's probably one of the things I got wrong at LookSmart. It's not a criticism of my successor. It just didn't work out right. And part of the reason was that person was a fantastic number two, just a fantastic COO. We were a great team together. But I did the culture and values things, and he did a lot of operational things. And then when he had to take over the culture and values role, it wasn't his shtick. Yeah. And actually, it didn't work out at all. Right. And quickly.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do a couple of quick questions from the audience, and then we'll wrap it up. So one question is, will Tesla succeed where Better Place failed? You have a thought on that?
Yeah, wow. I mean, two of the smartest entrepreneurs in the world, Elon Musk and Shai Agassi.
Yeah.
I don't know Elon, but I do know Shai very well, and I know why we failed. And it was really because Shai ultimately found it too comforting to be surrounded by people who adored him than to be surrounded by people who had the expertise necessary to succeed.
Yeah.
And when confronted with that and the reality that if he didn't get out of that comfort zone, the mission would fail, it turns out that his psychological needs were more important than the mission. Now, I don't know Elon well, but I'm guessing that's not how he plays.
Yeah.
The great shame is, of course, the two should have worked together. We should have built the infrastructure and Elon should have built the cars.
Right.
And I don't know that Elon can ever get that thing to mass market without infrastructure. And he's starting to build his own. And I think that's going to be hard. So, I mean, you can never count him out. He's such an incredible entrepreneur. Ego's gotten... Those two elephants could never be in the same room together. They were about the same age.
Right.
This town ain't big enough for both of us.
Yeah.
We could have completely changed the world if those two guys could have got along.
Yeah. Last question here, and I think it's a good one, is can you assemble a board of advisors if you're still very, very early with very modest revenues? In other words, how important... Let's change that a little bit, but even if you are a very young company and you've got a great vision, but that's about all you have. Can you attract really good advisors around you?
Absolutely. I think if you have a great vision And when I say a great vision, both as a business vision and hopefully that does something good in the world, and you can get a great team around you.
Yep.
You know, I'm starting to be one of those industry veterans now that likes helping other people rather than doing it themselves, so I'm beginning to understand the mentality of the mentor. You know, people that have been successful love helping other people. It's kind of, what else have you got to do? You know, once you've done it a few times, you want to help other people be successful. There's no shortage of experienced people with a ton of wisdom that want to help. And they're often excited. You know, Harrison Young was kind enough to accept my invitation to be chair of Better Place Australia. And he was chair of the National Broadband Network. He's on the board of the Bank of England. He's on the board of the Commonwealth Bank. Was former vice chairman of Asia for Morgan Stanley. And Better Place Australia with like 13 people when he agreed to join. It was the most fun board he had.
Right.
Absolutely loved
Exciting.
it.
So he can buy into the vision.
Yeah, the vision was compelling and the team were just a great, energetic, decent group of people, and so it was fun. So I encourage you, again, if you can't get good advisors, the market is trying to tell you something.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's fantastic. Really learned a lot. Evan, wonderful. Excellent job. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch here. Now, a couple of things before we do that. One is the little shop out in front has what's the name again? Cornerstone. Out in front, you can go there, or you can go out on Abercrombie Street. There should be an email to all of you who registered, and that details out some things. Now, we want to do a couple things. One is we really need everybody back here at 1:30. I know it's a very short period of time, but Mike Cannon-Brookes from Atlassian is coming on next. He's got a plane to catch, so we want to start right on time. So let's make sure we're all back here at 1:30. The other thing is, for those of you who don't want to go to lunch and want to stay here, there's going to be a bonus panel sponsored by AWS. And if you want to stick around, that's going to be really fun because there's going to be a lot of interesting people on it. So see you in a bit.
So, thank you. For those of you who are here, I'm Ian. I'm going to be hosting this panel. So we've got a great panel to talk about how to scale your business. So we'll be kicking off in probably 5 minutes. So we've got Mike Cannon-Brookes, Matt Berry, Mel Perkins from Canva, and Seth from Crux. So we're going to get them to join us in a sec. So if you're heading out into the foyer, grab your lunch and come back. And if you're staying around, maybe come down the front so we don't feel like we're pitching to an empty room. Matt, join us.
Where's everyone else?
getting mic'd up.
Okay, good.
Are you on?
Am I on?
Yeah. Oh,
Hello?
okay. Switch him on.
Doesn't this guy look hilarious? It's like some sort of Scottish robotic Terminator from the future. Amazon AWS T-shirt, the kilt.
Well, in case you didn't know, it's Independence Day in Scotland today. Mel, Seth, welcome. So, Mel, do you want to
Hey, Seth.
grab a seat? Wherever you like. You can sit beside Mike. I think you know Mike quite well, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. And then Mike's just...
We want to get you on the seats as well with that logo.
No, I'm not.
Skirt.
I don't want to take that risk. So, all right.
So did you vote yesterday? Okay, everyone. Hello. Okay, guys, our next speaker needs very little introduction to a crowd like you. We did have their logo up a minute ago. It's coming up. Mike Cannon-Brookes from Atlassian.
Thanks, champion. All right, so this is going to be super interesting. I've got no speaker notes. I got a presentation I wrote this morning. Let me see. I was asked by Nick, I got 15 minutes, right? Yep. Okay, 15 minutes to tell you about the early days and early lessons and everything else. So what I thought would be interesting is every slide in this deck that's not one massive color or a photo is from an old deck. So what I started with is took all these decks that were like in Dropbox in 2008, 2006, 2005, and put them all together, and hopefully I can weave a story through it in real time. So it'll be fun. We're missing a font, but that's all right. Don't question my font choices. It's not supposed to look like that. So I thought I'd boil it all down with 4 critical decisions that I think if we'd made them differently in our first 5 or 6 years, we probably would have ended up in a different spot, and then try to put some color, and Nikki insisted I put lots of old photos, so there's lots of embarrassing photos in there. Apologies for that. I'd like to start with this one. There's actually a work photo. This is pretty much what the startup journey looks like for me, which is you start off on the side of the boat, on the side of the river. This is a bunch of our team members looking at this boat, thinking this is going to be really awesome, and then most of the journey you spent hanging on for dear life. But it's a lot of fun, but it could end badly at any time. So if I had one photo to justify the journey, that would be it. I think that's from 2006. So first decision we had, which is a bit of a trite one for Atlassian, is we chose a scalable model, and that made a huge difference. That was a huge decision that we put far too little time and energy into thinking about at the time, and has proven to be one of the most successful things. So AKA, how did we come up with the Atlassian engine? This is where we get into super old slides. Again, don't judge my slide quality. This is 2003 era kind of stuff. Nice black bullet points. So we started early. I wrote this book. You can still get it on Amazon if you really want. It's kind of crap. We didn't have any money, and we had a couple of credit cards. We knew we wanted to make software, and how hard could that be? So we needed to change things. How are we different in software from a traditional enterprise software company? Well, that's where the decisions come from. So the decision for us was quite easy in the end of the day. We didn't have any money, so we couldn't hire any salespeople, right? So the Atlassian engine is all about not having any salespeople. How did that come about? Well, basically, we didn't have any money. So we decided that software had to sell itself. It wasn't so much a decision as we were forced into it. Some of the best decisions you're actually forced into. If we had to sell itself, it had to be cheap. People aren't going to go and spend $100,000 on the internet. They actually are, but in those days they weren't. If we were going to sell it at low dollars, if we wanted to build a real business and make any money, we had to sell a shitload of it, right? Thousands of copies, so that kind of came from the start. And if we had to sell thousands of copies, we had to sell it globally, which meant we had to be global from day one. And they're sort of all summed up as the fact that the customer doesn't buy our stuff, or the customer does buy our stuff, sorry, we don't sell it, which is kind of the evolution of where the Atlassian no salespeople kind of thing came from, was a decision early that if all these things held true, therefore we needed to sell low-priced, highly affordable, global from day one kind of software, which came about really well. As a part of that, we had our goal to have 50,000 customers. This was a very big decision for us because saying we had 50,000 customers meant every time we went to a trade show and we got 20 leads, we'd look at each other and go, 20 leads is not going to move the needle here if we're trying to aim for 50,000. Again, follow all the decision tree beforehand. And actually, that was a really big instructive goal because every decision we've made along the way has been about massive scale because on day 1, day 2, day 5, and which are very early in the piece, we chose this massive, massive goal of 50,000 customers. Now, the funny thing about why we chose 50,000 customers is at the time we thought $100 million was the biggest business we could possibly imagine. And we thought we could probably get about $2,000 per customer, and so we did the maths very simply and came up with 50,000 because that was a $100 million business. Ironically, today, that's right. So we just actually passed 40,000 customers 12 years in, so we haven't even reached the 50,000, but we've clearly passed the $100 million mark, so our maths was a little bit off there. Point of the decision was that we focused on scale. How to do 4 minutes? Okay, 4 decisions, 4 minutes each. I'm almost going to get to 15. Second key decision is building a second product. This is probably one of the most instructive decisions that Atlassian ever made and was a little bit of a fight, and probably the reason why we're not a division of IBM as we speak. So we had this product called Jira. This is an awesome website screenshot. We were really great at CSS. Actually, there was no CSS back here. we were good at making tables look pretty well, and this is from Jira 1.4, and some old screenshots. It looked really awesome as well. 2002, we actually won an award for the design of Jira back in 2003. It was a different world of design then. Look at these sexy buttons we got going on here. And this was an email. I don't know why I included this slide. Oh, that's right. One of the first things to a mate asked for a free copy, and I said, no discounts. Very early on, no discounts. That was good. So 2002, here's a slide of Jira. It looked a little better. We needed it, we couldn't build it, etc. That was where Jira came from. 2004, we released, but 2003, we started building our second product called Confluence. Why is this an instructive decision? It looks a lot better than this nowadays. I actually think I have an even sexier screenshot. Look at that. Awesome. The crux of that decision for Atlassian was building a second product meant we had to get good at everything in the business. A lot of technology companies only actually build one product, which means that company belongs better as part of somebody else's company because they've got a big sales force, they've got other things they can sell alongside of, etc. When we moved from having one product to two products, why was that controversial internally? We had Jira. Jira was going quite well by all accounts. We had, I think, 8, 10, maybe people working in the business. We had a list of things people were asking for, like really it would be good if Jira had comments and attachments and some fancy technology, things like that. And when we were building that, we said, we're going to start something else, and all these people looked at us internally and said, that's nuts. We have a product that's going really well, and we have a lot of things people want. Why don't we go build those things? And we made the decision to start a second thing. What did that force us to do? That forced us to think about how do we market technology? Not market Jira, but market technology. How do we build a company that can build products and product management and all the design thing, all the different aspects that have led from that to here. This was about saying early products suck and that's okay. So here's our first website. Actually, this is the earliest screenshot I could possibly find. We weren't even making software, we were supporting software. This was pretty early on then where Jira 1.0 was released. So you can see this here. 02-ish. And then the website got a little better as we had Jira 1.2, and then eventually it got better at some point where we added Confluence and some dev tools. I couldn't find one with just Jira and Confluence on, and where you can look at it now, it looks a lot better. But the point of the history lesson here, again, these are all slides from previous decks, so if they don't string through, that's my vocal problem. Here you see a lot of different slides, right, where there's Jira, Confluence, Bamboo, Crowd, Crucible, blah, 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 blah. So now we have, 12, 15, 16 products. If we hadn't gone from 1 to 2, we would never have gone to 15. We would have had one product. Jira probably would still be in a phenomenon that it is today, but it probably would have been sold because it made more logical sense to be part of someone else's stable. We as an organization would never have had to get good at selling products, software products globally in the generic sense. You can also see some funny numbers from, this is 2009, so about 6 years ago, 5, 6 years ago. Offices, we had 4 at the time, etc. So today, as I said, we have 15 products, etc. We never would have done that if we didn't have made the decision to go from 1 to 2 products in the first place. How do we go on that one? Ooh, getting about 3 minutes. Right, so writing down our values. This is an interesting one about really scaling founders and culture, right? And if we hadn't done that, we would have failed long ago, because when you scale an organization, when you're growing really fast, scaling is not just AWS, as we talked about beforehand. Scaling is as much scaling yourselves as individuals, as founders. Presumably by the time you're scaling, you've gotten through some level of success. Now you're going to hire a bunch of people. How are those people going to have the same success you've had early when you're not actually writing at the keyboard yourself? That comes down to scaling founders, scaling the culture, etc. When we started, I'm very famous on record as saying, if you talked to me about values when I started the company, we would have said, that's bunkus, let's go make some awesome products and go, build things for customers. The more you get into it, the more you realize values are actually super important because they're your ethos. So we did this exercise. This is some original screenshots or photos of the exercise. Did an exercise where the whole point of the exercise was not writing down values that we aspired to, not writing down basic human values. So you notice none of our values are about honesty or integrity. To me, that's a basic human value. That shouldn't be a corporate value. That's a basic, you don't get hired if you don't have that value kind of thing, and I shouldn't have to write on a wall that you should be honest. So we did this exercise about what we didn't want to lose about the company. We did it with management, we did it with staff, and we came up with this almost equal. So I don't know which paper is which, but you can see they're actually pretty close. And then we came up with the Atlassian values. Here's one slide where I put them down. They're kind of famous now, but we tend to live them every day, and it's really important. Here's a different slide further on a couple of years where we now had some designer do some pretty pictures of the different values. And then they come out in different things like in our events, people get really into them, and it's all about building a company that cares about each other. playing as a team. We like to build human pyramids and be the change you seek. The Atlassian Foundation is very important to us, doing a lot of different change and good in the world, from room to read to helping kids to write code to bush regeneration out west of Sydney there. So we do a lot of that. And when we talk about scaling the founders, we started off like this. This is an old slide. I thought this was just amusing because I don't actually remember this animation, but digging through all these old presentations was kind of fun. I was digging through Dropboxes and all sorts of old stuff. So we started with 2 people. We got a little older. It looks like this. I can't actually remember when this was. But this is at one of our early company picnics. I think there was about 20 people there. This is sort of going through a list of photos. This is one of our early Christmas things where we went and shot actually on Sydney Harbour, laser clay pigeon shooting. We probably had about 25 people. This is one of our 3rd or 4th Melbourne Cups. Actually, there's about 20 people here. 9 of these people still work for Atlassian, so it was kind of cool. Most of them have better haircuts now. We look better than these guys did. It's funny when you look back at early photos of almost all these companies. So to Nikki's point that every company starts off kind of crap, who would have thought these guys built the best technology company in the world? So then we get into shipments and other things. So there's probably about 30, 40 people at this point. Interestingly, this table you'll see pop up in a few screenshots. So this table here was our original piece of furniture. So when we moved out of the internet.com Jupiter Media offices into our first office, we had this one table and that was it. So 6 of us, actually, all the computers, everything sat on that one table, power strips underneath, horribly unsafe, and the table never actually broke, although it went kind of like this as you had more and more computers on it. We still have it somewhere around. This is an example of our first San Francisco office. We then branched overseas. So these 2 guys built everything, first 2 San Francisco employees by hand. Desks everything. Melbourne Cup gets a little bigger, and then gets a little bigger. And this is actually that's 5 years ago. So nowadays the Melbourne Cup photo would look ridiculous, so I couldn't find it. Early chart from an old presentation of staff. Interesting to see in April 2008, we had about 160 staff. By April 2015, we'll have about 10 times that. Not quite, 8 or 9 times that. So it's kept going. We used to hire people en masse, so I thought this was amusing where we decided to scale culture and scale the founders, so back to the decision, that's why we did that. 32 engineers we tried to hire. This was a massive, massive campaign from us. This was like hiring another 1/3 of the company. It was huge. The same culture, the same values that we had back then we have now. We have 32 engineers in about 2 weeks at the moment. And why did we scale up? Well, this is an example. Matt actually gave a fascinating point beforehand talking about their website chart, how at North America, etc. This was one of the reasons we need to scale the company. So green is where we have more staff than cases. So when support cases come in 24 hours a day, we had tons of people sitting around in Sydney going, wow, this support thing's easy. And then the problem is, of course, as Europe, and then specifically Europe and the East Coast of the United States comes on board, all our people are asleep and the support cases spike and we had a problem. So that's why we had to, we're really into support. That's why we went into building offices. And we have a lot of offices, so I found this random slide where 2 guys and girls in 5 garages. We've also got a lot better at Keynote since then. But that's also another original photo of our San Francisco office when it started. This is the Sydney office when it was a couple of couches. Many a night has been slept on these couches by tired engineers, people doing ship it, etc. They actually fold together. There's that famous table again, by the way. So the point there about scaling offices I wanted to make is one of the decisions we did in terms of scaling company culture, et cetera, is getting out of things when we got early. We went to New York. It was a mistake in 2005. We went in with the view that going to the US would make a difference to the business. We had 1,500 customers at the time, and everyone told us we should be in the US, we should be in the US, we should be in the US. We had nobody outside Australia, and being in the US did make a difference. We hired a different type of people. We could get the communication loops of people emailing us. It wasn't 8 hours and then we'd reply and then another 8 hours and a day goes past for one loop. We could do that in real time. New York was a mistake, so we got out quickly and moved to San Francisco. When I say quickly, it was about 9 to 12 months. Why was it a mistake? Because we couldn't hire the people. We couldn't get the people we needed. Then Amsterdam came along for Europe, KL, Dansk, which is a whole separate story, but that's 15 minutes by itself. This is the old San Francisco office. This is the old Sydney office. These are all sub 2008, 2009, which, when I say old, sorry, that is the actual original building. That's the same office we were in on the Corn Exchange when there was no Cockle Bay, Darling Harbour area. It was straight down to the wharf, but the boats used to pull up there. Today we have, I don't know, 7 to 10 offices, depending on how you count them around the world, and that support graph looks a lot better. So there. And the last thing I want to leave you with a decision, which we made very early, and I'm running out of time, is believing in the blue ocean. We've always been huge believers that the world is a massive, massive, massive place, and there is scale to be had everywhere. And that really comes down to the world's bigger than you think, but that comes down to marketing. Like, you have to be marketing all day, every day. We decided this very early, that we had to make a lot of noise in some way for someone to hear us somewhere in the world, right? And too many people think if I build a really good product and I just put it out there, then people will beat down my door. And the more you realize, the more you go on, is no one has any idea who you are. There are millions and millions and billions of people who have no idea who Atlassian is nowadays. You all think, wow, it's this big company. I've heard about it. It was in the paper. I'm worried about the billions of people who have no idea who we are and still think we're a tiny portion of where we need to be. So talking about marketing, key decision when we gave away our software to open source for free. It was kind of a nice little early bump for us. Some people ran it online. Other engineers would find out about it, use it, come try it in their businesses, and it worked quite well. Again, one of these decisions, to Nikki's point about you don't really know what you do, we didn't think about this very hard. It wasn't like we did a spreadsheet analysis of if we gave it away for free, we'll lose this much money. We just said, sounds like a good idea. You know, they're not going to pay for it anyway, let's give it to them. Same with non-profits. It was a very small decision in the early days. We just gave it to free to non-profits. Still is now. We have 25,000 some non-profits around the world. Intellectual property is an interesting one. So in the early days, we gave away our source code. We're not open source, but you get the source code with any commercial license. A lot of people would say, hey, people are going to steal your source code and then they're going to run it. They're going to build clones and copies. You know, Jira's, 20 million lines of code or something. They're not just going to steal it and run their own copy and no one's going to notice. Doesn't happen. However, it made two things happen. One is the customers said, well, I have the source code, so if this tiny Australian company goes bankrupt, I can run it myself, I can change it. So they give them some confidence. And secondly, they showed we had nothing to hide, and it made a big difference. And people hacked all over our system. So people built plugins and extensions and stuff before we even had a plugin system, which gave us, again, a little bit of marketing boost. Marketing, this is a good idea, running out of time. So we ran this campaign, 5 users for $5 for 5 days, to see if we could give away our software to tiny teams. Why did we do that? We don't really do well at tiny teams, or we didn't back then. Jira did well, about 25 people above, you have a problem. 2 people, you don't have Jira, you have a whiteboard. Somewhere in the middle, there's a point where it's non-economic for us to be. So we said, why don't we try this? We tried it for 5 days. Was massively successful. We raised over 100 grand. We're aiming for 25. Why this is anyway, it's now permanent. So now permanently we have 10 users for $10, and we believe hugely in a scale at the bottom of the pyramid. When we have 40,000 customers, that's 40,000 customers. That is a single domain name that pays us more than $10. There's hundreds of thousands of customers by other people's definitions under the 10 user level that we don't even count. You can think about that as a massive marketing funnel because we believe in the size of the ocean that we're trying to run into. Here's some early marketing screenshots. So this is Scott and I in Belgium. Well, he's probably taken the photo. We had a couple laptops and we borrowed all sorts of stuff. We did all sorts of hijinks at conferences to get our names known. I pulled out one here, which is about buying beer. So what we did in this case, it was a conference largely like this or a little bit bigger. We had a friend who was the speaker. We asked him if we could give beer to his audience. He went, I don't care. As long as the conference organizers say it's fine. So we didn't ask the conference organizers. We went to the local bottle shop in Belgium because we weren't sponsoring the conference. We bought 300-400 bottles of beer. You can see at the top here, we slapped the stickers on and we gave them to all the attendees. Actually, before that, we couldn't cool all this beer, so what we did is we parked it outside in Belgium in December. We just lowered the windows of the rental car and thought if they steal a rental car full of beer, well, we're out of luck. But they didn't. The beer got really cool. And then we slapped these stickers on as people walked into the auditorium. We got about 3/4 of the auditorium of beer. It was like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon before someone kind of shut us down. But it was awesome. It was a huge marketing stunt. It got us tons of people. Again, the belief in we had to get our name known somehow, and we still do this sort of stuff. We do it a little bit more legally nowadays. Ship something tangible. Oh, yeah, market with T-shirts. So this is an old slide I found of some of the T-shirts we've made. These are sort of T-shirts we made in the very early days. Now it looks very different. Sometimes our marketing's too clever. We put this for Atlas Campus, our developer conference. This is one of the early screenshots of that, 2009. And if you actually put these characters, this binary into your thing, it's a bit.ly URL that gave you a free ticket. We thought it'd be awesome. No one ever gave a free ticket. No one figured that out. Anyway, years later, people are like, man, I could have saved $200. What did that result in? Again, you can see the customer growth. So we constantly based in believing the world is much bigger than we actually are. And I think that's where people, especially Australians, we're bad. We think this is how big the world is. When we had 1,000 customers, we could have sat there and gone, man, we have, look, 1,000 customers, that's awesome, right? We're at 40,000 now, and we still think we're a tiny fraction of where we could be. There's an old slide, just more of customers. I thought this was really amusing, so I found this old email. We're big on metrics and reporting. This is 2004. We just had our second best week ever, which was $111,000 a week, which was pretty huge, almost $5 million run rate. It's pretty kick-ass. But to the point earlier about Confluence, Confluence had just passed 20% of total sales. So it was 20K that week as opposed to 2%. And then this was our very sexy and technical reporting system we had back then that I think was manually put together. We've always been super into metrics, and we do all these sorts of things. Dashboards nowadays, we're very advanced about it, but tracking metrics, that was not important. This was kind of nice, the first $1 million week. So the first time we passed $1 million in a week, we printed everybody T-shirts and thought it was really huge. You can see this is an evolution of our dashboard down the bottom here. It got more fancy with week, month, quarter, and all sorts of different things up and down the side here. Now for reference, if we do under $1 million day, it's kind of a disappointing day for us often. And we have multiple $2 million days now. That's sort of our new benchmark. So, life just moves on, right? But you celebrate each benchmark along the way. We've sold a lot of stuff. This is a fascinating early picture. So here you can see Scott versus my code with different names we had. So this is me, and then it goes down, and Scott's just goes up and down, which you can see that AI write code faster than he does by miles, but his tends to stick around longer because mine tends to get removed. To the point of being shitty, there's a joke at Atlassian about founder code. Every time someone finds it and removes it, it kind of goes around, everyone cheers, and we remove some more founder code. All the crappy code that we wrote, the two things we did well is, one, we wrote crappy code that got us to the next phase to hire some people to keep going, which, yep, it was rubbish. I'll admit I'm not the best engineer in the world, but we got to the next year, we got to the next month, and that was what was most important. And secondly, we hired way better engineers, and we knew we were bad at being engineers, and we hired really smart people to go and remove our code over time. I don't know what I was going to say today. Things are bigger than that, and that was my quick 15 minutes with apologies for the huge fonts. How did I do? Ooh, not too bad.
You want to sit at the bar?
What's that?
Want to sit at the bar? Grab a seat.
Oh, look at this bar.
I'll ask you some difficult questions.
Sure.
So I'm going to start with a little bit about this sort of salesperson-like light model and bottom-up selling, which you guys pioneered, really. Was there anyone else doing it at the time you were doing it in the enterprise space?
No, not at all. But you've got to remember when we started, software was distributed on discs and DVD, CDs, and they were emailed out. Someone would come and give you a demo in person, that sort of stuff. You couldn't just download it off a website. That was kind of radical. Now SaaS, it's a different world, right?
Yeah, and it's still pretty rare because Nikki, did you see that Twitter back and forth Nikki had with Mark Andreessen on bottom-up selling, where he reckoned it just couldn't be done.
Yep.
And he used you guys as an example.
Yep. People still think what we do can't be done. So, and what's funny is the doubters, and again, it's maybe a good lesson for those people out there who believe in what they're doing over what other people think. You know what you're doing way better than they are. They're just offering drive-by advice. But at almost every single point along the way, people told us we needed salespeople to get to the next X. $1 million, $5 million, $10 million, whatever it is. Eventually, they gave up on saying that, but we ignored them almost all the way through because we knew about the power of what we were doing. And then the second part there, which is really interesting, is now people pigeonhole us and say, well, it's only because they sell to technical people that they can do this, right? Whereas now, we just had our user conference last week, and I think 18 to 20% of the audience were developers. So we had, 80% of the audience that wasn't technical, and we sell in exactly the same way. So
just tell us about the first sale of Jira, the first bit of revenue you got in. Can you remember who that was to and the process around it? Was it someone who found you off a website, or was that more of a handheld?
The first initial sales were all to friends.
Yeah.
Different friends we had around the world in different companies. It was largely London and Stockholm were our two biggest cities in the early days for just random reasons because we knew a bunch of Swedes and we knew some English people. But yeah, they bought it. Early instructive sales, we had a friend of mine, Hani, who bought 5 copies. He convinced his boss to buy 5 copies. It was $800 a copy, which gave us $4,000 in the bank. And we used that to go to San Francisco, buy airfares and tickets to a conference called Java 1, which was huge, and probably sold more than 4 copies by being there. I think he only ever used 1 or 2, so a lot of the early guys were just friends that helped us out.
Yeah. What were some of the core, what were some of the biggest user acquisition moments in the early, say, first year of Jira being around? And do you have a feeling for what they were and how you
I mean, in the
guys came
first
up
few
with
years, it was all about, I mean, we would just market in communities. We do what now is called content marketing. We would write blogs and we would, go to communities and forums and be helpful and put our signature on the bottom of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We would do that kind of marketing. But that's all executional decisions. That was like one customers. The biggest inflection decisions. So I tend to separate decisions as execution decisions, which you need to do really, really well constantly. That mean you keep growing at a constant rate. But then you also have to make inflecting decisions or step change decisions that mean that this chart goes like this and then keeps growing at a different rate with the execution decisions, right? And you make very few inflection decisions. And yeah, I mean, like the $10 for 10 users was a huge decision for us. We radically changed the pricing model at the bottom and gave away, at the time, we gave away about 5% of Jira revenue, which is pretty, if you're just going to give away 5% of a company revenue, it's quite a big decision. Again, if we'd had a board and other people, maybe they would have said we shouldn't have done that. But if you look, the long-term 3, 4, 5-year payback of that was huge because we got tens of thousands of copies of Jira out there, and some of those teams grew from 10 to 11 people and then had to pay us $800 or whatever it was.
The other thing, and you know it from Blackbird's like really focused on this idea of global day one, and we see so many Aussie founders who come to us, and particularly in the enterprise space, they've got a network in Australia, right? And they're like, well, I'm going to sell to these 10 people in Australia. I'm going to nail the Australian market first, and then I'm going to think about going overseas. And a lot of the wisdom from some of the people, perhaps advisors in the startup community, investors, is get Australia right, nail it before you even think about going overseas. What's your view on that?
People still say that? I don't know. I think you have to be. I mean, it depends what type of company you want to build. There's plenty of companies that have been built in Australia that are Australian only. There has to be a reason for Australian defensibility. I mean, the Seek, REA, car sales, etc. The sort of marketplace businesses are classic examples where they've got Australian defensibility, and some of them have done better at going overseas than not. But if you're starting a pure technology play where your competitors are worldwide, then you're going to get crushed if you start in Australia. Like you're just not going to be able to do it. So you have to think about being global from day one. And with things like we're talking about AWS and the internet and everything else nowadays, it's way easier to do that. I mean, app stores are phenomenal. The fact that you can put up an app in the app store and have it live in, 100 different countries, immediately is... 10 years ago, we didn't have anything like that. We put up a website and people would have to, get the URL right to get to it and stuff like that. So I think you need to be global if you want to build a really, big business.
Yeah. So moving on to your second point, which is about Confluence and the decision to do that. And it was awesome to hear how that was more than just a product decision. There's sort of, there's rumours that you and Scott had sort of different ways of thinking about that. Did you guys, what was the argument there or the debate?
Yeah, we've always had. I don't remember with the Confluence decision particularly we debated. I mean, we've debated certain things, and usually with us, if we can't convince the other person it's a good idea, we don't do it. So the default position is actually lack of action, which is okay. But usually what happens is either we let something drop, or one of the people is passionate about it that they keep bringing it up and eventually convince the other person that's a good idea. And we've had a number of those that have taken us 6 months to kind of get to agreement, but that's okay. In a way, it's good to have that person, being a screen for the decision. So Confluence was not had that. We were using a number of internal wikis at the time, and they were all kind of rubbish, and we knew we could build a better one. We didn't know people would buy it, but we didn't know people would buy Jira either, so we just thought we could do better.
Great. Let's go. I know we've only got 5 or 6 minutes. Let's go to some of these. When did you accept investment and why? And I'll add on a little bit to that. In the early days, I think you had a few offers or perhaps some term sheets.
Tons.
And what made you say no then, and what made you say yes to the Accel round that you guys took?
Yeah, I mean, it's a longish story, but I mean, yeah, we had lots of investment. As soon as we started to get some measure of success, then people start chasing you, and hopefully you all experience that. What we were strong on is saying we didn't need it to get to this point, so why would we raise capital now? If we could get it in 6 months or 12 months, let's get it later. And we built a model and a business that fundamentally monthly brought in more money than we spent, and we were aggressive about spending almost every dollar that we brought in, investing in ourselves and taking risks and continue to do that. But we never needed the money, so we didn't go and get any. A lot of businesses nowadays, it's not quite that easy. We were in a lucky period as well. And so, yeah, we had a lot of people chasing us, and what we did over time is meet the best ones, and we had a bunch of coffees, and we were very open and ethical about the coffees. So, look, we're absolutely not interested in raising money, but I'd love to pick your brain about X. And usually they're like, oh, I'd love to have coffee with you and tell you about X. And you'd get all this free knowledge and be sweet. And they'd say, do you want your money? Nope, I don't. Thanks for the knowledge. And we'd move on. And we did that for years. And when we eventually decided to raise money, we were 7-8 years in. I've told the story a lot of times. We looked at the next 8 years and thought we needed help. So we went to 5 firms and raised money. Again, the complicated thing with us is we've never actually taken external capital onto the balance sheet. So the first capital raise we did went to the founders, and then the recent capital raise we did, well, it's not a capital raise, the recent investment, I guess. The first round was founders selling shares to Excel, and then the second round we did earlier this year was employees selling shares to Tiro and other people. So we haven't actually taken kind of institutional capital onto the balance sheet. Yeah, so we're very non-traditional. Don't copy us. It's not a good idea.
Okay, next one at the top is, someone wants a job. Do you prefer to hire people via networking or normal job applications?
Do I prefer to hire people via networking or normal job applications?
I don't know if there's an answer to that.
Either. I'll take anywhere.
Either.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If people are good, they stand out, we'll hire them. So
I want to ask one question. It's about product-centric founders. And I know you and Scott were super sort of all over the product for a long time.
Sure.
But now you've got 17, 16 products. Sure. You're still all over it? Is that still a core part of your day? Yep.
I think you should be, as a founder, as a leader of a business, you should be all over whatever it is that's a core differentiator. We are a product company through and through. Like we have to do marketing well, we have to do talent well, we have to do all these other things well. The last thing that we could afford to do badly is shipping product, because we have no salespeople, because we have, the automation of the model means if our product starts to suck, the whole thing falls over.
Yeah.
So we spend an inordinate amount of time on product for that reason, right?
Yeah.
We have to.
And UX, UI, super important?
Absolutely. Yep. And even more, getting more so every year. Design is one of the few fundamental differentiators, and I believe for the next 5 years at least, if not more, it's hard to see beyond that, it will continue to be so because it's very hard to scale. Like if we're talking earlier about technology as a differentiator, everyone can buy AWS instances, so you can theoretically kind of scale as not a differentiator anymore. It's very hard for everyone to hire designers. That's why their price is going up and up and up.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, can we see a raise of hands of everyone in the audience who uses your software, uses Atlassian software? Pretty good. Good. That was quick. I don't know where to start on this one. What's the best way to build great company culture? Give us one. Just give us one tip.
It's just hard.
Is it
I mean, you
writing down
don't
the
build
values?
culture. Culture is the sum of the people that you have inside the building, right? And so hiring the right people is the fundamental way that starts, and then give them an environment where that can foster and breed in a positive way, and make sure that they understand that they are the champions of the culture, and that when they're hiring people, they should do the same thing. They should hire people that they want to work with, that they're passionate about bringing into the business, etc. And then you have to kind of let go, and it goes for itself after that.
Cool.
So there's no, you can't start culture, you can't create it. It's the people who are there. And I guess ultimately, if that's the case, it comes back to the founders. They have to be nice.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm going to ask you one more question. I know you've got to get on a plane after that. I want to ask you the difference between starting a company when you started it in Australia and starting a company now in Australia, a tech business, internet style of business. And I'm not talking about, cost of building software, cost of building, cost of servers and all that stuff. I'm talking about the Australian tech community and ecosystem and how that's changed, and, how different do you think it is?
Yeah, I was asked this outside. We have a way better ecosystem all up and down every which way than we had even 3 years ago, right? Yeah. And if you talk about 10 years ago, it was totally different. I mean, a lot of these companies that we now know well, the founders of, that have done well, the names you'd recognize, a lot of us started 8, 10, 12 years ago. We didn't know each other was there. There was no way to meet these other people. And so we were kind of toiling away in our little basement. They were toiling away in their little basement, et cetera. And some point over the years, you met them, and 10 years later, you're looking around going, wow, we somehow survived this journey together. And so nowadays with the community, with everything else, events like this, it's a totally different place. I think we have a lot more experience here than we had back then as well, in terms of each different level of the ecosystem, from people who've started a number of failed businesses, and there's nothing wrong with that. So they've got some scars from doing that, to people who are building, iconic technology names, and we have a number of those now. That's the healthiest thing about the ecosystem that I see nowadays.
And one other thing that I guess I like emphasising is that that Silicon Valley, sort of the access into Silicon Valley now and all the learnings from there is very different now than what it was 5 or so years ago, where you really had to go over there. Now you can really learn a lot about it.
You can certainly
right?
read a lot online, and you can learn a lot online, and absolutely everything else. I mean, I always encourage people to go there and kind of experience it. I don't think you necessarily need to move there, but I think you need to understand it, and some of that understanding only comes from being on the ground and walking around. And the stuff we do with the StartMate guys, right? They come back, but they're about 3 inches taller because they're like, actually, the guys over there know better than me.
Yeah.
But I understand how that whole ecosystem works, so I can kind of play in there, but I also know that I can compete with that. I can be, an equal, and then they're more confident about that. So, absolutely, you can learn a ton online nowadays, right? We used to buy books. Like, you go downstairs into my basement, it's hilarious because I've got almost every business technology book produced between about, 99 and 2004 or whatever, when you used to actually go and buy books at airports, etc. And I have stacks and stacks and stacks of them and all the old classics. Some of which are still very relevant today, right? That's the other thing, is our industry moves really fast and technology changes. A lot of the lessons in those old books are actually really, really good. Yeah. They may not be phrased in, lean startup manifesto kind of BS, but at the same time, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of that's very similar stuff. It just doesn't have as much marketing branding around it, but the good companies did very similar things back then. Slower, different pace, different technology structure. They weren't putting mobile apps on the App Store, right? But whatever they were doing similar moves.
One of the other purposes today is to really get everyone to know about StartMate and get people applying to StartMate. Do you have any last words to say on StartMate?
That's awesome. Great. It's a great thing. I've been involved since the start, mate. And not going to get jobs.
An old one.
And it's just a great program. I think from all the mentor point of view, it feels like every year, and I don't mean this in a negative way, taking kids and we send out men. Like, it's this weird thing where they get such confidence through the program about all the things they do and their ability to build a business, and whether their actual company succeeds or not. It's fascinating just to see the change in attitude through all these people. So as and a lot of the mentors talk about that from a giving back side. You're kind of just giving people some confidence, and then that in 10 years' time they'll go off and do amazing things. Whether or not it's the StartMate business is a different thing. But it's a phenomenal program. You get to hang out with me a bit more. Sorry about that.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mike. It's been fantastic. Thanks for coming. Okay, guys, next we have Martin Hosking from Redbubble.
Hi. Redbubble. So Redbubble's a marketplace for independent artists and designers from all over the world. They put up their images and designs, and then we print that on a print-on-demand when somebody orders it. We've got about 12 million images on the site, 250,000 artists, and those artists will earn about $20 million this year. Just a little bit about... so I'm a bit surprised at how polite some of the previous speakers have been. And I'm also surprised they must be much, much more successful than Redbubble, because when I see an audience of 800 people, I don't see people willing to learn and people interested in Redbubble. I see customers. And so the first thing I'll say, before I say anything else, because I certainly don't want to forget, is you've got to go to Redbubble and you've got to buy something. This is absolutely, it's actually not, it's obligatory. And you have to do that in order to understand what we do. But more importantly, you just have to do it because of your customers. The three things I'm going to talk about, though, if you other than buying something from Redbubble, which will be great for you and great for me, there's actually three things I do want to share. I want to talk about pivoting once. I want to talk about being nearly dead, and I want to talk about a beating heart. You've heard a lot of stuff this morning and this afternoon. And there's been a lot of concepts and there's a lot of ideas, and so I think it's really important that I reduce my presentation down to a single idea and a single concept, which I'll get to. But you only are at the end of all of this, 45 minutes which we have to hear together. You're only going to have to remember one thing, which is going to simplify your lives a lot. But to get there, let's talk about pivoting once. This is Redbubble. There's a few very early employees for Redbubble. I think they may have seen this. This was the first idea, first iteration of Redbubble back in 2006. Now, like a lot of Aussie entrepreneurs, we thought that the best thing to do was to see what was working in the United States and steal it and make it work here in Australia, because that's what Aussie entrepreneurs used to do. And what we saw was a site called Cafe Press, and we said, well, that's working in the United States, let's steal it and make it work here. And so what this was going to be was a place where you could come to Redbubble and you could put your own image on a T-shirt, in this case. We looked at this and we said, we really hate this. This is just a terrible idea. So we changed it. It became a dog. And no longer could you put, now the dog could put himself on a mug or on a dog bowl. We looked at this idea and we said, this is a really, really terrible idea. So this is, and we were honest with ourselves. We just said, this just stinks. So we changed it. We added the woman and the dog. But it wasn't, in essence, we now had dog bowls and T-shirts, but it really wasn't getting any better. And I sat around, and there was about 6 of us at Redbubble at this stage. I looked around the group there and I said, this is a really terrible idea, but will any of you use this? Will any of you actually want to go to this site, or tell any of your friends to go to this site? And they said, no, I'm not going to go anywhere near it. But I said, will you tell any of your friends to go anywhere near it? And I said, no, I don't think so. So we had to make a choice whether to launch it, of course. And it was interesting. They weren't going to tell me, and so I said, well, do we really want to spend the next period of our lives building something which we won't use and we don't think our friends will use, but we think somebody else? We think there's somebody out there who really does want to have a picture of their dog on a mug or a picture of themselves on their T-shirt. We thought there was somebody out there, it just didn't happen to be us. But we decided that at the end of the day, we really didn't want to become what I called vegans making hamburgers. Life is just too short to do something which you don't fundamentally believe in. So that was pivot 1. And we did seriously pivot at this point and said, okay, that idea, that stank. The technology is actually exactly the same. Even the concepts are exactly the same, but we pivoted it fundamentally. And this is what we actually before I get to that, we did have the name Redbubble. And people ask me, where does the name come from? Because names are interesting. Names are difficult on the internet because you want to have the domain.com. And I said it has to be spellable, it had to be trademarkable, and you're really reducing the set of names which you get down to, and it has to be brandable, and it has to be extensible. So it had to be lots of bulls. And this is how we got to Redbubble. Just the name emerged. I had to buy it. It would cost me $3,500, which was amazing in 2006. I don't know how much domains are going for these days. But if any of us go back into a time machine, by the way, back to 2000, say even 95, and if you go back into a time machine and you really want to make a lot of money, just buy up hundreds of thousands of domain names. But anyway, we can't do that. But anyway, more about Redbubble. It lends itself to be a creation of communities, as in, are you in my bubble? Do you want to join my bubble? I have a bubble for one. All that stuff about fluidity and finding spaces on the web where people are comfortable, which is just what I want the website to be about. Rather than being a single space, the website needs to be able to contain thousands or tens of thousands of intersecting communities. So we were pretty ambitious at this stage, and that was, of course, where Bubble came from. Red came from a slightly different source. Just share this because, at least in my mind right now, I'm testing new names, concepts against Redbubble and not finding anything I like more from a total branding perspective. Interestingly, the colour red seems to resonate very well with a select audience, your wife and mine. This was an email from me to a co-founder. So we were testing things even then, but it was just to a very small community. So we were changing the site, and we wanted to launch something very different. And we trying to clarify what the business model was going to be. And at this stage, you had the emergence of the really large communities, with Facebook and with MySpace, and the other ones were getting there, and you had the e-commerce sites. And I put together a business model which said, what we need to get is a customer acquisition costs of a social network, and then we need the return per customer or the revenue per customer of an e-commerce site. And this was going to be a transformational business. This slide, in some way or other, is still incredibly relevant because this really is the crack cocaine of business models. If you ever actually did nail this completely, it is a marketplace in general, but even the best marketplaces doesn't grow at the pace of Facebook. So, if you ever really did get to that, it would be a truly transformational business. But we certainly had that idea. This was how it looked from an economic perspective. I've never ever seen this, and this went to a business plan. I was trying to raise $2 million for the site at this stage, the business plan. Most business plans talk about how big the market is. We're in the market, which is $20 billion. We're going to get 1% of that market in a few years' time. Eventually, we're going to get 10% of that market, and it's going to be $2 billion of revenue, and it all works out quite nicely. And then you talk about how we're going to change the world if you've got that sort of mindset, which most startups have, and you're going to talk about how huge humongous you're going to be. I had the complete opposite slide. I still don't know whether it's a good idea, so you're welcome to steal it, all of those who are in startup land, and try this out. What I said was on the x-axis, our e-commerce success, we could go from woeful, bad to mediocre success, and the successes on an e-commerce site could be small, very small, or small. So what I was saying was if we're anything better than completely shit house, we'd have a chance of winning. And I don't know whether this was compelling to the investors. The question which I would have, or I have for myself, is woeful, bad, and mediocre, and small was going to be 1 million. So on the top left-hand corner, you're going to be 1 million active users and woeful conversion rates of 5%. What did I get wrong on this? I guess you're probably going to ask. You may ask, or maybe think about. May not be. Anyway, thinking I was, we've never hit a 5% conversion rate, but we've got a hell of a lot better on the y-axis. So we grew up the y-axis a lot quicker now I actually understand that the x-axis was wrong. And when you're writing your business plans in the early days, you're going to be wrong. And the reason why it was wrong, of course, is that almost no e-commerce site has a 10% conversion rate, even Amazon at 7.5%. That is actually an outstanding conversion rate, and 2% is actually pretty good. So it was wrong on those dimensions, but it was an interesting slide. You can steal it, as I say, as an idea. I actually don't think I would, to be honest. But anyway. But what we did do, this is actually, I think, what did sway it. So I was talking about the business model which didn't work, this was the slides which actually weighed. So I was just trying to raise, unlike some other companies here which have really had to, were able to scale really just out of their own resources, we did try to raise quite a chunk of change early on and raise $2 million off the business plan. I think probably the investors, as most good investors are, didn't read any of the words. They probably spent a bit of time looking at the charts, and then they probably invested because of the design. So this design was what we wanted to launch, and this is a site which we wanted for ourselves. So what we wanted was something which could showcase the art which we were passionate about and showcase it in a way in which we were passionate. So this design was actually done by my co-founder, who did the previous interesting designs with dogs and things on it, and he actually redid this, and he said, this is a site which I would like. And it was the whole idea of being beautiful, of having something which was resonant, something which we genuinely believed in. And so this site, of course, back in 2006 was unbuildable, I think. But that didn't really matter. You could build it in PowerPoint, but you couldn't actually build it on the web. But we didn't have to do that because we had, that was going to come later. And anyway, I don't think you can actually do back shadows even now quite like that. You may be able to, but you'd be tricky. This is going to be a page. The interesting, actually, just as I go back on that, the interesting thing was how broad our ambition was. So when we were starting there, we were talking about having writing, we were talking about having video, and we were talking about having images and books. So the name Redbubble, we could have chosen a name which had art in it or design in it. We chose something which would actually be extensible across all of those categories, something like Amazon can do. What reason why Bezos chose Amazon as well. So I think there is a bit of a danger in choosing a name which is too descriptive of exactly what you're doing now, because you will end up doing something else and you'll be stuck with some funny name which doesn't describe you at all. Anyway, so we're stuck with a funny name which doesn't describe us at all, but at least it doesn't describe somebody else in something sense. Anyway, and then we had the sense of what the page would look like with an artist put their stuff up, all beautiful stuff. And most of those features do exist on Redbubble in some form or other now. This was actually what did sort of launch. I think this is a few weeks after, and you can see we had a basic idea of we wanted to honour the art wherever it came from. We was going to be diverse. We're going to have communities. We're going to have the thing was going to market itself, and it was something which we were going to be passionate about. And we had T-shirts there as well. So that was going great guns, and we launched. And we were very clear about what our purpose was as a company. This came a little while after launch, but not a hell of a lot after. And it was, we stand for artists, for the work they create, for the audiences they inspire, and for the buyers they move. We honour them, their work and their passions. Their creative endeavour should be shared joyously with others. All should feel free to join in the show. I got that. We put those words together, and they profoundly resonated with the staff. When you, and have done subsequently, I've seen surveys of staff and they talk about their corporate values in various forms. And in my experience, all staff will only remember one thing or one of your values. It is quite possible that half your staff will remember 3 or 4, but not all. There is no scenario in which all your staff are going to remember all of your values. So if you're going to, unless you only have one value, so we decided to only have one value because then they could actually all remember it. And that is, we stand for artists. They have, I will admit this has been a bit dangerous because they do remember we stand for artists. They actually forget the second bit of it is we also stand for the people, for the buyers. And at times it has been a danger for us of skewing a little bit too in favour of the artists, because also most of our staff, to be honest, also have been artists in some form or other. So that was the values. And this is, we did actually have, and we did actually, like everybody else, I think I've got the picture of the worst of the offices. Everybody, a lot of other presentations have had pictures. This, it looks okay, and it was actually done reasonably nicely, but it genuinely was a garage, and it genuinely was 4 degrees in there. And so, well, you could have, you had short meetings because you wanted to get out there, or you had to have meetings on the move because otherwise you're going to freeze to death. So, and that was the worst of the office. I'm not going to show it. Oh, and we were mad, completely and absolutely mad. So this looks like a lot of things. It is actually a lot of things. So this is 10,000 images from Redbubble, which a coder coded up over a weekend, and it was an endless mosaic, and you could click on them and go through. So we did all these mad things, and this, I still don't know whether any of these things worked from a marketing perspective, because unlike really clever marketers who know that half the budget is wasted, I didn't at this stage know. I didn't know whether 100% of our budget was wasted, so never really knew on this thing. But what it did do, what I did know, was it generated passion, and this was, I think, from about 2 or 3 months after we launched. Has it occurred to you, creators of Redbubble, that you have created something vastly more than you envisaged? Well, you want to hear that from your customers. An outcome unexpected. I get a sense, unclear yet, as to what it is about, that I have entered a dimension where that is warm and vibrant contact. So just wanted to say what a brilliant idea Redbubble is. And just as importantly, it has been executed superbly. Don't you want to hear this from your customers? Like people like you who then come and buy from us, for example. The website is so simple to use, even with a rich array of social networking functions and options. Someone very clever put this site together. I think it was Paul Keating who said that anybody who says that they don't like flattery has never truly been flattered. Anyway, the collective hours of workmanship of all the bubblers here is immense, and coupled with your marketing, printing and development expertise, we have surely got a winning partnership. It was lovely that our artists were thinking of themselves in partnership with us, because that's how we think of it from our perspective. With success and awards on their way, we did actually get lots of awards. I would like to see Redbubble.com nominated for the Bestest New Australian Business Award. We were, and you can tell I love you, gods of the bubble world, heavens above. Oh, gee, sucks. Anyway, how can I get any work done when I spend so much time on Redbubble, uploading images and looking at all the other works that keep appearing? Redbubble is an amazing place to be, with over 20 responses along the following line. So there was a lot of this. This was just, this was literally sort of a day's collection. So clearly, on the basis of this, everything was going swimmingly well, and we were just going to hit it out of the park. That's obvious, isn't it? It didn't happen. What? By end of 2008, we'd hit a wall. This was the Managing Director's report in December 2008. Redbubble continues to experience scaling challenges in accounting, customer service, community managing, hosting, and fraud control. Those things like 4, 5 pretty big things to have scaling challenges in. These scaling challenges have significantly curtailed our ability to invest in marketing or sales-related activities. We were so busy fighting fires, we couldn't actually do any marketing or sales. Little progress has been made towards optimization of the logistics engine, so we couldn't actually deliver anything. And finally, the financial report is not sufficiently accurate to be presented to the board. So there you go. So you got lovely customer feedback. We had a real problem. And so we set a goal from July 2009. We need to be cash flow positive on existing resources whilst growing sustainably, because of course the GFC had now hit, and there was no way we were going to raise money, and the site wasn't scaling, and we couldn't market it, and we had people saying nice things about it, but there weren't that much shopping going on. So we had 3 paths: expense reduction, which was basically going to be sacking people; margin improvement; or increased sales. But we did set a guiding philosophy and build on what we have. What was the significance of... I actually look at this chart and I still don't really understand it, but I'm going to try and explain it nevertheless. On the left-hand side was where we were in a monthly sales breakdown. We were doing, I think it said $310,000 worth of sales, in which we were making $20,000. If we were going to be successful, to be cash flow positive with the existing team, we had to get it closer to $1 million, but we had to increase our margin. And so in 6 months, in order to become cash flow positive with current expenses, we need to improve gross profit to 30%, which was going to be a significant change, and triple sales. This needs to be achieved in 6 months. That was a big goal. I just sort of, you can actually understand the nature of the problem in the next 2 slides. This was our margin on everything we sold. As you can see, we're just a little bit past the beginning of this curve by the time we're saying we're actually losing things on every single thing we sold back then. So this is right back on the left-hand side of the chart. I will say to you, no matter how ambitious you are as a company, it really is a really bad idea to be losing things on having negative margin. And not even the most crazy VC will believe that negative margin is sustainable in the long term. Anyway, so we had to, so we had negative margin. But the fortunate thing was we actually weren't selling anything either. So this is a chart of. This is actually a chart of conversion, and where we are here is it's about 0.14%. So just over 1.5 people and 1,000 people who came to Redbubble at that stage would actually buy something, which was, even though they loved us, they weren't actually shopping. So we go back to the start of this talk. If you love me and you don't go and shop at Redbubble, you're one of the 0.14%, which is not where you should be. You should be one of the people who have shopped. So we had people loving us but not buying. So we had to fix it. What we did to fix it was actually interesting, though. We did not fundamentally change anything. We actually just said, we need to get better at what we're doing, and we need to fix some real, we actually did believe that these people who loved us would actually start shopping, provided we actually improved things. And that was really about improving the delivery, improving the website performance, allowing them to do a little bit of marketing, but we didn't actually change the purpose at all. We didn't pivot around that. So since 2007, standing for independent artists and those who love their work, and we refined the mission. We said, okay, have we got the mission wrong here? And the answer was, no, we haven't. Let's help more artists reach more people more easily, more often, and tell them we're doing that. So there was as we climbed out of that terrible trough of not selling things on which we were losing money, against the background of a financial crisis, which was meaning no money was going to come in from any other things, it really came back down to a recommitment to those core things and just improving some fundamentals which were actually wrong in the system. We'd actually, in a sense, grown too fast, and we'd added too much, and we hadn't got better at it. So there's a point where you actually should pivot, which we did pivot in the early days, and there's a time when you shouldn't pivot. You actually just need to recommit to getting excellent, and so that's what we did. Interestingly enough, a little while after this, we had a second moment of crisis. This was over a whole lot of content. One of the problems which you have with the user-generated content is that users generate content. And they don't always generate the content you would like them to generate. And sometimes, so you have to make things which you don't think are going to happen. So we knew that it was a chance that if we had a website where people could upload images, some people would decide that this was a place for pornography. And so we had to have, we decided we didn't need to be another porn site. There was enough porn sites on the edge, so we made some decisions around pornography, and we made, obviously, obviously decisions around copyright and trademarks and all of those sorts of things. But then we actually said fundamentally, we've got a set of user guidelines. Those user guidelines will describe what we do on the site, what's allowable on the site, and we will not arbitrarily take stuff down because it causes offence. I know this has been, I know this line has been a bit trashed recently, but people do actually have a right to be offended, and people do have a right to offend other people as well. And we had just before this image was put up, and I'll tell you the background to it, we've just had a brutal period of intense interaction around content, which had actually resulted, we actually had at the end of that decided our user guidelines did need amending. There was a particular sensitivity which we needed to take into account, and you can read it on the internet, it's all there. And we did amend our guidelines to this. And then I was contacted. Trayvon Martin, an African American, was shot in Florida, and I was contacted by the Los Angeles Times, and somebody had put up this image, and they said, you realise that this image is really offensive to Neighbourhood Watch, you need to take it down, and what's your comment on it? You're a fly which we're going to nail? And I looked at those, and I think that they were expecting me to say, absolutely, it's terrible, we're going to take it down. I looked at it and I said, this is a legitimate piece of political commentary. It's well done as well, and the person has a right to put that up, and we are not going to take it down, no matter what the nature of the publicity associated with it, or no matter what the nature of the controversy. We've just had another one, a similar thing with Matt Brown, who was shot in Missouri, and there was a lot of stuff came up there, and some of that content violated. There's the Google's shopping feed policies, or they said it did. I don't think it actually did. And we had to make a decision around that. There was they said, well, you can take it straight off the site. And I said we'd rather go bankrupt than do that. We did actually. Google does have a right to decide what goes in their shopping feed, so we did actually get it out of the feed in response to that. But the suggestion that we would actually take it off the site in response to a financial objective was just not going to happen. And so we've had, with these various content wars which have happened over the years, in general, we've really urged this decision to be true to the artist and be true to that core mission. Unless sometimes we have to be very sensitive. So going into Germany, we know there's going to be new issues there, and we have to abide by the law, of course. But within that, it's really about standing for artists. So, this was by our 5th birthday. One of our values has been a bit funny, happy fucking birthday, and that we shared on the website. And you'll notice that I'm wearing a t-shirt with a pug on it. I'm also wearing a t-shirt with a pug on it now. And I've got a iPhone case with a pug on it. Anybody who's got a pug and doesn't buy it at the end of this presentation. Anyway, going on. And this is where we are now. This was from actually a few days ago. Wow, this was an unexpected surprise. I couldn't be happier with the results I've had on Redbubble. This is by far the most amazing artist-driven merchandising marketplace on the web. It's just tremendous. Thank you for providing a platform for selling my design to a worldwide market. And there's a pug. Now, what are the 2 lessons which are coming out of all of this? The first and most important one is about passion. The startup world is going to be difficult. It is going to be painful. Things are going to go wrong. There are going to be mistakes. Even when you succeed, you could well be failing. And the only way you're going to get through that is if you're doing something which you're passionate about. And that really early decision not to launch a website which we weren't passionate about was fundamental. So that's the passion, and the second bit of it is really related to that. There is no way. I don't think some of these stories which we've heard this morning may suggest that the journey has been not as painful as it has been. I guarantee you that if you sat down any of these people and talked to them about various stages of the businesses, they will confess that there were times of extraordinary pain in that. I can remember during those days going to work on a Monday morning, literally sitting in the car, just not wanting to go in and have to confront the issues which we were dealing with, but having to sort of get up. And the only way then you can get up to do it is you're not going to do it for the money. You really aren't. No matter, I don't think anybody wants money that much that they're prepared to put themselves through this much grief. The only reason why you're going to do it, and the only reason why you're going to convince other people to do it, is because they fundamentally believe in what you're trying to do. And when I talk to Redbubble and ask, why are we there, what we're doing, it's the standing for artists. Everybody gets that. The staff get that. The investors get that, and they understand it, and it guides every decision which we make. Thank you very much.
I think we are heading to the lounge room.
Lounge room.
Excellent. So ask your questions on Slido. I'll just jump in with a few. I think we've heard lots of stories during the day about these companies that were bootstrapped from the beginning. And I think one interesting part of your story was around the money you raised before you launched. And so perhaps looking at it another way, what will you waste your money on when you raise money early? Or do you think, what's your sort of financing advice to people in the early stages of a business?
Yeah, that isn't. I think we certainly did waste money. I think of some of the things which we built and some of the things which we did. If we hadn't have had the money, we wouldn't have done it. But we wouldn't have done the things. We couldn't actually. There are some companies which you can't actually launch. You can bootstrap. Redbubble. It's an art and design marketplace. It just couldn't be done ugly. We just couldn't have underinvested. It had to have a lot of content. So if you're getting, 5,000 images a day uploaded, you actually need some pretty significant, investment in the software. And in the very early days, very early on, the amount of stuff which was hitting this website was large. It also was multifaceted. So we had a community aspect to what Redbubble was doing, which was important. And so I don't think it was possible to do Redbubble on the cheap. When we had realised that we weren't going to raise any more money back in 2009 and had to focus in, that was good for us. But I think you need to be a bit honest with your sites as well. I do see things coming to me as an investor occasionally and say we're going to raise $300,000. I say, oh gee, I don't reckon $300,000 is going to get you to the point where you're going to be in a position to raise the next amount of money. So what you ultimately need to do is, before you dive into, and I know there are some things which you can do really, really simply and on the cheap, and that's a great thing to be able to do, particularly if you can code as well. But if you can't code, then you do need to make sure that you're going to get enough money to get to the next stage. And so the amount of money you raise is always going to be, will this get me to this next, whether it's to a proof of concept or to show that we can scale the business. And investors, a very early investor in LookSmart actually taught us this lesson. And he said, I'm not going to invest $1 million in you guys because I think it's going to take $5 million, and so you're going to come back. And so for that reason, we were only asking for $1 million, but he thought it was going to be $5 million, so he wasn't prepared to put $1 million up. So, yeah.
I think one really fascinating thing to me in your journey is traditionally marketplaces, people will give you the advice that this supply side, both sides are hard, but the supply side, don't worry too much about it and just focus on this demand, the buyers in the marketplace. And I think obviously core to your vision in the first sentence of what you stand for is for artists. Explain sort of how you arrived at that, and then also these moments of tension, like what were the moments of tension where it was for artists and not for buyers?
So when we made that decision to build something for ourselves, what we recognised was that I've said that nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, oh, unless I buy a T-shirt today, I'm going to be, my life's going to be incomplete. People don't have that passion. But the artists, by contrast, they actually do have the passion to overcome difficulties. And so in the early days, for them, they had the fire and hair problem of just wanting to be out there, and they were tolerant. They were actually incredibly tolerant of not getting sales. So even while we're getting all those, even while we're not actually selling anything, we're still getting that incredible response from the artists and designers, because they were prepared to just be there and just occasionally put up with something. So we recognised where the real problem was in the market, and the problem was a supply side problem much more than it was a demand side. I think that over the years we've actually had to learn, and it's been actually really hard to integrate into the DNA what the nature of the buyer problem is and how we can solve that. And I know it's hard because the board beats me up about it, and so it hurts my head because they hit me on the head so hard about how bad we are from a buyer's perspective. But we do. The challenge then is it's actually recognising what is the most important thing there. Some things are good for buyers and good for sellers, but there's actually an awful lot of things where there's a conflict, and how you resolve that. You're not always going to resolve it on the side of the artist, but there are some things you actually. So I'll give you an example, an easy one. So back in 2009, it would have been quite easy. We actually had quite a lot of traffic. It would have been quite easy for us to take advertising on the website. We could have done that, and would have really helped with our economics, of course. because advertising's great, but it was actually going to be really bad for the artists. And so that was it said, okay, it's great, but we're just not going to do it from a values-driven perspective. So that's an example. And then you do get things where, well, wouldn't it be great from a buyer's if you did that, but it will actually diminish the experience which an artist have. And so we always have a sense of what the true north is there. And I think you do need to have a view about that as well. You can't just say we're going to be equally good for buyers and sellers all of the time, because that's simply not going to be able to optimize on that all of the time. There's actually, sometimes you can, but sometimes you can't.
Question from the audience. So fail faster has become a popular mantra. Do you think you fail fast enough? And then I also, maybe to add to that, how do you know if it has failed? What kind of measurement frameworks have you sort of worked through?
Oh, I don't think we did fail fast enough, to be honest. I think we're things which actually. Let me think through that. Sometimes we did, and sometimes we didn't. So there's things which we tried, which we left on the site for too long, and we didn't pull the plug on. But there's other things which you think aren't going to work, and they just sort of bubble along, and eventually they do. So I don't know whether it's possible. It would be great to fail fast all the time, in the sense that you were absolutely sure when you pull the plug on something that it was a failure. And I think that would be really good. That would be, that's a sort of a level of confidence, and we've failed. But I think sometimes you just don't know whether things are a failure, and just a lot of stuff ends up in that little world of being a little bit successful, and then you've got to make a decision about what you're going to do with it. And we had some designs. I think at the moment Redbubble's going through another sort of important pivoting point right now as we go through a branding exercise. We're going to have to be careful as we make some of those transitional changes. A/B testing certainly helps you to know whether something's failing or not versus what you have. But sometimes in an A/B test, I'll look at something and say, well, I know it's not going better, but I actually reckon it's better for the longer term. So you have to be a little bit careful about deciding what a failure truly is, I think.
What do you wish you knew at 24?
I wish I knew at 24. I think the hardest thing. When I was 24, I was going to Egypt to learn Arabic, and then going to Syria as a diplomat. And I was passionate about what I was doing then. I believed in it, and it was very sustaining to me. I don't. Every stage of your life journey has its different aspects to it. I don't think you can learn something at 24. What heavens above, I'm 50 now, sort of, 53, truly. But, you can't take a lesson from being 53 and apply it to 24. You're 24, you should be doing what you're doing at 24. Don't listen to me on that subject. No, go and be 24. Take drugs or get tattoos or whatever you're going to do.
You heard it here first. Yeah. I'm actually interested in, obviously you were part of another wonderful success. So Evan has spoken today. What did you have to unlearn from the LookSmart experience to be successful at Redbubble?
Well, Evan dealt with it, to be honest. And what the problem with LookSmart wasn't a great idea. It just wasn't a great idea. And we pivoted it, an endless number of times because the idea was poor. And I think it was poor on the primary dimension, that it hadn't identified a customer need really clearly. It was a good business idea, and that was pretty good, but it wasn't clear who the customer was, and as a result, you're actually then not knowing what you're pivoting around. What are you trying to achieve here? So the thing which I took out of LookSmart was, whenever I do the next thing, whatever it's going to be, I'm going to know who the customer is, and I'm going to identify that. I'm going to focus on that with a relentlessness. And then for the part of this presentation, when we first did the first slides and said that we're not going to be, then I realised actually I have to be the customer. In the first instance, if you're not the customer of your product, if you're building it for somebody else, unless you're Procter and Gamble and have got the resources to do all of the market research which is required, you have to ultimately build it for yourself as a first customer. And if you're not prepared to tell your friends about what you're doing because you're ashamed of it or think it's, then you've got a problem. So I think you have to build it from your perspective. And in the case of Look Smart, we just, it was a good business idea, but it just didn't have that core customer, view at the heart of it. Not all things have to be like that. Clearly, you can have just a brilliant piece of technology which you're passionately engaged in, which can just work. Something like Google. But if it's going to be an outward-facing customer-related thing, then that clarity around the customer need is just fundamentally important. Interestingly enough, it's actually one of the hardest things for VCs to fund in a way, particularly early stages, because if it's not a piece of technology which is clear about its need, and if the customer is actually, then it becomes really an investment in brand, because that's ultimately what you're dealing with. The best definition of brand I've ever heard is it's a promise between a company and its customers, and that's actually much harder for the venture capital community to invest in. So Redbubble actually has successfully failed at raising venture capital money, but we have raised money over the years successfully from people who've got that real brand orientation and that focus around understanding what a brand can be.
A question on a slide you had the fraud control, and this is actually an interesting one for me because every marketplace business, it's actually, you think it's a negative thing, it's actually a positive thing. It means that you've actually achieved an initial unit of success. Every marketplace will have these fraud horror stories. What was the worst fraud horror story? What was a Russian hacker story?
Oh, yeah. And it comes in waves as well. So I'm not quite sure what the fraud issue was back in 2009, but back in 2010, suddenly I think we must have got sort of just put on some whatever the dark net is. I don't actually know what the dark net is. I read about it again. I still don't know what it is.
It's on 60 Minutes, I think.
I wonder whether anybody who's talking about the dark web ever knows what it is. So I'll have to ask this audience. Somebody who's 24 probably knows. Anyway, we must have been discovered on the dark web, even though I don't know what it is, because some Russians we just got absolutely descended upon by these people who discovered a way of what they were doing was they were selling stuff to each other, and they were collecting the artist margin. So it was a way of them actually getting cash out of it. We do get all these people who buy stuff on fake credit cards, and you can solve that one over time. But this one was actually quite tricky, and we had to get this was when we first employed a fraud officer. So the thing was, it really did come in this huge wave, and suddenly fraud went from a historical, now it's absolutely negligible, like on a well under 0.1% of in fact well under 0.01% of sales are fraud. It's just absolutely negligible. But back then, it suddenly was 10, 15, and 20% of things were being fraudulent, and and you think to yourself, what have I done wrong in my life? I think it's something karma or something, because you go out there in the world doing good. I'm helping artists. I'm a nice person. I don't beat the dog, and then suddenly all these people come in and being mean to you. It's really nasty.
Question around the founding team, and I think interestingly, the founding team of Redbubble was perhaps non-traditional to a 2014 kind of founding team. I think there were mainly non-technical founders. What's the right size, and what was the sort of glue that brought you together?
The founding team, we knew each other, which I think was really key. And while we were non-technical, my co-founders were Peter Stiles and Paul Van Zeller. Paul is a designer, and so as I said about that business plan, I do think the number one reason people invested in the site was they said, gee, if you can do this sort of design, it's going to be great. And the fact we couldn't build it was almost sort of like after the event, they sort of thought, you at least understand something. And so I think that was actually really important. And then Paul did do, he was actually in that slide about We Stand for Artists, that was actually a picture of Paul. So he did actually do all of the designs for quite a while, and he would review designs with people, with designers. I'm not sure that the designers loved this very much, but he would review design for quite a long time, and it had a really important impact. And he was actually also our credibility, because he's not only a designer, but he's also an artist and a designer artist, and so he was interacting very intensely with the community as well. So he had a lot of credibility. And Peter, by contrast, he is ex-military, and he was able to get in those early days and just put in the long hours and the long days to make it happen when I was sort of swanning about. So he was really able to focus in on just making sure things happen and getting the trains, because it was quite a complicated site. It is a lot. Trust me, it is a lot harder to ship real things than dots and zeros. So and shipping stuff like our first Christmas. Just to give you a sense of this, our first Christmas, we had one supplier in America, and they stopped and they went on holiday to Hawaii. So one of our personnel had to go to Hawaii to actually start the machine and make the T-shirts themselves. So the first Christmas, we couldn't ship anything. The second Christmas, we started production in Germany, and that was when we had negative margins. We actually had negative margins. So we didn't want to ship anything in the second Christmas because we were losing stuff on everything we sold. And the third Christmas, we actually could ship stuff, and we actually changed production, so we had positive margins. But in the third Christmas, two things happened. One, this is now during the GFC, and America was stopping things coming into this. They were actually holding things up at the border. It was a tariff war, which wasn't really a tariff war. It was really an odd thing. They just was stopping things coming into America. And we also lost a truck of T-shirts, and this was because we had to buttress one of our suppliers by sending a truck, and this was the huge snowstorms, and so we lost 30,000 T-shirts, and this really did almost go. And again, we actually had to send somebody to America to find a truck of T-shirts to get them to the supplier, so we really did. And Peter was just great at making that stuff happen. Yeah.
Cool. We might do one more question. I think it was around how do you come up with product ideas as a company, and maybe describe in the early days of you being the customer, but how the company comes up with ideas.
It depends whether they're physical product ideas or website features. So physical product ideas now you can actually print on a lot of stuff. We could do mouse pads, we could do shower curtains, we could do whatever we like, and that is getting ever broader. And again, the way we choose that is we actually have clarity around who our customers are. So while the technology can do anything, it's actually a decision about what you actually choose to do, and that's actually a decision which is really made. You can only make that on the basis of brand, where you want to be and where you want to play, and so that's how we come up with the physical product ideas. We get a bit mad, and we push our suppliers, and we get fundamentally new concepts. There's a whole bunch of new things which are getting ready to launch, which nobody else has done on the internet or ever made before, in a way. So that's really exciting for us. Website features, I think Collis had got it completely right. It's a mixture between maths and heart and head. You got to have a little bit of analytics and a little bit of this, but then you got to have a view about will you use the feature? What does it look like over the time? And you have to have a little bit of it, and that actually gets a bit hard, to be honest. And again, because sometimes you do get that a bit wrong at times, and you have too many features. You got to scale it back, or how to make it work in a way which is sensible for the users. And it's funny enough, users they really they don't want a lot of features which they don't use, and so getting the right balance there is actually quite important.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, thank Martin Hosking.
Am I allowed to plug T-shirts?
No. Yeah, one of the questions was, I didn't ask it, but can people get a discount, or tell people what they can buy?
I should have come with a discount. I didn't. You have to
discount on the pug-related products.
Yeah, I could. I could generate a discount code. Yes, there is a discount. I will generate a discount code right after here, so you'll be able to get 10% off on the code Sunrise 2014. So I'll generate a code, and that will be available in about half an hour. Sunrise 2014.
Thank you, Martin.
Okay.
All right, so we have a quick break. Stand up, stretch your legs, make use of Amazon's expansion into espresso coffee behind us and in the foyer, and then come back quickly. We're going to kick things off at 3:15. Thank you.
open up the US market, not just from a product perspective, but also from an investment.
It's a little bit of a different business to those we've heard about earlier today. It's a financial trading business, but an amazing business that in its first 2 years, or after 2 years, generated $270 million in revenue, 2 years from founding it, and hired hundreds of people. Danny's got a great story, so I'd like to introduce him, and then we'll ask some questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Hello. Good afternoon. I'd like to share a story with you about my first experience with a startup company. Tibra Capital is a securities and derivatives trading firm, buying and selling securities on electronic markets all around the world, with our own capital and our own customized software. Traders like activity, busy markets, volatility. The more volatile a market, the bigger the difference between the price we can buy securities at and sell, which is essentially bigger profit margins. And in 2006, we set out to build a trading team and a software development team and go to compete against some of the biggest banks, hedge funds in the world, and some big financial institutions. We had no customers. We didn't sell any products. We had no outside investors, but we did have 17 staff on the first day, which was September 2006. A little bit about what Tibra is. Very different in many ways. Having a crappy office, I think we're not very different to startups at all in that sense. That's what we walked into on the first day. And that's us setting up our operations. Now, when we were planning the launch of our trading operations, we gave ourselves about 20 weeks to get ready for trading in September. And that involved a huge infrastructure installation, servers in different countries. There was no cloud back then, and certainly not for an industry like ours, where it was quite specialized software. We had to write a mountain of software, and we had to build our own trading strategies and build everything from scratch. And we also had to go through major banking and regulatory relationship building, getting licensing, approvals, and so on. So it was a very hectic 20 weeks. We hired, as I said, we started with 17 people. We recruited from within our industry, and we recruited some of the best software developers that I've ever met. I'm constantly in awe of software developers, I must say. And while we were going through this process, we'd planned to launch into the Australian and Hong Kong markets in that 20 weeks. Now, we decided at some point to add to that the Japanese market, the South Korean market, and the Singaporean market. And I thought it's a little bit ambitious, but why don't we give it a go and launch into 5 markets at once? So our story really begins on the 9th of October 2006. We have been trading for a few weeks. We've rolled into 5 different countries at once, all from our Sydney office here in Bondi Junction. And as good as our software team was, they haven't been able to build our custom trading software yet. We're still a month or 2 away. So we're essentially trading manually. Now, in a world where the machines are dominating, and I'm sure many of you have heard about the way financial markets operate, we were buying and selling securities with a mouse, and to buy something you had to double click on it and enter some information and hit enter, and it was very, very old school. But we were just testing. We'd been only going a couple of weeks, and we thought, look, we're learning a lot. We're just testing our strategies out and so on. And I happened to be trading into the Korean market. Now, I'd never traded Korea before. I'd never been to Korea. I barely knew where it was. And I didn't know anything about the market except that it's like the Wild West. The Korean stock market had a product based around their exchange, their index, the Kospi 200, similar to our ASX 200. And it was the busiest equity product in the world, just absolute chaos. It was not a product you could trade without a very sophisticated system. There were some other markets you could, like Australia and Hong Kong, which is why we'd started there. But this was not one of them. So we were really just waiting. Now, on this day, 9th of October 2006, something quite extraordinary happened. The North Korean government launched and detonated a nuclear weapon underground, very, very close to South Korea. And as you may know, they don't really get along. And this incident was unannounced. It came without warning. And basically all hell broke loose. The market went into a severe panic and it crashed. Now, normally when a market crashes, prices fall quickly and heavily. But on this occasion, the market actually crashed. The servers went down. Basically, the stock exchange just broke. And it froze and complete chaos. So no one really knows what's happening. And there I am, a few weeks into a new business with no software to trade with, just my mouse, wondering, what have I got myself into? Now, ordinarily, when this happens, stock markets do have outages from time to time. They just shut it down and they resolve the issue and then they start it back up again. And that of itself is not completely unheard of. But on this occasion, a very strange thing happened. The market didn't shut. The stock exchange was publishing prices and kept the market open despite the fact that their servers had completely gone out of control. And in fact, the index, which is comprised of 200 biggest companies in South Korea, started to display a price of 0. This meant the Korean stock market was telling the world that the entire market was worthless. Now, of course, this was incorrect, but who knew what was going on? Now, again, ordinarily, when this happens, most of the computers around the world that are trading, that are automatically trading into these markets, will see such a disruption or an outage, and they will know to shut down. And certainly the well-designed ones did and would, and ours would have had they been ready. But there was one gentleman, I don't know who he was, I like to think of him as Mr. SK, sitting over there in Seoul, and he left his machine on. or it didn't turn off. I don't know why. Now, in a market where everything is worth zero, the price of insurance is essentially skyrocketing. Derivatives have certain contracts that are like insurance contracts. I won't go into the details, but essentially, as the market goes down, they go up in value. Now, this gentleman's pricing was completely out of order because he was basing his prices as though the entire stock market was worthless, which clearly it wasn't. So something worth $2,500, a relatively small transaction, he bid that into the market, which was open despite being completely broken, and he was out by a factor of 1,000. So instead of bidding $2,500, he bid $2.5 million. Now, most stock exchanges around the world cancel transactions that are manifestly incorrect. There's only one or two in the world that don't, and you guessed it, South Korea is one of them. So, the other thing, these error trades happen all the time, and there's normally 1,000 computers waiting, and they're like infinitely fast mousetraps that sit there and wait in cyberspace, waiting to snap up any of these beautiful little transactions that come about that are clearly you're going to make a profit from. 99.9% of trades you do, you're probably not sure if you'll make a profit, but on these you do. So ordinarily these things get snapped up, but on this day, at this moment, all the computers in the world that would ordinarily trade that and take advantage of that error had shut themselves down. So there I was trading manually with my trusty mouse, and the benefit of, I suppose, being an experienced trader. I'd worked as a trader before starting this firm. In 2 seconds, I was able to double-click my mouse, hit enter a couple of times with a colleague of mine, a co-founder of mine, a man who stayed amazingly cool under pressure, and we sold to this poor gentleman who we called Mr. SK $2,500 worth of securities for $2.5 million. Now, they say a second or two can change your life, and for me and for us, it was a game changer. Apart from the obvious financial benefits, the ability for us to accelerate our hiring, our development, and our expansion, and it gave us a tremendous amount of confidence. So we then decided, not satisfied with 5 countries in Asia, we were going to bring forward our expansion into the European markets and open up an office in London, and we came up with the ridiculous deadline of the 1st of July 2007. It was about 8 months later. I don't know why we did that, but we managed to push ourselves to do it. So the lesson from that crazy little day in Korea, market only finished down 2.5% in the end. I think the world figured out that maybe a nuclear device wasn't such a bad thing if it was just a test and it was underground. But the lessons were important to us. One, that despite believing and seeing a world being dominated by technology and machines and automation, there was huge value in the human element that goes with it, the human training, skills, expertise and collaboration that understands how software is built, what happens when it goes wrong, and so on. And secondly, it only takes an instant. So back on that first point, we really believed that it was all about the talent, and that talent was either trading talent or software talent, but ultimately it was talent that would win the game regardless, and technologies would come and go, and that's a theme that was very strong for us. The second thing was that you had to be pretty careful. Like, you couldn't do this in Australia. You couldn't lose $2.5 million like that if you tried. But you could destroy your business in an instant, and we were lucky to be on the right side of this on this day. A few years later, an ex-colleague of mine at a different firm that he'd actually started in Hong Kong had a complete blow-up in Korea as well, and they lost a rumoured $15 million, and they were guys our age who'd worked with us previously and gone away and started a firm. And that's obviously devastating. And not long after that, not that long ago, a company called Knight Securities in the US, a big company, they had a complete meltdown of their systems, and they were forced to disclose to the market that they lost $400 million with software just going out of control and buying stuff at crazy prices and not being able to unwind those positions. So that was a lesson to us about what can happen. Now, the third lesson was just sometimes it's just your day. The sequence of events that led me to be in that chair. We'd brought forward the expansion into Korea. We hadn't got any software, so we were trading very differently. We were trading very old school techniques, and we weren't expecting anything, but we were alert. And then all the computers had shut down, and all these things led to that one moment. And sometimes that's just a piece of luck you have to take advantage of. So I talked a bit about our culture, about the talent on it. Just want to show you through. So this slideshow is one of the first I produced. You can see our old logo. I don't have any graphic design capabilities whatsoever, so I'd like to say my PowerPoints have improved in 8 years, but I couldn't do better than this even today. The philosophy to be active across electronic markets, to be diversified, to have superior trading skills, pricing and development, to be growth-oriented, aggressive, disciplined, but also to be respectful. And all of these things really came to the fore in that particular situation in Korea and would come to the fore again, and I think was a big part of our success. Common goals: to be the best, to be the fastest, to have the best systems. You can have the best traders, but if you don't have the best systems, you'll never be as competitive as you like to be. And equally, you can have the best technology in the world, but if you don't have really great people, you're not going to make it. Now, we at the peak had about 250 staff, of which about 90 to 100 were traders and about the same were technologists. So we'd come out of an industry where, I remember being in a desk of 12 traders and we had no IT guys. In fact, the guy who'd come and fix our computer when it broke was an out-of-work actor who was doing tuna commercials, and he would come over after like 3 hours and plug our thing back in, and that was the extent of our IT. So it changed dramatically in 5 or 6 years, and we felt very much that it was going that way. We hired one for one. We raised the salaries of software developers around the world and made them really equity partners and a real part of what we were building. We were responsible for some massive wage inflation in the software development industry, so but to me they were worth every penny. We had some metrics. I don't want to bore you with them. They're risk-adjusted returns, how much capital you're risking to make a certain amount of profit. We always focused a lot more on profit than revenue because ultimately our business revolved around talent, and you can't put a multiple on talent and sell it to a VC or a private equity firm or float it, unfortunately. We said, what are our keys to success? We had a vision of 250 staff in 4 continents. This was a 6-year plan, global operations, quality of staff. And we talked about what commitment meant to us. Discipline and motivation are 2 very important things to me. Finding people, fair structure, being proactive and urgent, seeing an opportunity, and obviously being someone with initiative. Our culture was around excellence. This was something we just said, how do we build a culture of excellence? So that's what we stand for, is excellence. We were very informal. We were shorts and thongs and singlets, whatever the weather demanded, very informal culture. But we wanted to be known for our work and not how we looked or spoke. And I think, I think we were able in those initial years of recruiting to maintain that culture of excellence. And we talked a bit about the future. So this presentation is either late 06 or early 07. I believe it's probably after October. We talked a bit about our culture, our growth, consolidating, and so on. Now, as you can probably gather, we weren't like other startups. We didn't have any customers, so we had no challenges around customer acquisition, pricing, branding, all these things that must cause people to tear their hair out. We had no outside investors, so we were very inward focused. It doesn't mean we weren't producing a great product. We actually were producing amazingly good software, but our clients were the traders in our own teams, and they could be very, very demanding. And obviously me, as a trader, was one of those. So we didn't have the same sort of talk. Like, I don't remember ever talking about the word startup. I don't remember referring to us as a startup. So I think we just were people that did what we wanted to do. We had a background in this area, and we felt we could do it better and fairer, and we felt that the world really was, our sort of opportunity set. So we didn't concentrate too much on Australia, although we did in the people sense. We had at least 120, 130, so half our staff located in Sydney, and that was an interesting time for us. So we were out of the blocks 2006, September we launched, and in 2008-9 year, as Rick mentioned, we did about $270 million in trading revenue. And more importantly, we did about $70 million in profit. And that was inside our third year. So it gave us a tremendous amount of confidence, and obviously we rode some very interesting times. When I look back on that first 3 years, I want to talk a bit about chasing growth. In that early discussion, we decided to launch 3 extra countries, and it had a really a windfall piece of luck, but it was really something that gave us a lot of opportunity. It was generally a good time to be a trader, despite that one crazy day. And that then led us, as a flow-on, to go into Europe early, much earlier than we'd expected. And we were there by 2007, and that meant that when the GFC hit, and hit hard, we were there, we were ready. We had a great team in the UK. We'd been able to hire from all over the world. We had programmers coming from different countries in Europe. Most of them seemed to be called Vladimir and were Russian, but they were a fantastic team. Now, it's really hard to describe what trading is like during a global financial crisis. But that crazy day in Korea that we saw, that half an hour of craziness when there was a nuclear alert, it was like that every day. It was like that every day for about 18 months. And, there was fear, there was governments under pressure, banks were failing, it was frenzied buying and selling, and it was exhausting because every day was like your busiest day you've ever had in your career. And I'd been trading for 7 or 8 years by then, and I'd never seen anything like it, and I've never seen anything like it since. Now, that GFC, it caused us, obviously, to try to be flexible and agile around our decision-making, but also to question our assumptions. What we thought was the world norm, that banks couldn't fail, that Lehman Brothers couldn't go under, these assumptions were rapidly changing. And in fact, to give you an example, we had a multi-billion-dollar trading facility that allowed us to buy, using that money, anything in the world, basically. And the bank that provided it had a sort of a banking division for us, and they had a massive insurance business, and they went under overnight. And the Dutch government, it was a Dutch-Belgian conglomerate, and the Dutch government came in and said, we're going to hive off kind of the Dutch banking part of the business and let the Belgian insurance side fail. And the Dutch government nationalised this enormous bank overnight. Now, they could have just said, you've got a couple of $1 billion in credit that you're using. It's a global credit crisis. I won't go into the details, but there's a credit crunch. So credit was very difficult to get. And they could have just said, we don't need this. We'll take that line back and see you later. You shut down overnight. But fortunately, they seemed to like our business, and some Dutch Minister for Finance approved our lines to stay in place. But those assumptions that we had to change were very, mind-blowing, that we had to really think about how the world had changed over time. Now, it was a perfect storm for traders, huge amounts of volatility, huge amounts of activity, a lot of our competitors and financial institutions going under, which was bringing talent back out onto the market. So in that instance, we really able to take advantage. And I suppose the lesson was that when the crisis averted, we were left with a massive staff and a massive overhead, and I think we were burning about $1 million a week at the end of the crisis when everything settled down, and that caused a big drag on performance as we had to then manage much, much quieter markets. The other thing I'd just like to touch on briefly is around decision making. Our goal was to attract the best and brightest in the market and to make them remunerated and treated fairly and pay an equity in order to be really included and part of the journey. Now, we did that, but we also thought that the talent wanted to have a say in decision making. So we made our entire structure very consensus driven, and we made our entire organisation sort of live that culture. And it was fantastic in the early days where you had collaboration and you had a sense of team and a sense of unity and purpose. But as the company got bigger, we had massive fragmentation of decision making, multiple voices internally, really complex debates and complex issues to try to resolve. And it was very much like companies have when they take on outside investment for the first time and suddenly they've got this disparate group of people that all want different things. The issue for us is we had that internally, and that was very difficult. Ultimately, it led to me, I think to realise that it's a double-edged sword. That consensus-driven approach is fantastic for alignment and in a small team, but as you get bigger, you need a really clear way to work out who's making decisions and where the mandate comes for leadership, because you've got very different types of leadership in an organisation. I threw this photo in just because I like it, but it's really sort of shows just how old school things were in those days. The change has been incredible. As I said, the changes in our business and the leadership sort of caused me eventually to exit my business, which I've largely done. I still retain an equity stake in the business, but I've moved on to a brand new startup, and it's obviously really exciting for me. I've got a fantastic new team, and I'm hoping that one day there'll be a story to tell about that business, and if there is, I'd love to share it with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Do you want to come over to the bar, or are we going to go to the living room?
Oh, normally when I sit at a bar, no one really listens to me.
Right,
So
let's go to the bar. Let's go to the bar.
Try it. See what happens.
All right. So we've got about 10 minutes, and one of the things I want to talk to you about is hiring, because your business was a little different from many startups here. You hired in the first year you hired about 50 people.
Yep.
Because that's just incredible for a startup. I know I've done 2. We hired like 1, 2, 3 in the first year, and that's what most startups kind of do.
Yeah.
Tell me, did you know anything about recruitment when you started?
Yeah, so we were a little lucky in that in our industry there was some really effective mathematical testing that you could put traders through. For every 1,000 people that sat that test, you might get 50 that passed, and that was an 8-minute way of screening out 950 people. So it was very effective. It really helped us to get through a lot of numbers. Then, of course, you had to understand whether the person had the maths, but also the ability to work in a team. So we were lucky. I think at one point early, we were getting 1,000 applicants a month for various jobs. Wow. We had, probably around 07, 08, 09 maybe.
Yeah. And was it like, did you do the hiring yourself? Was it you and the co-founders who always vetted every single person?
Yeah, I did a lot of it myself individually. Probably of that first 50 to 80 staff, we were able to build a really great team. People that would have been leaders in their field, wherever they were. And they were people who could go out and lead a team of 8 or 10. And if you had 10 or 15 of them, suddenly you've got 100 people and things are really moving. So I did a lot. We ended up, we didn't rate HR early, and then we sort of ended up with 7 or 8 HR people because it just was getting so difficult. But no, certainly there was, again, a lot of consensus-driven hiring, but we really did know what we wanted. And even today, I've always been comfortable recruiting. It's something I find pretty easy.
Yeah, yeah. And tell me about, you talked a little bit about feeling that you really needed to give these sort of, I guess, real sort of superstars a part of the business. So did everyone own a bit of Tibra capital, like all your employees?
No, I mean, I think we had about 35 out of the first 200, so it wasn't like everyone would get, but there was a 50% profit pool, so everyone in the company shared that 50% of all earnings went towards paying remuneration, and that was unprecedented in the market and really made us an employer of choice for a few years there. And but the equity was a little more tricky. I mean, sometimes you make decisions so quickly, like we said, should we make the equity that these guys come in voting or non-voting? And then we thought, they might feel like we're being dodgy if we make it non-voting, so we'll just make everyone's equity the same. And suddenly you've got 7 blokes that are averaging 10 to 16% of a company, and you don't have to be Einstein to work out that that's going to be really hard to make decisions when you've always got sort of so many voices.
Yeah. You spoke about kind of luck, and I guess for a lot of startups, and we've heard actually throughout today, there's luck, involved in a really successful startup. But I think one of the things that's coming through and is clear, from your story, is that you make your own luck by really being in the right place when that lightning strikes.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of people lose a lot of money just as easily as we've made it, and that's not necessarily because they're not good at what they do. There is a lot of luck involved, but I think, certainly in trading, it's a numbers game. You do thousands, if not millions, of transactions a month, and if you know that on the average you're good at what you do, you'll ride through the ups and downs, and it's just, it's a numbers game. So I think you're always going to have a bit of luck, and you just got to cherish it and enjoy the moment, and at the same time, you don't let the downs, we try to not get too worried about making heaps of money, because we thought, well, if we don't make money, we've also got to lift our spirits. So we try to stay very level regardless of the week we've had.
Yeah. Let's jump to a few on the screen. So the first one is, what financial technology trends do you see emerging and disrupting the market? And I'm going to put Bitcoin out there, being, with the audience we have. What do you, in 30 seconds, what do you think of Bitcoin?
I have a staff member who knows much more about it than I do. I think there's a place for digital currency. I don't think it'll be really big for at least a decade. That'll be my view. But look, I think there's a place for it, and I think one currency will survive. One digital currency will survive.
Yeah. Male-dominated trading industry. What's your strategy on diversity? Did you have any women traders?
Yeah, out of the hundreds I've worked with, there was only a couple. Look, we're a meritocracy. Like, we couldn't make more females interested or make them better at it. Not many applied, and then, like 95% of people that we interviewed or tested, we didn't hire anyway, and that was male or female. So I think it's something that, now that you're on screens and the old days of the trading floors have gone, probably it's a lot more opportunity for women, because they're not necessarily as aggressive as men, and you don't need to be behind a screen. Behind a screen, you can be anybody. So, but I think it does take a certain type of person to be a trader, and I think especially when you're trading in really quickly. I don't know, but all I know is that I would hire anyone if they were good enough, male or female, and I did work with a few. Yeah.
So I want to spend the last 3 or 4 minutes that we've got talking about your new startups, because having left Tibra Capital, you've founded, I know of 2 businesses, and let's start on the first, is a cricket program, right? Can you tell us a little bit about that and what got you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm a cricket tragic. I play and I love it. I watch it and I talk about it, and my developers don't seem to share my passion. But look, I saw a great business opportunity. I backed someone else with seed funding, so it's not really my business, but I'm heavily involved in it. I just think online content and e-learning is huge, and if it's cricket, all the better. The second one is Ninyo, which is really my baby, and it's mobile e-commerce. My goal is for every person in the world who monetizes their own labour to do it efficiently using a mobile phone and using access to shared resources around the world. So that's
great.
them
and
in
what
a nutshell.
stage is that? What stage is this?
We're about to go into. We're launching next week.
Yep.
We've got a couple of premises that we've kitted out as these sort of shared infrastructure centres, and any freelance provider, like it could be hair, makeup, beauty, yoga, massage, consultants, gardeners, anyone who sells their time and labour can get on our system for free, use it, and we're essentially a bit of a payment plug-in, but we provide all this value up front that doesn't cost. They can use our shared service centres. They book a chair by the hour or a massage table by the hour. They bring their customer, they make a living, they leave, and there's completely no friction for them, either in terms of technology or in terms of real estate. So we're really a dual technology real estate play. Some great questions there. I don't know.
Yeah, I like actually the second one. Many great developers, aren't great communicators. What advice would you give to aspiring developers for improving their people skills?
I think just spend time with different types of people, and the more time you spend with people, the more you'll learn that, people have their differences, but they also have their similarities, and it's not that hard to find commonalities. I know when I was a young trader, it was pretty uncool to talk to the software guys, but, I bonded with lots of them over, Commodore 64 games and various other things we had in common, and just talk to people, spend time with people. No one expects you to be something you're not.
And how did you pay for the initial 17 employees? Was it external funding?
As I said, we had no external funding at all. We started with 7 million in startup capital that came from us, from myself and one other guy put in probably 80% of that, and then the other guys cobbled together the rest. So we were very lucky that we'd been previously in a career that had sort of paid well for our 20s, and we were in that position. So very lucky. I don't have any external fundings. I've funded both my startups that I'm currently involved with. So I've never raised capital before. It's an interesting one. I'm probably going to do it soon. With Centre Wicket's going to raise money soon. We actually just raised $500,000, but it's in tech. It's in technology for equity. It's a very interesting. Our partner's here somewhere, and it's a tech for equity swap, which is quite interesting. We're getting 3 of their gun software guys to come in, enterprise grade infrastructure, and obviously we've given them equity in return.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, we've got to call it a day now. Thank you very much, Danny. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, next up we have Rod Johnson, who is the founder of SpringSource. Rod.
Good afternoon. So this, as I think some of the previous speakers have noted, this is a very interesting format. It's actually quite different from anything I've done before in a talk. And it really involves going back into the archive and digging around for these things that you've long since forgotten. So at a personal level, that's really been quite fascinating. So we're going to be travelling back in time, but before we do that, I'll just give you a quick timeline of SpringSource, which was the company that I co-founded in 2004, so that you get a sense of how this fits into the big picture. So in late 2002, I published a book on Java development, which went by the snappy title of Expert One-on-One J2EE Development, Design and Development. This actually technically is the second book that is there on the slide. This book included quite a bit of code that I had advanced as superior ways to implement some common architectural patterns. That code got a really positive reaction from readers of the book, and as a result, I decided to set up an open source project. So in early 2003, I set up an open source project that rapidly attracted some talented developers and became startlingly popular. So, by sometime in 2004, by the time we decided to found our company, we'd had something like 1 million downloads. So we realized that this was not only having a really big influence on how people wrote enterprise Java applications, it clearly had an economic potential, because if you've got, hundreds of thousands or more engineers working with your software, even if it's open source and free, that potentially is an interesting market. So the Spring framework, for those of you who are not familiar with the Java ecosystem, is an enterprise Java application framework. It provided a superior alternative to EJB and a lot of the very cumbersome J2EE standards advanced by Sun. It was open source, published under a very liberal license, the Apache software license, and as I mentioned, it resulted in an enormous community. So in mid-2004, some of the other key engineers who were working on the Spring codebase and myself decided that there was an opportunity here. We wanted to found our own business. We all kind of liked the idea of being independent, and we thought, something's happening here that's potentially exciting. The community continued to grow, and by the end of 2005, we established our first conference. And about 2.5 years after founding the company, we decided to seek venture funding. We'd been bootstrapped to this point, so I've kind of seen both the life of a bootstrapped entrepreneur and the life of a funded entrepreneur, and they're both very interesting things. And from that point, the trajectory of the business really accelerated. We did a number of acquisitions. We raised $17 million in Series B in 2008. And we eventually were acquired by VMware for $420 million in September of 2009. So that hopefully gives you a bit of a sense of what the whole story was about. Enterprise Java infrastructure software with the aim of selling to folks deploying and building enterprise Java applications. So I'm going to talk about a very short part of this story. It's actually, I now realize, at the time that Danny was profiting from North Korean nuclear tests. And one interesting thing I was thinking as Danny told that story is, I barely even remember that. I barely even remember that because I was so damn busy with the company that, a little trivial thing like a rogue state detonating a nuclear weapon was kind of, not really very noticeable. So what was going on during this period, and why did we think this would be interesting to talk about today? So, to go back to 2006, so, late 2006, North Korea is playing with nukes. The head office of Interface 21, as our company was then called, is in John Humphrey's house in Greenwich in London. Now, although it doesn't look too bad from the front, as you can see, the back of the building is a little bit mangy. And this is the whole building. This is the office. It's literally that one room. And another thing that you will note is that some of the other windows in the building open. This one doesn't. You normally don't think about suffering in terms of the summer in England, but the summer of 2006 was actually quite hot. I believe there was the hottest day ever in southern England. It was about 39 degrees. And I could not use the office for quite some days that summer because it was just unbearable to be in there. So, we were clearly in a pretty rudimentary environment. And why was that? Well, that was because our business wasn't doing very well. Our business at this point was essentially a services business. We were selling consulting and training, and we'd sold a lot of it. We'd already trained about 3,000 developers. This is actual slideware from, I think, early 2007, using our then logo. As you can see, it was just predominantly Spring-related, but also fairly generic enterprise Java training. This was not ultimately what we wanted to be doing. We realized that services businesses aren't really the right way to build a lot of value in a company, but it was the only thing that we could successfully bootstrap. And you know what? Things were not going very well. This period is interesting because it was a period where we had a complete transformation in the business. So late 2006, I'm sitting in that quite grungy office. We're running a training and consulting business. We are quite literally living from hand to mouth. So I and two of my co-founders were not paid for months at a time. We had some employees and we never missed a single paycheck for them, but life was really pretty tough for founders with mortgages. We were trying to build a more strategic line of business, which we thought would be support for the software. So, in other words, instead of merely selling services, getting enterprises to pay us for support, 24/7 support on the mission-critical apps they were building on the framework. But there were a couple of problems. We couldn't really launch that because we didn't have enough money to scale up a sales team. And we were struggling in our core product. So the Spring framework by this point was well over 1 million lines of code. It was pretty complex code. And we were trying to deliver Spring 2.0 and we were late. We were really struggling even to develop the open source code, let alone to develop any value adds that would make us more money. By late 2007, things were very different. We had raised $10 million from Benchmark, who are one of the premier investors in Silicon Valley. We had a Bay Area-based executive team. I remained CEO but moved to the Valley. And we now had dedicated product engineering resource. So we were finally able to deliver on our product plans. So what I'd like to talk through is, how that experience unfolded, what was difficult, what we got wrong, what we got right, and what we learnt from it. So the core challenge was to transform from a services business to a product business. It's important to think about where we came from. So these are the 4 co-founders, myself, Jürgen Hurler, who still writes the bulk of the code on Spring today, Colin Sampliano, and Keith Donald. So as you can see, there is some diversity in this group of founders. It's predominantly expressed in that 50% of them have got hair and 50% of them have not got hair. However, there was really no other diversity. We were all fundamentally techies, and none of us really had the experience of building the kind of business that we needed to build. The only one who had any relevant experience of the software business was Colin. In retrospect, I think Colin was much righter than the rest of us about various things at that point. Unfortunately, we partly didn't listen, and also I think, Colin was closer to being right, but he didn't have the experience either to drive what we needed to do. So at this point, we didn't really know what we wanted to do, and that was part of the problem. Originally, our aim was to build a consulting and training business. That was probably the first year. We rapidly realized that there was a much, much bigger opportunity than this. I mean, consulting and training businesses, any services business, is not tremendously valuable. If you look at revenue multiples, they're typically somewhere around 1. In fact, I think when EDS were sold a few years ago, it was 0.7 was the revenue multiple. So we'd realized that this wasn't going to work. And of course, the reason these businesses are not valuable is because they can't really fund IP creation. The margin is so low that you can't fund serious product development. There is a reason. For example, at Accenture or IBM Global Services don't develop a lot of IP. We'd fondly imagined that as we had more and more people coming in, we were selling more training, our price point was really high and we had no problem billing people out for $2,500 a day, we imagined that that would naturally give us a dividend of the ability to fund software development. And it really didn't. It didn't give us nearly enough. We were immensely ambitious for Spring. So one of the key things that we did right was we wanted to make Spring dominant in enterprise Java, and we did. We did it with a absolutely single-minded and passionate zeal, and that made everything else possible. But while we were absolutely obsessed with Spring dominating enterprise Java, we were much less ambitious, at least at this point, for the company. So, one key lesson right here is you need diversity in your group of founders. We should have realized much sooner than we did that we needed not to be a group of people who are pretty similar. We needed to have people in that group who were quite dissimilar. So in late 2006, we reached a key turning point. It was a very, very difficult time, and we realised that it's just not happening. We'd frankly stalled. We were trying to deliver a major overhaul of our open source software with Spring 2.0. It was late. There were more bugs than we would like in it. We just didn't have the resource to do this and keep the lights on. And it was abundantly clear that the best we could do was tread water. We weren't going to be swimming anywhere. So we made a number of decisions that really changed things. We made our first senior hire of someone who was completely different from the founding team. And this was Neelan Choksi, who was became our COO. Now, the interesting thing here is, well, amongst other things, if you look at the guy's teeth, perfect teeth, this guy is obviously American. He also was an experienced entrepreneur. He had successfully done one previous startup that he'd sold to one of the large software companies in our space. He'd been involved in another startup before that wasn't successful. But, he had both an MBA and a lot of relevant experience. So we also decided to overhaul our business plan. We'd previously had a business plan, but it was incredibly fuzzy. And Neelan and I sat down and spent a lot of time thinking about it and wrote a business plan that actually proved to work rather well. And we realized that we needed to raise funding. So one of the interesting things that happened at this point is we started to specialize. Prior to that, everybody had done everything. So, for example, if you look at this group of guys, so this one, what's this one doing? This one is delivering training courses, doing probably most of our sales and writing a little bit of software. This one's writing software. He is delivering training and doing all our selling in North America. He's delivering training and doing evangelism, predominantly in North America. And everybody did a bit of everything. So, for example, Keith also handled all the banking because he was the only one who had a US address. Colin handled all the infrastructure, so our mail server and Jira and all that kind of stuff. So, everybody did a bit of everything. There was no real specialization. So, at the same time as Neelan came in, we gradually started to specialize more in terms of what the original founders were really good at. And probably the biggest change was my role. And this was possibly not so much what I was really good at this time, but what I really, really needed to do. I actually did a lot of soul searching as to whether I was the right CEO. And I was quite seriously willing to step down. And instead, I figured that I just needed to approach this completely differently. I needed to stop pretending that I could write code anymore, and I really needed to focus on the business. So, I completely changed the way I approached it, and, I guess to my way of thinking at that time, I went over to the dark side. I actually discovered I really liked it on the dark side, and I'm still living there very, very happily. But, I think at some point as a technical founder, you need to either change or become CTO. It's as simple as that. I think any thought that you can be a technical founder in a rapidly growing company and still write large amounts of code is delusional. If that's what you want to do, you really need to have someone else running the business. Round about this time, something interesting came in, which was an acquisition offer from an extremely large player in our industry. So this was an offer for 25 million with up to another 25 million on earnout and retention. We'd taken not a cent of funding at this point, so it's actually not too bad. For at this point, there's probably about 6 people with significant equity in the business. Not a horrible offer. I think if we ultimately hadn't done better, I do think that my mother-in-law would have brought this up constantly. I made the terrible mistake of actually telling her about this, and she wouldn't speak to me for 2 days because we declined it. But this actually was really significant in 2 ways. One was it made us think about what we want to do. So we got all our shareholders on the phone. It went for 4 hours, the conversation, And at the end of it, we were all, absolutely fired up that, look, yeah, this is nothing compared to what we can be worth. So it played a really important role. Okay, so how did this transformation take place? Well, what was hard? Cultural change is very, very hard. It sounds like one of those soft and fuzzy things that should be a lot easier than something tangible like code. It's actually not. So there were a number of axes here which had to change. One was changing from consulting to product. That was ridiculously difficult from a cultural perspective. Our employees absolutely loved their engagements with customers. Customers absolutely loved them. So you'd get these, staff who would say, look, you can bill me out at £1,900 a day. How can you possibly not want to do this? And, that actually was probably one of the hardest things. That we had salespeople who wanted to sell consulting, we had services staff who wanted to do consulting, and suddenly, we don't want to emphasize that anymore. That process took about 2 years, and it was really quite painful. Second was we'd previously been a wholly distributed company, and now we introduced some office hubs. When you're completely distributed and you function fine, and you suddenly put in co-located office teams, it really doesn't work very well. It's very difficult. Finally, we changed from being a predominantly European company to being a predominantly American company. I decided to do this very explicitly and say, look guys, we are now a US-based company. We're going to do things the US way. I believe it was the right decision, but it was somewhat painful. In some ways, it was better because we had much nicer office space. This was our office in San Mateo, where there was a lovely little pond outside my window, and also I had an office that was large enough to have a treadmill and a conference table just in my own office. But at times it was difficult. There was a degree of culture clash. This is an exhibit that you will not find anywhere online. This is our brief-lived campaign from late 2007 for weapons for the war on Java complexity. This campaign was instigated by our US and very American then VP of Marketing. And so he had our products represented as tanks and warships and fighter jets. Look, I thought this was all good fun because, after all, the warships do kind of look like bath toys. So I didn't see any great harm in this. But believe me, it caused some problems. I had a deputation from SpringSource Germany saying, look, we can't talk about this. We do not talk about war. And of course they were right. It was just not an appropriate thing to do, particularly with the European team that we had in place. And even those kind of little things can be quite important. Like one, although I got it wrong with this, one that I did get right is I very quickly sent a memo around to the Bay Area office saying, guys, please do not refer to SpringSource even internally as SS, because this does not go down well in Europe. Strangely, while SS, even in Britain, is obviously, perceived, immediately as something sinister, Americans just don't, SS doesn't figure very highly in their consciousness. So, a lot of these things that sound relatively trivial can actually be painful. So that stuff was hard, but what do we make hard for ourselves? What do we stuff up? I actually should have said fucked up because I've heard fuck so many times today that I shouldn't have bottled it. I should have actually put the F word on the slide. So we made a dog's breakfast of product management. Why did we do that? Because we didn't hire product managers, which is kind of obvious, but it's a classic problem that I've seen in engineering-led startups. We were totally awesome in Spring product management, and I'm quite serious about that. We caused Spring to grow like crazy. We were immensely successful against our competitors. We really nailed that. But product management for commercial offerings is different, and we didn't know how to do it. And that really meant that we were influenced by what we wanted to build rather than what our customers wanted to buy. You know, very often when people fuck things up in businesses, they are things that are unbelievably obvious. I mean, that is so obvious that, you know, you'd think, how can, you know, reasonably intelligent people not realize this, that you build what people want to buy? Sadly, this is a mistake that is not unique to the history of SpringSource, and it's very, very common that engineers fall in love with what they want to build. We also found that open source support was a hard sell. By this time, we were now emphasizing our support subscription rather than training and consulting, and selling support on open source is really, really hard. However, we got a number of things right, which is why I'm here today. One was mission. Even when we weren't building the right thing, and even when we weren't selling the right thing, we had the same mission. And that mission was simplifying enterprise Java, and that mission did not change throughout the life of the product, life of the company. Very, very important. If there's something that unifies your team and unifies you with your customers and advocates and champions, you can afford to get some other things wrong if you get that right. So we had this clarity of mission and purpose. I think we got culture right. Culture really results from example. Writing things down is useful, but by far the most important thing is the example of the founders, which scales out to rank and file employees. For example, if you look at the culture of, say, Oracle, the culture of Oracle is Larry Ellison writ large, even though Oracle employs tens of thousands of people. So how the founders behave really sets a model for how the culture will unfold. And I think we did a pretty good job of that. Code quality. That was predominantly thanks to Jürgen. Our code quality was exceptional. That in turn meant that our community loved us. It meant that we could hire really good people because they thought it was an honor to work with people like Jürgen. And of course, the size of the community and the nice things that people said about us made it easier to raise funding. So a lot of these things were, really built on each other. So what happened after this period? Well, as by this point, of course, I've long since gone over to the dark side, so, I speak fluent American business speak. So I'll express it using both weapons and American business cliches. At this point, we were winning the air war. So the air war in VC speak is kind of marketing and adoption, whereas the ground war is like sales and, grinding out individual wins. So we were really very successful in the air war, even if we weren't always faring so well in the ground war. That, in turn, meant that we had a long runway. We had a long runway because we were prudent in managing burn and because we were able to raise funding at a high valuation. Adoption is incredibly important in valuation. Adoption is generally more important than numbers. So this is something that I think a lot of Australian businesses get wrong because a lot of Australian investors get it wrong, and they really worry too much about revenue and profitability too early rather than get adoption. So this enabled us to get a professional product manager and to realize what we'd got wrong in our commercial product. It enabled us to develop proprietary IP, so we weren't just doing an evangelical sale around open source. And it meant that we could even use our high valuation to make a number of acquisitions to expand our product portfolio and have more things to sell. And that worked remarkably well. So, at this point, what we were selling to customers was much more complete. It was now not merely around development, it was also around deployment, where we found it was much easier to get people to write checks. So, we had a much richer offering and it was really aligned with what customers wanted. We were able to grow the field aggressively. Once we'd figured out what we wanted to sell, we could actually build a large sales team to sell it. So by the time we sold the company, we were around a $30 million run rate and we're close to 100% year-on-year growth. And that is the reason that VMware were willing to pay $420 million for the company. Interestingly, despite coming from that grungy office and fucking up various things along the way, we had learnt well. By the time of the acquisition, our systems and processes were clearly superior to VMware. So, what the sales reps used, what we used to manage our source code, you name it, our processes were generally superior. So, we'd learned a lot on the way. So, what are some of the key lessons? Have a clear mission and plan, because everything else depends on it. And when you have a clear message, you operate as a team. People know why they're doing what they're doing, and that is incredibly important. Build what your customers want, not what you want to build. Product management is distinct from engineering, and it's very important that you understand that. You can make a lot of mistakes so long as you learn from them, but obviously you need to be prudent about runway. You should educate yourself on what lies ahead. If you look at the mistakes that we made, and particularly the mistakes that I personally made, I didn't seek mentors nearly as early as I should have done. I didn't know what I was doing. When you don't know what you are doing, you really should go find people who know what you need to do. And I didn't do that early enough. Today it's really easy because not only are mentors valuable, but there is such amazing resources out there that just weren't available back then. As a founding team and a founder, you need to understand your strengths and weaknesses. And where you're weak, hire someone who is strong and treat them with respect, even though they may not be founders. Seriously ask the question, if you're a technologist, are you the right CEO? You may want to grow into the right CEO, but in that case you probably need to stop writing code. And the answer may be that you're not the right CEO, and a lot of harm can be done to a company by someone remaining as CEO when they shouldn't be. And as I've mentioned several times, what I think is the most important point that I've made today, which is recruit a diverse team. Diversity is really good. Diversity is obviously good in the sense that it's normally used, around ideally you would like people from different backgrounds, people with different genders, but it's incredibly important to make the company smarter. A company collectively knows the sum of everything known by its employers. And unless you start hiring people that are different, you get a lot of people who know the same stuff. Okay, I think I went way over time, so I think I'll stop here. I will leave you, however, with a bonus photo, which is on runways. This is the most amazing runway I've ever seen. I've actually landed there. That's in Nepal. It's Lukla. And the plane kind of has to lose speed quite rapidly.
Thank you. I wanted to dig down deeper into that transition when you moved to the US and you made that decision that you'd like to give it a shot to become a great CEO. What are the most important aspects of that journey? And then how did you know that A, you wanted to do it, and then B, that you were pretty good at it?
I'm a pretty ambitious kind of guy, so I guess my ambitions generally increase compared to where I am at any point. So, previously I'd been immensely ambitious about Spring. At this point, I started to become very, very ambitious for the company and think, look, we're not just a services business. I mean, look at, IBM WebSphere. It's a dreadful product. It's doing $1.5 billion. Come on. We can not only make a lot of money here, but we can free customers from some really terrible technology.
Hey, actually, to talk more about that concept of ambition, because to me, people don't start at day zero and say they're going to be a billion-dollar company. It's this journey of discovering how passionate the community was around Spring, and all these moments along the way where your ambition sort of ratchets up or step changes up. Talk about how the ambition grew both within you, but then maybe you mentioned that tension within the team where maybe some other team members, their ambition wasn't growing as fast as your ambition, and how do you resolve that?
Yeah, I mean, there was some degree of tension, but I mean, on the whole, I would say that we were a very cohesive group of founders. One of the reasons for that is we went through a true test of fire together. So even before this period I mentioned, we bootstrapped the company by doing a fixed price contract for a large financial institution in the UK. I personally worked 7 days a week, 17 hours a day for 5 weeks straight. it's actually very difficult to work 17 hours a day. And two of my co-founders did likewise, and that left a really deep trace in that we just knew that we could really count on each other when the chips were down. And I think to some degree I did kind of push and prod a bit because probably my ambition generally was bigger. But I think that people believe passionately in the technology, and I think they were very willing to go there.
What was the insight or the fuel that led you to be able to say no to that initial acquisition offer? I think you're very modest in describing a business that wasn't working, in your words, with the training and the consulting and so on, but clearly the acquisition offer, the ability to raise $10 million, what was that fuel behind it? Like, what did you pay attention to that you knew it would be successful, if not currently?
Well, I think that I just felt a profound conviction. So actually, years later, after the exit, I was talking to my wife, and she said, "How did you know that you were going to be successful?" And I said, "Look, I just knew." And she said, "I didn't realize I was married to a nut." It's like I really just
was it the
felt
passion in
that
which the customers use it? Was it like the comprehensiveness of just changing their whole programming lives over to Spring? Was it any of those things, or was it this world of software was so broken that you knew it would be fixed by someone?
So I think we had an absolute belief in the rightness of our technical solution. So we were convinced that the average customer was living in hell, and we could possibly not put them in heaven, but at least move them to purgatory.
Yep. 2 floors
So. No, we could do rather better than that, actually. I think that the reason we felt so confident is really with businesses, you've got a certain amount of raw materials to work with. We knew our raw materials were incredible. I mean, there are not many developer communities out there that are over 1 million. This was over 1 million people building software of high business criticality, which was very important to the companies they work for. So, I think we always realized that the problem was about execution. We needed to figure out how to take this raw material and make it, build a profitable business. And, we had an utter conviction that it felt on execution. Mm-hmm. I mean, this was one of the things that I used to say. I'd be quite honest about the challenges we were facing. And I would say to all employees, look, this is about execution. If we fail, it's our fault, because there is success to be had here. We just haven't quite gotten there yet. And I mean, I think there's actually an interesting question here. So doing not so well, how did you get the valuation to 10 million? Well, firstly, we'd cleaned up a lot of the problems so that, at least we'd used the few months lead up to our Series A quite well. So at least we were able to show a nice revenue growth. But the biggest thing was adoption. I mean, it's particularly Bay Area investors are willing to think much more about adoption than financials.
Talk about sort of that process of raising capital in Silicon Valley, and then talk about some of the good things, but also some of the bad things that came with raising a large amount of capital and putting yourself on some track. What were the sort of pros and cons after you took the money?
Look, I mean, I've been involved as a board member in 5 other companies since, so I've seen a range of things. I have to say, quite honestly, for SpringSource, there was nothing bad whatsoever about it. Sure. Partly because our valuation was high enough that the investors never controlled the company, at least from a shareholding position. And secondly, because my investors were awesome. I mean, the lead of Series A was Peter Fenton at Benchmark, who is one of the top investors in the world. The lead of Series B was Kevin Afrizi at Excel, who is one of the top investors in the world. And I mean, they were fantastic partners. They were really ethical. They provided a lot of really useful advice. They really gave me a lot of personal mentoring in terms of making that transition. I know this sounds, it sounds like I'm sucking up, but it's completely true. So, I think if you have a partnership with a great investor, it can really help you a lot. I mean, I have seen situations where companies have bad investors and it can be ugly. So, it's not just about the valuation. It really is about a partnership, because guess what? You're never going to get rid of an investor once they're in your company.
Yep.
There's one situation that I've been in where I've been occasionally complaining to my wife about the behavior of a particular investor. And she'll say, well, can't you get rid of him? No. The CEO can go. Other board members might go, but this guy is not ever going to go.
It's actually the only irreversible decision you will make as a company. I think in many ways you blaze this trail of how to build a great open source company, or a company based upon this open source community, and talk a little bit about some of those board roles that you have now, and then explain what are the mistakes over and over that companies make in building a company based upon an open source project, and what are the things that work really, really well?
Well, I think that some of the mistakes that people make are made where the open source, there isn't a distinction between open source and the commercial activities of the company. So I am a very firm believer that you need to have proprietary IP. I think, strangely, it works out best for the open source community as well. I think if you try to be, a pure play open source model, the economics simply don't work, and that ends up being quite bad for the open source project or projects themselves. So I think you really need to have a clean split between open source and proprietary IP. And I think you need to be absolutely transparent with the community about the rationale for that. It shouldn't ever be ad hoc. It shouldn't be, well, this is open source and this feature is commercial and this feature is commercial. It should be, these are the things that we build in open source. These are the things that are commercial. And the things that are commercially oriented should be oriented towards typically the enterprise market.
And go a little bit deeper on that, like in terms of how to segment, like what is the product, like going over to the, what enterprises are willing to pay for, what's an easy thing for them to say yes to?
Generally, anything in the security space is reasonably good. It's also pretty attractive to offer things that are around deployment. Anything with an operational focus is likely to be attractive to an enterprise. I mean, one of the first things about open source business is that the majority of the people who use the software are never going to pay you a cent. And you kind of have to get to love it. It kind of seems paradoxical, but you have to get to the point where you feel good about the fact that 99% of the people who use your software are never going to pay you. And the reason that you should feel good about it is because you need to love those people. You want them to be your champion. So, for example, we saw this time and time again. Somebody works for a little company that was never going to buy anything from us, but they love our open source software. Then they go to work for Morgan Stanley, and they become an advocate of, getting us as a software partner. So, I think it's really important to nurture the community and accept the fact that most people will not pay you, and, help them become more successful.
Sure. All right, we'll go to the questions on the Slido. So many popular languages suffer from the fact that they were born before we knew what makes a great language. What do you think of this is the future of Java?
Well, there's a couple of questions in that. I don't think we'll ever know what makes a great language. I mean, I think that, with every language that comes up, because languages have a very long lifespan, we start to learn the imperfections of any language even before it becomes terribly popular. So I don't think there's ever going to be perfection. And I think there's obviously different paradigms which all have their strengths and weaknesses. So, for example, functional, object-oriented, or, simple imperative style programming in something like C or assembler all have their place, and it's always a trade-off. Future of Java, I think that Java should evolve slowly. I don't have any problem with the fact that it evolves slowly. I think that other things like Scala on the JVM can really take up the slack of rapid innovation on the JVM, and I think that's great. I don't think Java should try to be what it's not.
Who do you look up to in the tech industry?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I admire people who've done something, novel, something that few people have done. So, for example, I think the Atlassian guys have done an astonishing job because, they've really forged their own path. They've been crystal clear about how they were going to do it, and they've executed it. So I have tremendous respect for that. I mean, I guess I also would say Mark Benioff in terms of, just creating a new category and just bringing something out of nothing.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, on a personal level, Paul Moritz, who was one of the top executives at Microsoft and was CEO of VMware and my boss for a couple of years, I think Paul's an incredibly nice man. I think he's super smart, and I also admire the fact that he's really done a lot of good in the non-profit sector, particularly in developing countries beyond his technology work.
Oh, might have one more question. How do you define success and what?
Okay, can I take the second question as well?
Yeah,
I can answer it really quickly.
Okay.
How can you minimize the impact on morale when removing dud hires? This is one of the most surprising things I learnt as a manager and have seen consistently. You don't hurt morale when you take out a dud hire, you improve morale. It seems really strange, but if you have someone who's not pulling their weight and you take them out, the rest of the team feel better because they feel that, wow, you get it. You know that, yeah. So, I believe that you should certainly give people a opportunity to improve their performance. But if someone really isn't pulling their weight and they're really not working out, the best thing to do is to let them go. Okay, the other question is absolutely fascinating. How do you define success? Well, I'm going to answer it somewhat narrowly in terms of the things that I feel great personal satisfaction about with SpringSource. And, look, I'm not going to say that I don't care about the money, because that would be lying. But it's not number one in terms of the things that make me feel good. One of the things that makes me feel good is that I assembled and led a team of really, really talented people. And, that was a privilege. So, for example, I'm a pretty good programmer. And I probably, if I'd still been writing code, wouldn't have been in the top 10, probably not even close to the top 10 by the time we sold the company. And, that was really quite astonishing to, have assembled a team, including people who were happy to work for me, but were actually better than me. And the other thing that I think I personally, when I think about what success I've had, something that I really am proud of is I think I looked after my co-founders and I looked after my team very, very well. And yeah, that makes me happy. To me, success is not just doing well as an individual. Success, is hopefully creating something of value that benefits users and customers, but also, behaving in a way towards your team so that, success is not just enjoyed by the founders or the CEO.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank Rod Johnson. All right, you have all made it to the final session, and we have a special guest today. A little bit different to the stories you've heard so far, in a sort of different era, but I think you'll find the more things change, the more they are the same. So Rick Baker and Phil Salter, thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Shall we go over here to the bar? There we go. Well, Phil, thank you very much for being here today.
Pleasure.
I thought we might start by you perhaps introducing Salmat. It's an iconic Australian company. It was founded in the 70s, right? Listed in 2002.
Yep.
But I know that there'll be a bunch of people in the audience who might not be so familiar with Salmat. Could you tell us a little bit about how it was and what it is now?
Sure.
First of all, thanks for inviting me to come this
Pleasure.
afternoon. And I walked into this auditorium about 2 hours ago, and I've heard the F-bomb get dropped a few times. So I thought to myself, what the fuck am I doing here? I suppose where I'm a little different is Salmat was first of all founded by myself and a guy called Pete Matic. We were very creative. Sal, Salter, Matic. That's where Salmat came from.
Not the other way around.
No, not the other way around. No. Pete argued on that one, but
Right.
I won.
You won.
He
Good.
reckons he would have made more money had we gone Matt Sal, but anyhow.
Right.
So the business has been around for 35 years. It's been through all of the ups and downs that I'm sure if you haven't experienced yet, you will. We started off as a letterbox distribution company. So we try to get ourselves categorised as a media company. These days, you try and get yourself categorised not as a media company, but, which we're currently in the process of doing. But the business grew dramatically over from 1979. We first formed the business, and we had a little tiny warehouse in a place called Regent's Park in Sydney. It was about 400 square metres. At its peak, before we sold one of our divisions 2 years ago, almost to the day, we were occupying about 150,000 square metres of space in 5 countries and 54 sites. We'd achieved a revenue from zero in 1979 to nearly, when we floated, it was a couple of $100 million, and through organic and acquisition sales, we grew that business to nearly $1 billion in revenues and about 10% EBITDA. So the business has been through a lot of in that time. I mean, I've heard people talk about making mistakes.
Yeah.
And we've made plenty.
A few of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, we had a product offering called Tumbleweed, which we thought was a great idea, but no one else did.
Yeah. Well, the name was a start, right?
Yeah, it's actually a desert
Kind of,
weed.
yeah,
Tumbleweeds
yeah,
are a desert weed, and I wish we had kept it in the bloody desert. But it was a business that had secure email.
Yep.
Well, the perception becomes reality in business, and in that business, everybody thought that emails were already secure. So all this infrastructure we put together didn't work. And as a private company, before we floated, back in probably the late 80s, when we were making a lot of money, but it was still, it was a private company. Two people owned it, and we lost $13 million.
Yep.
So that was a bit of a bad mistake.
Yeah.
But what you've got to do is get out of it.
Yeah.
Don't blame anybody for it, because the decision was made by both Peter and myself to do this, and get on with life.
Yeah. I often say to founders that as soon as you have that gut feel, it might be about a person or a part of the business that it's not working out.
Sure.
It's probably too late already.
Yeah.
Like you should be acting instantly
Yeah.
on that. Whereas people tend to wait 6 months. Is that your experience?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, particularly when companies get larger and you've got a board and you've got more infrastructure. We have all those things now.
Yeah.
Whereas back in the day, Pete and I would be in one of our cars and we'd have a board meeting.
Yeah.
And we'd decide to purchase something without a feasibility, but we knew it was the right decision to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that BPO division that we sold 2 years ago for nearly $400 million, that business was created out of Salmat becoming the absolute dominant player in creating mail.
Yep.
For Australia Post. We used to lodge 65% of Australia Post mail. And we realised that business was going nowhere because it was still extremely profitable, obviously for the money we got for it. But it was a business that was diminishing in terms of mail by 3% per annum, and now that's 6%. 2 years later. So that business got created out of us bringing a whole new technology. I suppose that's a pretty buzzword here today. Into the industry. We introduced digital printing, quality digital printing. That wasn't cut sheet. It wasn't like a photocopier type thing. It was continuous station, like a big web press. And they were cheap, and they were fast, and they were very good quality. And we ended up doing every bank in Australia, every telco. So
this is invoices?
All the invoices, anything at all.
So millions of pieces of mail, what, a day?
Over a billion pieces a year.
Wow.
Now, and that got born out of us introducing technology into an old business. And if I look at the last few years, it's probably been the toughest 5 or 6 years the company's had. If you think that success is about reinvention, then that means that you've got to keep reinventing yourself. Reinvent yourself and reinvent what you do. And if you don't do that, I can promise you guys that you'll be sitting here in a year's time or 5 years' time, and you won't have made it. You won't have been the success you all want to be. I mean, I think it's extraordinary that there's so many people here. It just shows that
the community is growing.
You've hit a real nerve. I mean, people are looking at getting seed capital. They're looking at someone either buying their idea or funding their idea. And that's a great thing. And I think that's probably built Salmat over all those years.
Let's go back to the very beginning, because you were disrupting something, and you were using paper to disrupt something, like many of the founders here are trying to use digital products to disrupt something. But
they're
doing
a damn good job too. I mean, you've wrecked every media company in the country. Except us. We're the last man standing.
You wrecked an industry too. Tell us about that. Okay. What was that?
Back in the 80s, we started our business, I said, in 1979. And by 1980, 81, 82, we were going really well. And the sales were going well, but we realised that all these newspapers, and you guys wouldn't know this, I mean, but there were afternoon newspapers. They were that thick. Imagine having an afternoon newspaper these days. I mean, just go to your iPad and read the news. But so we decided that anybody who was buying a half-page advertisement in one of either Fairfax or Murdoch's newspapers should have been doing catalogues. So we got Anna, who still works for the company after 35 years. She still works out west for us, to print, to cut out the half-page ads or the full-page ads, and then she posts them in a big sort of folder. And then we go through it, and we'd ring those companies, and we'd offer them an alternative. And over the next 10 years, we decimated newspapers. Afternoon newspapers were gone, completely gone. Afternoon newspapers were gone. Morning newspapers were diminishing, and you people have all finished them off. So, well done, we did it.
So let's talk a little bit about hiring and team and building teams. And you have built a very large team over time. Let's talk about just the first perhaps 5 or 10 hires that you made back in 1979. What were you thinking then, and what type of people were you trying to bring in?
We're actually a little bit like our friend from Spring. We tried to find people who were a bit like us. We were quite sales orientated. Pete is an accountant, so we had a good cover of finances and P&Ls and balance sheets, but we tried to find people who could build our business fast. And we had a powerful team. And if I look back on the 80s and the early 90s, no one left. We'd have a conference. It was like going on a rugby tour. It was you know, it was a lot of fun, a lot of backslapping, and because, you know, it was great to win.
Yeah.
And so we sort of tried to create a business that had people a bit like us.
Yeah. We were really passionate about it.
Had to be passionate, yeah.
Yeah.
If they didn't love it, you didn't want them there. Get rid of toxicity in a business. If you have somebody who's toxic in your environment, get rid of them, because you won't change them and they'll change your business.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah. And you had a co-founder, you know, very close and long relationship now.
Yeah.
With Pete. And can you talk a little bit about how that worked? Because I know there's a lot of co-founders out there, and in fact, most businesses have co-founders. You know,
Peter and I were school friends from age 12.
Yeah.
He came from a bit of a struggling background with a single mum. I came from a more quite a successful family in business, but my father was a mad gambler and lost our family home.
Wow.
So we were both absolutely driven.
Yeah.
To be successful, and a little bit like the previous speaker. I mean, the drive's got to come from you.
Yep.
I mean, I've not really mentored a lot of people. I said, a guy asked me would I mentor him once, and I said, listen, mate, I've got 6 children. I'm trying to mentor them. So, yeah. But I do mentor people these days, a couple of people who I'm very fond of. I think if you look back on managing people, and I've never read a management book in my life. I've worked it all out for myself.
Yep.
And I've discussed it with other people. But I don't think you can manage more than about 8 people.
Yep.
And because managing is about 2 things, and mentoring is about 2 things. It's about you coming forth with your wisdom, but it's about you also asking that person exactly what's he thinking.
Yeah.
And I think if I look back on Salmat's life, I probably have done that with all the senior managers.
Yeah.
Actually having dinner on Monday night with the number 3 guy in Salmat. Now, I haven't worked in that company since 2009. I retired. We retired just before the company was 30 years old. But I'm still close to those guys. And they talk to me. I think they talk to me more than I talk to them.
Yeah. And did you and Pete have a sort of co-leadership role? And
absolutely,
you guys were sort of the co-CEOs, you know, throughout the whole.
I learned a bit about profit and loss statements and balance sheets.
Yeah. And
Pete became a great salesman.
Yeah.
So between the two of us, we were always joint CEOs. At one stage, we did break it up. The BPO division, I ran, and I was the wrong person to run that. I mean, I could sell it, but I couldn't. I didn't have a clue about a production floor.
Yeah.
I couldn't even spell it. and Pete was probably more of that sort of mindset, but he stayed in the letterbox distribution business.
Yeah.
And then after about 2 years, so we're MD of each of them, and they were big. You know, they were decent sized businesses. But then we thought, well, this isn't really. You know, why don't we just, because we do work so well together, just become joint CEOs? So we did.
Yeah. And
it worked well. I don't think it works well unless you're a founder.
Yep.
Very unusual for it to work well unless you're co-founders.
Yeah.
But it did for us.
Yeah. I loved your story about cutting out the newspaper ads, sticking them in a book and starting to ring them, call them up, because that's what I think today we'd call that growth hacking, right? And you know, growth hacking in a digital sense is all about trying to find crazy ways to get big lists of people, and then somehow, whether it be by email or all other forms of communication, sell to them in a way that's not sort of, you know.
I'll make sure Salmat's digital division starts doing that if not already.
Yes. All right. Good.
Okay.
So I was going to say, are you now looking at those? You know, you guys? I know you now have a big push into digital, and is that a big part of it?
A big push into digital. It hasn't made us $1, to be honest with you. It's a business that's, for me, been difficult to get my mind around. I'm used to, you sell something for a price, You've got your margin, you've got your costs, you've got your net profit.
Yep.
That doesn't work anymore. And if you ever sell that business, it's a multiple of your profit.
Yep.
Now, it's a multiple of your turnover. And it's a clip on the way through. It's a different model.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for us, our Java programmers are domiciled now in either Sri Lanka or the Philippines.
Yep.
We've got 120 in Sri Lanka, and we've got probably the same in the Philippines. So it just means that the whole model's changed, and you've got to change with it.
Yeah.
And you're probably wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt that was probably made in China, designed by an Italian Jewish Ralph Lauren in New York.
Yeah.
The world's changed, and we've got to change with it. So for us, it's been an interesting journey. We try to employ, because we really like to try and employ as many people as we can and give them opportunities. And it just didn't work that way. I mean, we had a business that, NetStarter, we bought NetStarter. We bought half of NetStarter last year. They wouldn't have a business unless they were doing all their programming in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have one. It would be too expensive. You're paying 80 or 100 grand a year compared to $15,000 a year. So that's changed. We've had to change with it. The digital journey, I'm very excited about our digital journey going forward. But it hasn't paid any dividends to us as yet, and that reflects in the marketplace. The Photon purchases that we made about 4 years ago, we spent $80 million on buying 4 of their businesses. Unfortunately, when you bought the business, you didn't buy the passion.
Yeah.
Because the people who had the passion, who started those businesses and ran them inside the Photon group, had left.
Yeah.
If they hadn't left, they were just about to leave.
Yeah.
And we bought the businesses based on their passion, not the passion of the people that were working for them. Because passion is contagious. If you're passionate, the person you're working with is going to be passionate as well. And so it didn't work for us. We had a crack at it, and we're having sort of round 2 now in our digital world.
Yeah.
And we'll make it. We'll be. Fairfax didn't make it.
Yep.
Rupert didn't make it, except for realestate.com was a sensational business for them.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, no one's really pulled it off yet on a scale in what we do.
Yeah.
And that's our plan.
Fantastic. I want to talk to you, Blackbird's a venture capital fund. I imagine back in 79, there wasn't much venture capital around. Have you ever heard of that word, those two words put together?
Hadn't been invented.
How did you fund the business, particularly in the early days, and then even through the growth period? What were the core sort of funding mechanisms?
Well, you couldn't do it today.
Yeah.
Back in those days, there were these bank managers who were actually managing a business. They weren't being controlled by their credit managers.
Yep.
And I had 5 mortgages on my house.
Wow.
Yep. You couldn't do it these days. I mean, you just couldn't do it.
No.
I didn't tell my wife, actually. And we had one bank manager. I met this bloke in Fiji. I was on holidays in Fiji. We'd started Salmat, and just to go a bit before Salmat, Pete and I owned a couple of menswear stores. Don't ask how that happened, but it did. It was one of those things that...
In the 70s?
So they were quite successful. They were quite a good business.
Cream-coloured shirts?
All that, yeah. And the short sleeve...
short sleeve versions.
Yeah.
Excellent, good.
And so I had, at the time, 2 children, both a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, blonde hair, walking through the Fijian hotel. And this bloke was with his wife and another couple, and he was about my father's age at the time. I'm going back to about 1981 or 82. And this bloke's having, about 10:30 in the morning, he was having a thing called a Black Marlin, which is, I think it's Bacardi, Tia Maria and Coke. And I said to him, this is a throwaway, because his wife said, "Oh, what lovely children." I said, "Yeah, not really, but..." And he said to me, I said, "Mate, you're starting a bit early, aren't you? And he said, listen, mate, when you drink as much as I do, you got to start early. So straight away we became, we connected, and he said, what do you do? Yeah. He said, what do you do? And I said, I got this business called Salmat, and we're having trouble funding it, and I told him a bit about it, and he said, here's my card, I'm a bank manager.
Wow.
I got plenty of money. It was the Westpac. It was CBA back in those days, not Commonwealth Bank. It was Commercial Bank of Australia, which got taken over by Westpac. And he was the manager of Parramatta, which was a big office, and it was near where our premises were. So that bloke could never happen today. You guys, you could never enjoy it. But we had a $50,000 overdraft, which is big anyhow.
Yeah.
And we would be 400,000 overdrawn. Seriously. And he'd ring up and say, listen, the auditors are coming in, because there were the computers. The auditors are coming in. Can you just don't pay any walkers? Because that's why it was all paying out. We were growing so fast. It was just capital. We didn't have any capital. Yeah. And so we wouldn't pay. Peter would put the checks in the boot of his car.
Yeah.
Tell our half a dozen staff they'd been mailed out, and when walkers are ringing up and complaining about not being paid, they could genuinely say, "Oh no, they've gone. They're in the boot. They're in Pete's boot." And then as soon as the auditors got out, he would then ring us up and say, "Okay, they're gone. You can send those checks out." I mean, that doesn't happen these days. I mean, that guy. His name was Ted Rowe. He was a lovely bloke, and he was our manager until he had a nervous breakdown.
I'm not surprised. I'm going to ask you one more question from my side, then we'll go on to from the audience questions. And it's about being public versus being private, and something I'm very interested in. That you spent many years as a private business, and you talked about the board meetings in the car. What's it like being a public company? How careful do you have to be today about what you say? How worried are you about the share price? Like, how does it change that mentality?
Yeah. Firstly, I'm not worried about the share price because I know it'll come back.
Yeah.
I've never sold a share. I've only ever bought shares in Salmat. Pete and I still own 48% of the company.
Wow.
It's been very kind to us with dividends. Have I enjoyed public company life? For me, not particularly. I look back on it, and it was a good thing to do. At the time, we had decided that if our children didn't want to come into the business, then it might not have a future unless we float. And we were employing a couple of thousand people at the time, which is a huge responsibility to have. I mean, if you're employing a lot of people, I think under we sold BPO, and we had a very large call centre in the Philippines, a couple of thousand people there. We had about 7,500 staff at our peak. We run about 3,500 now. But public company to private company, you've got to have a good reason to do it. We did. It gave us a whole new capital base.
Yep.
You can borrow funds as a public company a lot easier than you can as a private company. Would I do it again? Maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's a hard one.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, let's go to a few questions here. How do you judge a good opportunity, and how do you decide when it's the right time to innovate or sell a part of your company? And I guess in a way also the buy versus build question in there as well, because I know you bought a lot of businesses.
Yeah, we have bought a lot of businesses over the years. I think a good opportunity, and I've gone both ways here. It's either you're buying the person, which is always good, or you're buying the business.
Yep.
It's got to have margin, but I'm old-fashioned, with margin. I mean, I like profit.
Yeah.
And turnover's good, but profit's king.
Yeah.
And so I think that the business has got to have both those. It's got to have good people, and when do you divest of it? When the price is something that you think you won't achieve the next year.
Yeah. Very good answer. The next one is salesmanship the most important ingredient to your success?
I've got a little sign on my bar at home that says, "Sales is a powerhouse of profit." I think that says it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And the ability to influence people, right? I think
yeah.
A lot of time, you built a product-based business. People out there who are building internet-based product businesses think so much about the product. And I've set it up here today. We love product-centric founders who just live and breathe and love their product.
Yeah.
But there's a whole other side to it, and that's the people, right? And you've got to be able to influence people, and you've got to be able to bring that enthusiasm around you for your product.
Salmat's got a great culture. It lost its way a little bit when Pete and I left. They've just gone through a whole process of writing it all down.
Yeah. Is that the first time you?
We didn't ever have to write it down. We just did it. Yeah. Back when we had a couple of hundred staff, I knew I could memorise all their names. As I walked into a room, I'd be able to say, "Hi, how are you, Rick?" or "How are you, Alison?" or whoever.
Yeah.
But when you've got a lot of people working for you, that can't happen. So you've got to find other ways of talking to them. Don't talk at them, talk to them.
Yeah.
Ask them a couple of questions. Ask them how many kids they've got, or whatever.
Yeah.
So the culture, I think, of all the ingredients in any business, and it's been said here on at least 3 different occasions since I was watching from 2 o'clock, culture is absolutely paramount.
Yeah. Excluding the technological change, how do you think entrepreneurship has changed over the years? So I'm sure you see a lot of tech founders today. How do you feel they've changed?
Entrepreneurship is I've never liked being termed an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I'm a businessman.
Yep.
Or I'm a salesman. Entrepreneur sort of conjures up for me. It used to. It's not so much now. It's used so often. A dreamer. I'm dreaming of making this money.
Yeah.
Then you wake up and
and you're not.
you haven't made it. Yeah, it was a dream.
Yeah.
But look, there have been some fantastic stories here today.
Yeah.
Sensational stories. Ours has been a longer journey. That's the only difference. A longer journey of ups and downs, and 35 years is a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, when we started Salmat, I was 27. So,
fantastic.
Bit of water under the bridge.
So it sounds as though you'd started the men's stores before Salmat.
Yeah.
You could have chosen to go and work for someone and, have a boss and have a
I've only been
9 to 5 job.
I've been self-employed since I was 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think drove you to do that, and why was that always your passion?
A need. A wife who was pregnant.
Yeah.
And we really had to find some way of making more money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just pure need.
Yeah.
And then you got out and did it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, let's take a couple more. Done that one. What is the typical equity structure with an investor? So I'm not quite sure what that means. If you have a good answer to that, you're welcome to answer it. Otherwise, we might jump to the next one.
No, I don't think we'll answer that one. Too hard.
Yeah. Right, too hard. As an investor, do you ask the companies about? Do you invest in startups? That's a good question.
I'm investing in one right now at the moment. Yeah. I've put a couple of $1 million into it.
Awesome.
It's a business that a bit like that Sri Lankan and Chinese model. I have a brother who has been a dental technician for 35 years, and he went to China 6 years ago and started getting them made over there. Then I found out that another company in Australia just sold their business to a venture capital for 90 million.
Yeah.
And I said, well, let's put your business on steroids, mate.
Yeah.
So I got a Salmat guy, one of the really top blokes. I gave him some equity.
Yeah.
I got a professor of dentistry. I gave him some equity.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty involved in it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So I've got a startup.
There you go. You got a startup. I'm
age
impressed.
62, and I've got a startup.
Awesome.
How good's that?
I love it. Well, guys, I think on that note, we're going to call it a wrap.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Phil. It's been great having you up here. Thank you for your support today and your ongoing support of the Aussie startup community.
And my support of Blackbird.
And your support of Blackbird, which we're very, very grateful for.
Yeah, that's
thank
great.
You.
I think you're doing great things.
Cheers.
Well done.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for today. And I've just got a couple of things to do to close things off. And, of course, a few people to thank. Coming up after this is the after party backstage here. Just going to check if we've got the slides here. Great. So the first thing that I got to do is thank our partners. And I call them partners because all of them did far more than just, sponsor us. Google, Optus Innovate, and Amazon, these guys to have the trust to get behind this was just fantastic. Salmat, Freelancer, ATP Innovations, and Viacorp, thank you all very, very much, sponsors, because you guys made this happen. To our backstage party sponsors, you guys will be enjoying that in a minute. PayPal, Braintree, and Street Hawk, thank you very much. We'll get those guys to come up and introduce it in a minute. I want to just, in fact, before I do start, mate, I want to ask, can Nikki, Bill, and Reba, where's Reba? Can you guys come up here? I want to tell you a little bit about the story of how Sunrise came about. Nikki and I were sitting at a bar, and so I'm sitting down. Nikki and I were sitting at a bar in Townsville about 6 weeks ago, and we were up there for a board meeting for safety culture. It's an awesome Aussie business in Townsville, but that's another story. And Nikki had got, we'd spoken with Bill about how we wanted to put on a conference, and Nikki had gone out and scoped out a few venues, and there were a few venues that sort of had 150 people, 200 people, and we kind of thought, oh, should we go with them? And then there was Casualworks that could fit 800 people, and we were sitting having a beer in Townsville, and we thought, are we going to go for the 250-person venue, or are we going to go the 800-person venue? And we thought, well, screw it, we'll go the 800-person venue. And here we are today, and that was 6 weeks ago. And the reason we're here today is because Reba jumped in. We then called up Reba and said, Reba, will you help us with this? And she's just done the most amazing job in 6 weeks to get you guys all here and to get all this furniture here and to get everything, a million things that have happened. Reba, thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been awesome. So the next thing is to just a little pep talk to everyone who's here, everyone who's watching on the live streaming, everyone who will be watching on some of the videos. Nikki said it earlier, it would be a tragedy if we put today on and you guys just went home, back to your jobs, back to, whatever you do day to day. You've been thinking about starting things. Go out, start it, do it, do it in a good way. If you do have ideas, there's a big plug for StartMate. Can we put StartMate up on the board? Guys, applications close on 30th September. You saw, Mike Cannon-Brookes give that a big rap. It is, a real game-changing program for young businesses. The batches that have been through are doing amazing things now, many of them on a global basis, many of them in Silicon Valley, some of them still here in Australia. Applications close on 30 September. It takes, an hour or two to put the application together, and at very least what you get out of it is an awesome experience. If you get in the top 20, there's an awesome mentor, judging, interactive session. We fly everyone up, people who are watching this from interstate, we fly you over to come and be part of it. So please apply. It's such a great program. But more than anything, go and found companies or go and work for startups. If you don't have an awesome idea, go and work for startups. It's an amazing career. There's my pep talk. That's it from all of us today. We're going to ask the guys from PayPal, Braintree, and from StreetHawk to come up here and do the sort of...
I think actually, before they do, I think thank you to all of you. Thank you. Give yourselves a clap. It's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming along.
You know what, Nicky, I've forgotten someone to thank.
Okay.
And that is, it's a bunch of people who really did make today, and that's the founders who came and spoke and gave their time today. And you know, those guys are in many cases super busy. Some of them are still running their businesses, and they took time to fly here and be part of this. And you know, we've said lots of times, Blackbird's about creating this community, and those guys, you know, it's just so fantastic that Aussie founders who are successful are now giving back to the community, and that's a big change. So I forgot to thank them, but thank you to those guys.
And also, one last question. If you enjoyed today, who would like us to do this next year?
Let's do it.
All right, so over to you, David, I guess.
David.
Cool.
My name's Todd. I'm from a company called Braintree Payments. We're a recent division of PayPal. On behalf of Braintree, thank you for letting us be a part of this event and support the event. Congratulations to the Sunrise team on what looked like an amazing event, and I hope everybody here can take something away and add to that energy that all you startups have. Braintree is a full stack payments platform, and we really make payments simple and easy for anyone wanting to accept online payments. Braintree itself was a startup many years ago and has undergone the journey right through to acquisition. As recent as October last year, we were acquired by PayPal for a lazy $800 million. So we understand startups, and again, congratulations guys on your journey. Enjoy your journey and enjoy the drinks tonight. Thank you.
I can't see you, but my name is David Jones. I'm the CEO of StreetHawk, and we're a startup just like you. We're a Sydney-based startup. I'm on my third startup now. But basically this startup, StreetHawk, is about helping people who develop mobile applications engage with the segments, the different groups of people that are inside your app. So many of you will go away and you're probably working on apps already, and we just see the app space getting bigger and bigger. And it's about actually creating value out of moving the guys who are the low value segments to the high value segments. So we're running a special in September, which is basically 6 months free for anybody who signs up with us. So that's just part of this particular sponsorship thing we're doing. Please come and have a chat to us about that afterwards during drinks, and just think about, you want to be able to engage your customers or your users, just like what they do on the web with like HubSpot or Marketo. That's what's going to happen. You're going to understand your users a lot better in the future. So as Rick says, you know, please think about actually becoming a startup. Please think about applying to StartMate. As a 3-time startup founder, I can tell you it's definitely worth doing. No regrets. And if you haven't ever seen it, have a look at Jeff Bezos's regret minimization framework. It's a great way to sort of frame up the decision to see whether you should actually take the jump. It's worth it. In the meantime, engage with each other, have some drinks.
Yeah. All right, yes. So I think the guys might be setting up as we speak, but we're going to have a beer behind the curtain. So make your way down, have a drink, enjoy, and talk to each other. Thank you.
I was going to say.